Hello and welcome everyone. It's been a bit of a late start today, and thank you very much for joining us for another day of LPL as we get into the thick things. RNG versus Anyone's Legend, both teams who have had their struggles recently. The scoreline of RNG is pretty indicative of how they're doing. AL, maybe not so. 7-5, but a lot of those games that they have lost recently have been pretty concerning for them. Feels like Shanks and Hope are the two carries which have done a lot of work for this team. The team as a whole has been a little inconsistent. We have a Volibear locked in though, as we get into this draft. Volibear Ari, very early topside snowball composition from Anyone's Legend. Makes sense where he gets that Smolder, where you're trying to snowball the map before he gets online and starts terrorizing the Rift. And we will once again see ourselves, if a team has it in them, to beat this Smolder on the bot side. Of course, we just had word in the last day or two that Smolder will be getting some very heavy nerfs, but that is a ways off in terms of the patch we have here in the LPL. Ning is going to pick up himself that Nautilus as well. He's had some okay moments on that champion, but okay moments aren't really enough to carry what's happening on this RNG team right now, who have, on the whole, very much struggled. And we wait to see what happens in the last round of this first round of the draft. Nymaera hovering over one of the better matchups into the Ari, which is on the other side. Shanks picking up that champion. And the Nico here tends to get a bit of poke in lane. You can run something like the Second Wind on the Ari and the Overgrowth as well sometimes too, to get yourself a little bit more sustained through that laning phase, which can help you with that Nico lane. However, it feels like most Aris are going towards the Dematerializer so they can get that backline clear, whilst not indexing into heavy AP very early, instead going towards the Boots 2 instead. That tends to be the build from Aris right now. Hope picks himself up the Zeri, which he won the LPL on in 22 Summer. This guy was so powerful on that champion. So now you have a bit of scaling to match that Smolder. You got yourself a Snowball mid-jungle as well. And Sam, hello. How's it going? I know it's a bit of a later start today, folks. We had some meetings to go through, or rather I had some meetings to go through. So
I'll be back in. I'll be here for this draft, but I'll pick up my coffee after.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Wonderful. And we have a stuff, just kind of filling into
Smolder, Nautilus, Nico, oh lord.
Well, yeah, so there's the Smolder and the Nautilus. For me, actually, I'm looking at the there's area that can scale up alongside the Smolder, and then you have the Volibear Aru, which are very much topside snowball champions, regardless of whether the Volibear is in jungle or in top lane. Sure. I'm going to imagine it's jungle.
I think that's been the more common
and particularly with Croco going towards more early ganking champions on the whole lane, or rather I prefer them on those. It can be a very powerful way to snowball the top side of the map and stop the Smolder really being a factor.
I also feel that if there was going to be a way to deal with Smolder draft, some way to punish him earlier on while he's under tower, would make some sense to me. Of course, I think anybody who's been paying attention on Twitter will have seen some of the pretty hefty
I did just talk about
that. Coming towards, but even so, it does feel like early on is when you can potentially attack this champion, try and make him a little bit more manageable. A Rakan would certainly be a good dive partner for both the Ari and the Volibear, and they've got good people to battle dance to then as well.
For me as well, you know, if Hope can stay safe in a 1v2 or a 1v1 in bot side, I feel like Kyle and Ming being able to roam on the Rakan and the Nautilus really affects the top side too. One of the big things about the LPL is that we've really seen a lot of supports go away from more ranged supports. I know that Rakan kind of half counts, he's a weird half enchanter, but it feels like the supports of Nautilus, Rakan, stuff like the Alistar as well, mean that top side gets to get a bit frisky in early game while the AD carries wait to scale up. You go get your coffee, Sam, because we're just about to finish this draft as well. And you could use the caffeine for a game like this as well to keep you on peak form to see what's going to happen with these big combos coming through. Breathe, I think he's just been the star of this RNG roster despite the losses. This team has, yeah, it's been not enough again to kind of like carry them through to a lot of wins, but it feels like Breathe has been a real factor. And when you're on something like that flanking threat of the Aatrox, you can start to determine a lot of these later games. He's going to be up against Harry's Cassandra in that top side, so the individual lane matchup, not necessarily going to be the story of this game, but still, flank threats, and then also having the Nico Nocturne Nautilus combos, the triple N, NNN combo engage from RNG.
It's for people who have nut allergies in November.
Nut allergies in November, wonderful.
Now, though, we're looking at this one and we're like thinking, okay, we've got two dive comps in a lot of ways with two scaling AD carries behind them and two top laners have been left alone to their own devices in some ways. So, I guess the question then is, who do you think actually ends up with the better composition? So, because for me, I feel like not to put too fine a point on it, the fact that you've got the Smolder probably gives you an advantage. It feels like the Nocturne probably scales somewhat better than the Volibear, though the initial level 6 mark is probably better for Volibear.
Really depends on the Snowball, because for me, scaling, you can't unentangle that from Snowball.
Sure.
Because you can say, oh, well, what if we're both at level 18? Well, what happens if one person hits level 18 first? Even then, champions which are normally great in the late game can be just beaten to the post. So for me, I look at anyone's Legend when they have the earlier jungle mid kind of playmaking combo, and I think if they can get ahead, I prefer what they do, specifically because that means that the Zeri, while they might not match the scaling of the Smolder, is close enough to it that Snowballing can bring them back to it. If it's even, though, RNG all the way.
Yeah, I guess the reason I bring that up slightly nervously is just the fact that we have seen so many Smolder comebacks. The amount of 10,000 gold pentakills this champion has gotten from miles behind, or 10,000 gold deficit pentakills, I think would be the correct way to phrase that, is kind of nuts. On to the Rift we go, however, and perhaps our questions about how these drafts will actually play out will be answered more readily on the Rift, of course. As we've been saying, slightly better early game skirmishing from the likes of anyone's Legend, the Ari, the Volibear. A little bit better at the initial level 6 mark compared to the Nico and the Nocturne, who obviously have very strong level 6s themselves, but it's a Volibear, right? All about the early game, tends to fall off a little bit after that. Can, for example, these supports get out onto the map, support their respective junglers? RNG, of course, not been having a particularly great time of it so far this year. It's been pretty unfortunate. Breathe at points looked okay, but Ming and LWX been the most scintillating of performances in that bot lane, that's for sure. Just been ruminating on the...
It's dangerous, that.
Yeah, I know, right? On the bot lane woes, just RNG's woes in general. Because it does feel like LWX and Ming just really haven't found the form that both have been known for in years past.
And that was a worry right the way back in Demacia Cup. Now this year, Demacia Cup, the off-season tournament for the LPL, had the majority of the full rosters from LPL teams. We saw LWX, and they were really struggling in the 2v2 even at that point. It hasn't gone much better. You can see that the Ignite has been just dropped down by anyone's Legends bot lane there as well. Actually traded for the Ghost in the Ignite on both sides. But LWX and Ming not exactly having the easiest time of it. Really need to see whether AL can cause more problems than just summoners here, though. It's not like there's a Talir in the game. Whenever I see a Smolder in the game, I wonder if a Talir is going to be picked to either counter dives or initiate the dives itself. You still have that Volibear and Ari, though, that as soon as they hit level 6, deny that tower. It feels like you can really just go down bot side. You can't really cross-map onto the Cassante easily. That should be the bread and butter game plan from anyone's Legend.
And it does feel like only having one person with access to the backline is kind of a route to failure against a Smolder. We've seen that a lot with Lee Sins, who are often left alone with Eclipse builds to try and deal with a Smolder and like get half to 2/3 of a Smolder's HP bar, but not all of it as the game gets later. And this time around with Volibear, with the RD, pretty much the entire team, frankly, you do have ways to try and corral and chase down LWX on the little dragon that could, but that's going to be more of a question for a little later on into the game. Earlier on, as we're just laning, not too much more excitement to be seen here. A bit of trading from here, he will not go for a Q3 or anything as yet, but we are kind of waiting on these junglers to see whether anything early can happen. Of course, the Volibear nominally a little more agency in terms of gank options pre-level 6, but of course once the level 6s do come through, Nocturne right back online and very able to make things happen themselves.
Yeah, I was just messing around with Twitch chat while we were doing this, and I was thinking, oh yes, let's just put a prediction poll for game 1, and I realized in my sleep deprived haze, I put RNG versus AL. Game 3, who wins game 1? So you can take that as game 1, or if there will be a game 3.
This is design. We're going to get the 3-game series.
Sometimes I'm sat here, and we're sat here on the days where LPL, of course, doesn't have an official English broadcast, and like, let's do something fun. And I realize I don't have the brain cells to do the fun thing all the time.
I just think you don't have brain cells in general, Sam, is my understanding.
Much like AL's comp, sometimes I am just a Volibear Ari combo that just presses the go button and wants to fight.
Just want to fight? Why do you want to fight me, man? We're having a lovely morning, and then this comes out. What's the problem? Just talk to me, man.
No, I prefer the conflict. I need a certain amount of violence in my life to keep things interesting.
Speaking of violence, Wade's decided he's going to propagate some violence on Croco, going for the invade. Of course, Volibear, normally quite safe in his own jungle because he's quite a strong early duelist himself, but because his lanes are all shoved in, not that easy to get in. Of course, Nocturne as well. Very good into the melee champions because you can just fear tether them and use lethal tempo to do exceptional things.
Now, Anyone's Legend. Getting towards that point with level 6 mark will be a problem, but it's not there at this point. You can see that Wei hasn't been denied any camps himself. There wasn't really early invade potential to get onto the Nocturne. So now RNG, they have themselves some interesting questions to ask themselves now, because Wei has, over a while now, transitioned from being the person who followed Xiaohu into the person who leads RNG in a lot of ways. And he has the go button to potentially start the fight before the Ahri and the Volibear start making their plays known as well, but also be the ones to respond to maybe a bot side play as well. What happens if AL do a big mid-jungle ult combination, but actually the Nico Nocturne fly over their heads? That's something which I think RNG will have to decide. Are they going to be there at the start of the play to instigate, or are they going to respond? Yeah,
because just for the counter engage on both sides is pretty good. Of course, Nocturne, the ability to respond from a screen away, very, very high himself as well. So this will be quite tricky to follow, as Kyle might just be face checking a Nautilus and does so. Don't think it's going to lead to all that much though, of course, because Rakan, very slippery, has people to jump to within a screen or so's range, so not too afraid of that.
You see by that aura around Shanks, who's gone for the Snowmoon Ahri skin, so it is one of the S tier Ahri skins. I do in fact have an Ahri skin tier list.
I know you do.
I should really make a check command to show people that actually. It's important to me. But also has gone for dematerializers. The thing about dematerializers, which I understand that pro players are going for a lot, I don't agree with them, is that it allows you to go towards, so in this case, Shanks is going to be going towards Boots 2 before buying any AP, but when you go to the dematerializer, you don't need any AP to clear at level 7. It just means that you can go for cooldown boots or Merc Treads without losing any wave clear potential. I don't like it, because I think you should always go Dark Seal early anyway, and as soon as you get Dark Seal and Amptone, you don't need the demats anyway, but you can see
the thought process.
You see the thought process there. You can see that a lot of RA mains don't agree with that, so I'm going to throw that out there from our community to the pro players and say, hey, listen to us, this is not autopilot, you don't have to go this every time. But just watch what's happening there in terms of that setup from Shanks. He'll go towards Merc Treads, and then we'll see whether he does start to, make me a little more happy and go towards the Dark Seal early, because this is, again, a snowball comp.
Yeah, I could see that, and I do agree that, there's something to, actually, I'm into a Nico, I'm into a Nautilus, having a little bit more tenacity reliction early feels like it might be worth the default in power, but now the level 6 come through on the Nocturne, was waiting for the moment, but the volley ult turnaround means the counter engage is there. We talked about it not even a minute ago, and already anyone's Legend strikes second, and they're the one that find the cut required.
I mean, RNG, this is exactly what we're saying. Okay, so you have a choice to go before the Volibear and the Ahri start throwing their ults out. So RNG, they did go before, and they get absolutely slammed because they go into the Volibear anyway. They're not playing away from this champion. Level 6 Volibear is so powerful. See right here, Hope and Kyle, they're in bot side, and you can see that they're just trying to hope that their Volibear isn't just behind them. Unfortunately, he is, and Croco on this Volibear gets a play handed to him on a silver platter. He doesn't have to force it all. He doesn't even blow his flash.
Does feel a little bit indicative of RNG's season so far. Just that little bit out of sorts, bluntly. The coordination, not quite there. The understanding of what enemy teams can be doing, not quite there. And punished severely there. First blood to Azeri is not what you want to see. Wei at least will manage to invade onto the side of Croco's Raptors, but particularly the highest return value, it has to be said. The early grubs going the way of RNG, the early dragon going the way of anyone's Legend, so not even an objective advantage as such to RNG right now. We take a breather. No pun towards RNG's top laner. As once again, we kind of wait for ultimates to become available for the junglers again.
So Shanks didn't go for the Merc Treads early, went towards the cooldown boots. Volibear goes for them as well. No, Volibear really gets a lot of value out of it. The thing about Volibear is that cooldown reduction is tankiness for him in a very large way, because how Volibear gets tanky is by getting a second W on you. Now you need to get the first W, and then W the same target again to get that healing with the claw scrape across you.
Frenzied Maul, yes.
That's the one, the Frenzied Maul, and it's only the second part of that which heals you. So the more cooldown reduction, the more of your Ws, the more chance to get a second W on a fight as well. Likely going towards, tankier build. I feel like those items work a bit better now. It's a chance that we see a Sundered Sky, but I think that with the first item already building into that Chain Vest, you're likely going to be skipping out that one, going full tank.
I mean, to be fair, Sundered Sky is very thematically appropriate,
Hugely
considering his E is the Sky Splitter and he is the Stormbringer himself. Volibear's got some excellent ability names, actually. Very, what's the word? Oh, come on, I can do this. I'm struggling early in the morning. Evocative. That's the one I was looking for. There we go.
Very good.
Worth waiting on.
And what we have been waiting on as well is, as you're saying, the ultimates to come back up. Wei has the Paranoia yet again. Looks like he will be going to the Stride Breaker as well. And with Harry and Croco in River, this could be dangerous. The hook misses.
Oh, we've seen that happen a few times to Nautiluses. The hook not quite on the right target. Tangman will throw down the Pot Blossom. But it's onto a Rakan. The Stormbringer is in and breathe. He's on his last breath.
And it is such a gasp of disappointment. Because RNG, they swing and miss again. They start the play, but with the going into a volley bear, not catching him immediately, and allowing him to reinitiate the fight with his ultimate has worked out disastrously for RNG twice in a row now. Anyone's Legend, we've often criticized them for being a team which have not been that connected as Hope. He's popping his ult. He's going to get feared all the same.
He's fine. Wei's just dead. You cannot save. He just loose a 1v1. You don't win that. And now LWX has got to deal with Hope, with the skies, with the blood, the storm. Blah, blah, blah. Everyone's dead. What?
He has the double buffs and he just ends up turning it around. There's no early damage from LWX, who doesn't even find a way to flash or ghost away. And Hope, on the champion, which he made his name on in 2022, slaughters the early game. 3-0 on the Zeri.
Forgot the word lightning crash and flub my words, shocked to death there, as what turns into a 1v2 as Hope just runs at him.
Oh my gosh. So we're seeing here that the Nautilus just completely whiffs. And now suddenly you have a Ming in the middle of nowhere. And he really just suffers from that. And the big thing here is you look at Volibear, full HP, after the fight started, gets you ult into the fight again. This should not be how Volibear has to play the early game. This is a different 1v1, the slow lands, and you just see that with the passive stacked up from Hope, it is such a powerful amount of burst. Gets to stack up the lethal tempo, and then once he's got the lethal tempo stacked, LWX says, haha, I can deal with this fully stacked. And he has no mana after using that ultimate, completely misjudges the play, and Hope, I think he's trying to predict a flash over the wall, doesn't end up doing so. You can see how happy the AL members look.
Oh, that is a very cheeky grin from the backroom staff. And that Smolder is down versus Hope, who got first blood and then 2 additional kills. That is a 3-0 Zeri 11 minutes.
So, this is where the big conversation about what happens about early game. We don't even need to talk about what's going to happen with the early game.
Boy.
The early game is continuing for AL. This is the first fight that they actually fight themselves, rather than waiting for RNG to fly into them. AL 6-0. This is where the question of, well, what's the difference between what can you say one team scales better than the other? Well, it really depends on who snowballs. AL with a snowball will absolutely eclipse RNG now, probably for the rest of the game.
Feels like that advantage may well be insurmountable, and that has always been the difference with Zeri. She was, when she was released, one of the premier skirmishing AD carries. Her mobility, just so difficult to manage. Her ability to choose when and where engages happened is maybe top side RNG finds something, but Harry can just go all out and begin running away. Still has a W to work with, tries to buff himself away, still can keep dodging, getting another Q available. The Q3 not quite there, but Kyle cannot come up and support the bot laner, and RNG do at least get on the board finally.
Yeah, AL's top laner had no ghosts, so Harry could not get himself all the move speed out of that play to help himself survive. We do have now another cross map. Ult's coming in bot side, but Crocus here to respond maybe.
That's a fair amount of CC, and that's a huge shutdown going to the Smolder. Ming will likely end up tanking a fair amount of the turret, may well fall, but there's still people coming on over. So I just don't know how much Croco can do. Kyle will come on down. Remember, he was spotted top side, trying to help out his own top laner. Does become the 1-for-1, but the shutdown going the way of LWX is good. Has got a blast cone that will launch him 30,000 miles away. Should be good, but Shanks has flash ult available. LWX cannot get far enough away to stay safe, and the dive is just going further and further wrong as the tape keeps rolling.
Oh my gosh, you can take the WX away. This AD carry is just taking L's the entire game. This Smolder is meant to snowball, and not meant to snowball, meant to scale rather. It's not meant to have to be able to, you're meant to be snowballing against it. And LWX, he's been at the center of a couple of these plays now from RNG, trying to get this bot lane ahead, but it has backfired magnificently. They get the kill onto Hope, and that is a good moment. It's a shutdown going the way of LWX as well, but it is a far cry from what this team really need out of this champion. AL are really far ahead of the game now, and I don't see them stopping making plays. They still have the Volio barrel, by the way. Brocco can just sit around here and be a threat.
We've got another sweeper to work with, so the ward that was replaced after he took it out goes down again. Knight's out early, so this Zeri gets harder to kill once more. To see whether RNG can manage to turn this around. There's still no ultimate on the Nocturne, so I don't know how much they want this fight.
That's well, that is a question. Sure, there is the Nocturne ultimate there and the Nico ultimate with flash, but you still have this Volibear in the point of power, first item already, and while it might not seem like the biggest power spike, something like a Knight's Vow can very much help your carries, and it gives you some extra cooldown reduction, which, as we said before, is tankiness on Volibear. Kyle on the flank has himself no flash right now. He needs to be a little bit careful.
Mind it, Paranoia will not be available, no power outs to this fight, so it is just going to be AL walking up, and the lack of ultimates means no real way to make this happen. Instead, the other side, Croco begins to engage. Flash on him, Tanguman Pop Blossoms, gets a fair amount of damage back. The Smolder comes over, but it's not enough to keep Tanguman alive. Breathe, gets a decent Q3, but on the other side, LWX dragged over the wall by the all-out. The Dragon surely cannot survive, but there's just enough of an interrupt to prevent anything going down. Breathe does get Kyle, but it's just one back. Everyone else is falling. LWX gets out to safety. Away will throw down a Duskbringer to try hold onto the tower, but there's just no way to do it. They don't need the Herald. They can just walk at the damn thing.
And this is exactly why when you were saying, oh, but there's still the Nocturne out, so what? So what? AL have the stats. They have themselves the Volibear on his point of power as well. Wei is not the dominant jungler at this point in the game. He's tried to make a number of plays now back to back, and it just feels like RNG are continually forcing the play, and in a bad way. They are the ones walking up towards this Herald, and it feels so bad for them that they're playing into such a big point of power. You can see how easy it is for AL to just snowball through the back end of this fight.
They do indeed, and LWX just about gets out. I thought maybe they could get something back as Breathe does get into the backline, but that's kind of all they get. The fight goes so critically wrong that they lose pretty much everything there. They've downed 5,000 gold, they've downed the 2 dragons, they've lost the Herald. AL continue the snowball super hard. This has been an excellent early game from them. Breathe will actually force an ultimate out of Shanks, who does go forwards briefly.
Yeah, and again, it keeps coming back to this conversation where, you know, you were asking about, okay, but RNG outscales, you know, do they? It doesn't matter if they outscale, if they're behind this much. Yeah. This is the big thing, and that's why, you know, I think in earlier seasons where it was much easier to stall out and the game couldn't quite end in some ways, the scaling was just much more reliable to play around in late game, and it felt like if you missed a step on the early game, things would go, you know, very poorly beyond this point. When you are this far ahead of the game, when your dragon's up as well, when you have, you know, you've even denied the 6 scrubs as well and got a couple for yourself. I mean, what options do RNG have? What their options are trying to get LWX some stacks, but he's having to farm, you know, very far back on his side of the map. Look at the vision control over the mid lane here as well. If you look down on the minimap, just all of these wards littering the bot side of the jungle, and then a couple going to the mid lane as well, because they've already taken that mid lane out of turret after that Herald fight. Getting themselves an uncontested 3rd dragon here. It's a Chemtech soul. It's not necessarily the game-ending one that you can see from other types, but RNG, it's just another loss for them.
Breathe will try and make something happen with the World Ender, but gets charmed immediately. Shanks playing with his food a bit there. Soul Point about to be confirmed. Let's Wake and ult him, but it will be likely for his death. It's just an attempted steal with a Smolder ultimate from miles away. Mum comes in, but there's just nothing there to pick up. Instead, Anyone's Legend continue to try and corral RNG back into their half of the map. They've got the tower in mid lane already. They're looking for this one of the bot sides next.
So, RNG, they did briefly hang around bot side to see, hey, let's see if Breathe can get himself a combo onto Ahri, and then we can follow up with a Stride Breaker with the Nocturne. Stride Breaker, Nocturne, very good at chasing down isolated targets in the side lanes, especially with the lethal tempo as well. Finish guaranteed kills there. Harry. He's quite low HP. He does have all out, and he does have the W still. He's going to go straight through that ultimate there. He can use the all out. They miss the Nico ult.
No, well, they do finally get the kill, but it was not a clean dive. 4 members up here, and they will.
Oh yeah, but Hope's roaming up here as well. The thing about Zeri is Zeri can wall skip to the point where she basically has a semi-global. Look at the amount of members which are being stopped in the recalls right now. They are leaving Ming because they want to kill the other members. Try and kill the jungler. Try and kill Breathe as well. They're trying to corral them, but Blast Cones might help them get out.
I think they might have done it. I think they've overforced to try and get up. They teleported for this as well. Now WBG gets the wave shoved on the other side. They've got another blast cone to get towards. That is just so much movement. They can get to a 3rd. They just get out.
Oh my god, it's the monster energy plants. These ones are just, these are not normal blast cones. They've just been watered by energy drinks. And RNG, they get away with that. And Breathe is sticking around. He is off. No. He's off vision. This is a good thing for RNG. He is quite bursty with Profane Hydra. He might be able to find a kill here instead. Sees his Croco. No.
No way he gets out.
No. He could have gotten out anyway. He could have walked out. This is the thing. That's the actually recalling there is not the important thing. The thing is that he was just seeing if maybe Shanks would be the one there. And if it was Shanks, maybe he could get himself a free kill. The tankier members he chooses not to bite into. But it's just an opportunity there.
Gets behind enemy lines, stays there, and looks for something a little extra on the way out and isn't spotted on the recall. Breathe, still looking like the brightest spot on RNG this season.
Absolutely. This guy on the Aatrox as well has some real teamfight damage potential. If he gets onto the squishy carries like the Zeri and the Ahri, there is a chance he can assassinate them. It's hard to between all of the CC. He will have a dive buddy in the Nocturne. In some situations, it's kind of hard for Way to dive in, though, especially with this far behind the game. It's one of the reasons why Nocturne falls out of meta quite a lot. Is when people realize that he's being played, he realizes, okay, let's just peel back after the early game, and he will never get tanky enough to completely survive a full dive. So AL, despite the fact that they've been a team which has struggled to coordinate so far in the kind of the second part of this split, they are in themselves in a they're in a very obvious position to play through. They don't have to be that coordinated to play this team composition. I think that works to their favor.
Once again, Shanks gets to shove on forwards. He has gone towards the Horizon focus. I apologize to you, but there you go. They have gone for that. And in fairness, you've got a lot of long-range picks, so maybe you can get value out of it.
No, so the thing is, you know, every time you do this constellation point argument, you just have to remember the stats are worse, the passive is worse. It is always a worse item, and despite the fact that you can say, oh, this item is good in isolation, potentially, it is just worse than the other options you have. The thing about Ahri builds is that you only want one cooldown reduction item. You have your Lost Chapter, and then you have a choice pretty much between Cosmic Drive, Lichbane, and then the Horizon Focus as well. Cosmic Drive is a pretty poor item right now. Basically, no one is building it. So you have a choice between Horizon Focus and Lichbane, and because people aren't practiced at using Lichbane on Ahri, they just go towards the Horizon Focus because that's what they built last season instead.
Crockett walks around with a Thundering Smash. The Siren's wee-wooing and he gets to smite away the red buff.
Another thing here as well is we can see that the Null Magic Mantle from Shanks is being built up into the Verdant Barrier. Now, if you go towards the Lichbane and the Banshees, that's when actually stuff like Ingenious Hunter ends up becoming very synergistic as well. And I think it's Banshee's cooldown once you get it up from the Verdant Barrier goes to 30-second cooldown. With Ingenious Hunter fully stacked, goes down to 20 because you take a third off of your item cooldowns, which is actually very significant for something like that. Now, Ahri for the longest time has needed Ultimate Hunter. Malignance gives you so much ult haste you don't necessarily need it. I mean, look at this build, right? Malignance gives you 55 ult haste. Got the boots, which gives you some cooldown, Horizon Focus, and you're going to have Banshees, which won't give you anything. That's the first non-haste item. Sometimes that Ingenious Hunter is really valuable in mages. It wouldn't surprise me to see more people switch over to that in the future.
Keeping our eyes on, especially when things like the Lichbane also pretty common on a lot of champions out there as well, as Kyle does go over the wall. Keeps himself safe. And we are waiting 25 seconds until what will likely be Soul for anyone's legend. Up 5,000 odd gold. I've seen LWX's stacks, but I don't think Smolder has hit critical mass yet, so not even a fight where you can rely on the Smolder turnaround. Well,
Breathe was potentially caught out there, he teleports to bot lane immediately, ults out, no World Ender for this dragon fight, sucks for him. Having World Ender for Aatrox is a huge amount of your damage and also your healing. It allows you to be a tank. Croco hooked.
Well, maybe you can turn to him, but he just comes forth and brings the storm. Ming taken low, goes down. That's a big knock into the backline. Tangyuan gets a pop loss, but it's not to that many valuable people. Shanks over the wall. The lightning crash begins, and they get surging on through. Nothing to be done. LWX gets towards a blast cone, but just doesn't have the damage. The execute is actually online to LWX's credit, but there's just nothing left to be done. It's a full ace, and anyone's legend make it look easy. Just press R on Croco.
And Croco is full HP, Sam. This is the guy that they engaged onto. He's full HP. That was such a disastrous fight, and now you're going to have the huge amount of kills going over to AL. You're going to have the Dragon Soul as well. This game has just got even harder beyond that point. Ming, you can see he even puts the ult down onto Shanks, but he has the Verdant Barrier at this point. It's not the same as though he didn't have a spell shield. Maybe if you can lock him up, Breathe can get a kill onto him, but it's not nearly as easy as that. They don't have the World Ender, then they don't have their Nautilus engaged beyond the first part of this fight either. They do get one kill down, and LWX actually does a significant amount of damage, even though he has been shut down in this game a lot. That's just smolder things, but it will not be pentakill number 26 in this one.
Oh my god, LWX really did try look at that.
Yep.
Oh my god.
It's not pentakill number 26, but you can just see the smolder going, hey guys, I have execute now, shall we fight?
And this is why, like, for all that I obviously set up a slight straw man argument with, oh, but scaling early on. There is that kind of permanent fear, just because Smolder's in the game, that some weird crap happens and Smolder gets to turn online. Just inevitably. We've seen it so consistently, whatever the game state is.
The problem with this kind of game is that AL have an ohm wrecker in volley barrel, so you can't stall at your turrets eventually either. So the thing is, you know, most of the time Smolder just kind of stalls out games and stacks up a lot. How do you do that when you can disable the turrets on every tower dive? And with Croco actually being very tanky now as well, the difference between a level 1 and a level 2 volley barrel is also absurd. It just feels like AL, they have all the tools to start running behind turrets. It feels like, you know, in terms of the scaling AD carries, Zeri is the one which can jump forward into an engage over a wall easiest. That her and Kai'Sa, really, they can both help with that. So RNG, they can't even really stay safe around the turrets.
Now, anyone's legend trying to force RNG into a bad decision. It's a very dark part of the river. No one really wanting to face check that at this point in the game. Croco begins to come back out of the river, try and ward people off, fighting for control of this mid lane wave, and anyone's legend will retreat back towards the Scuttle Crab and then look to start up this Baron and try and bait in RNG to a bad fight.
So, RNG still have knocked in Nico. If they can hit enough important members, they can very much one-shot them. There's nothing stopping that. No bailout, nothing like that. Renata or anything like that. So, we've got the Smolder coming in to check, and here comes Kyle.
We do find a fair amount of damage. Croco ults, gets onto Tango to do some damage. My god, the initial burst onto the Nico is huge. Breathe having to run away from Shanks on one side. Massive damage back. I'm watching damage begin to fly. There's just nothing left to be done. They're all falling apart.
Tanyuan hides as a minion and gets smited for full damage by Croco.
What happened? I was like, what happened? What does it have to do with damage?
I was sat there thinking, holy shit, Volibear should not do that much. Folks, if you as a Nico hide as a minion, you can get smited and take damage as that minion.
Oh, no!
Swing and a miss there from the Nico in the mid lane.
It must have been.
I have never seen that in pro play, and I think after Tanyuan suffered through that, I don't think he'll be trying that again anytime soon.
God, that's rough, and what a final ignominy to end up what has been an absolute crushing win from anyone's legend. Smiting a minion in mid lane. Nico maybe needs to choose a little bit better option for her method acting. Towards the Nexus they go. A little bit low on the HP bars though. LWX just about alive. Continue to try and hold on best he can. But the mother is called in just after the Nexus falls. RNG. Not much to say about that game in the slightest.
Still so shocked that we saw that in pro play. I knew that technically it could happen when Nico is a minion and you mean, of course, if you get to dodge champion skill shots as a minion by dodging Varus ults or Ashe ults and stuff like that, you should be able to be affected by minions in the same way as well. Thank you folks for, of course, joining us as always. I know we got started a little bit late today. We had some meetings to go through, but that'll do us for RNG vs Sale in terms of this game 1. Thanks for supporting the Costream. I'm actually going to go pick up another drink from the other room as well. So, yeah, and then I'll let you do your thing. Let's see.
Okay. Well, that one was interesting. I don't even think this one was about LWX, because this is a team problem, man. Like, LWX didn't do that much mechanically wrong. Like, he did a fair amount of damage. He gets a kill on the under the tower. Just doesn't manage to extricate himself because anyone's legend are quick to respond. But that's things like, we don't know where the Volibear is. Let's start a fight anyway. Oh no, the Volibear is here. We've all died. Like, that's not great coordination. That's just really bad information gathering. And then Tangyuan hit no valuable Pot Blossom, missed a number of times. Ming hit walls with the hook, so wasn't spacing himself particularly well when he was looking for the engages on the Nautilus, so when he missed a hook, he ended up being dragged into the team anyway a couple times. Like, these are just really basic errors.
I think we've also just seen some of the implications for playoffs as well. I'm just seeing LPL Fan Club to do that. So if RNG beat anyone's legend, top esports will qualify for playoffs. If Weibo beat EDG, and that's the second series of the day, EDG will be locked out of playoffs. So there's a couple of playoffs implications coming through here as well. I actually can't believe... I can't believe that we saw the Nico minions smite in pro play. That is so funny. Well, welcome to the channel, everyone, folks, and I hope you're enjoying it home. And, right... So we have this series today. This series here, RNG AL, Weibo EDG. They're both in Shanghai, so there's no chance of an overlap today because no one has their home arenas. And yeah, we get to see a lot of desperation matches coming through. It feels like this week.
Yes.
We've seen, it seems like LNG just about clutch out a series. That was very important for them. Ultra Prime lost a very important one for them too. And it just kind of feels like we're sat there going, well, these teams have one last shot. Better make it a good one. Not particularly happy with how Ming played this game.
No.
I think that Ming... Like, Ming was trying to start fights potentially at the right time. That's the one bit of credit I will give. It's a slim bit though, because the execution was really poor.
This is the big one for me. Is like compare this to say Missing when they lost the game recently in Nautilus. They threw loads of hooks up in the fights, but they never hit a wall doing it. You know what I mean? You are actually managing your range well enough that if you miss, you're not suddenly hooking yourself at the whole damn team. Ming did that like twice this game. And that's like egregiously bad as a Nautilus when you're like not trying to Spider-Man.
And then there's also another play as well where yeah, I think it's the Soul fight where he ends up ulting a spell shielded Ari because they have the Verdant Barrier, and you think, well, okay, you're against the Zeri. You need to be hitting one of these important targets, and if you can't hit the Ari and get rid of that spell shield before you do that, you can't just waste your ultimate like that. And it felt like Ming, he was going alone a lot of the time too. It wasn't comboed up massively well there. And it just felt like RNG, you know, that they just executed very poorly. And, you know, for a team that I feel like has been one of the best executing teamfight teams in history, this is a huge fall from grace.
Ming as well, one of the greatest supports of all time.
Yeah.
I mean,
He took a bit of a time off, but he's back now. You know, he didn't play for RNG last year.
Yeah.
But I was waiting for a glorious return. It has been anything but that.
It does feel that it's very difficult to leave pro play and then come back and still be good. Some players have done it, but it's not been easy, especially considering that the level of like consistent dedication required to stay at the top end is really hard.
That was the Nautilus ult into the Ari, by the way.
Yep.
That was, yeah. Well, that's why you buy Banshees versus Nautilus sometimes, although I like playing Zhonya's into it as well. Another game, another Ari builder, I'm like, alright, I'll deal with it. One day, we'll see the Dark Seal meta take over. Yeah, okay, guys, watch this. I just want you to watch this right here. That's the damage! Full smite onto Tangyuan.
Genuinely didn't understand. So did
That's
Nico
it.
change form? Did
Nope.
Volley
No.
W just do way more
If
than
you are
I thought?
if you are hiding as a minion, you take damage like a minion, so smite affects you like a minion.
So I assumed it was a Volley W because like, what on earth happened? I know it's volley damage, but from what?
Yeah, well that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hurts, folks. That is.
All right, I need to get myself another drink.
You gotta do that. You gotta do that. And we'll be, it'll be another 5. I need to run ads. That's what I need to do as well. I'll do that one. I know they showed up in the first game, but thank you, Mecca. I appreciate it. You get. Oh yeah, yes. The constant.
We all love Mecca.
The constant struggles of cables.
Did you get the Dune tickets?
Oh, cool. Nice. So we're going to see Dune Part 2 today. Nice of that.
Yep.
Cool. So RNG, I didn't even dislike their comp. I don't think they played. This is the problem. You don't exactly walk away from this and go, "Oh, we should have changed this." Like, they just played badly, and that's hard to reconcile. DKT1 VOD review today. It depends how much time we have. Is the DKT is the series on today? Is it on right now? Because if it's finished by the time we're done streaming, yeah, maybe I can. In fact, let me just see what's happening in the background, dude. So it's on today. I know it's HLE KDF and then Damwon T1. Are you still in the first series? I think it should still be in the first series, right? Wait, is it starting at the regular time for LCK now? Because it was starting pretty early before. Okay, whatever. I reckon we might just it's starting in an hour. We will see whether we'll have enough time then. Hope comes away as MVP. Yeah, this guy was great. Hope's one of the best Zeri players in the world. This guy is insanely good at this champion. People forget that this guy won the LPL by being very good at Zeri. Being very good at Zeri. I think it is dangerous now. We have even players like Docdam right on FPX, where you can say, well, you know, he struggled at XYZ champions. His Zeri is good, so that's now a big buff for a couple of teams. I think that, you know, obviously you've got Ruler and Elk who are good at that champion too. Yeah, Zeri is a big comfort pick for a lot of champions now. A lot of players now. Okay, so they're going into game 2 of EDG Quango. Volley best one-shotting Nico with a smite seems lore accurate. So yeah, exactly. It is actually so hilarious. It's so funny actually to me. I gotta go see what happened. I need to see if I got this on clip actually.
接下来是 RNG 对阵 AL 的第2局 ，AL 选择蓝色方，让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
Okay. Okay, back to the arena. So, should be on in about 5-10 minutes. I'm actually surprised RNG aren't making any roster changes. They haven't won a single game since week 4? God, I hadn't realized it was that bad, actually. That's a hell of a loss streak. In terms of an individual game, are you kidding me? Have they been 2-0 this entire time? I mean, it makes sense. I can't remember them winning a game thinking about it. So, yeah, 2-0 versus RNG, 0-2 versus TT. Ah, that's a bad one to lose like that. 0-2 versus WE, 0-2 versus LNG. Oh my god, you're right. They won 1 game versus Rare Atom, but RNG might just be the worst team in the LPL. Imagine saying that. In fact, actually, if they lose the series today, they are bottom of the table. Have RNG ever been a bottom table team? I don't think so. I think this is
by far the worst performance of RNG ever, yeah.
This is the worst performing roster of RNG that we have ever seen. Ever.
You've got to remember that when RNG effectively debuted as Royal Club, they were one of the best teams in the league, not just the league in the world, right? That was Uzi's club. That was
the world finalist season 3.
It was Korn as well in the middle. Was it Cool? No, it was Korn. Yeah.
Korn, yeah, because Cool was OMG.
Yeah, OMG, yeah.
Yeah.
So you know. Back when it was Royal Club and OMG is the best teams in the
Oh,
LPL.
don't forget Goldbug's favorite LNG. I think that LNG are better than RNG. I think that LNG aren't good, but they are still. Also, Yoda, hi, how's it going? It's good to see you.
Yeah, because actually at points LNG are competent, whereas I have yet to see competence really from RNG. Yes, they've got 2 series wins, but I don't think...
This is the thing. This is the worst kind of game to come away from, because I'm sat there like, well, it's not draft. It's just play. Yeah. It's the worst thing. I mean, what do? They sucked in that game.
Because that was part of the conversation we had. Actually, in a lot of ways, those drafts were pseudo mirrored, right? You know, you had the level 6 ulting dive junglers, dive mid laners with slightly different look on them. Yes, and Ari's a bit more slippery, Nico's a bit more AoE. 2 hyper scaling AD carries, 2 engaged supports, 2 top laners that brawl and can be left alone. Like that is pretty much as mirrored as a draft and playstyle as you can get in League of Legends in a lot of ways, and the results were just night and day. Night and day. There was like nothing RNG did right. All of their punches were anemic, and they felt like every hit they took was like a body blow that was leaving them shaking for the rest of the game. What are Volley's ability names? You have Q, Thundering Smash, W is Frenzied Maul, E is Sky Splitter, R is Stormbringer. Boom. There you go, Kazel. Play-by-play knowledge.
Hello， 亲爱的各位召唤师，欢迎回来！您正在收看的是2024英雄联盟职业联赛春季赛，目前正在进行的是今天的第一个周3 RNG 对阵 AL。同时呢，我们也感谢联盟竞技场的一些线下的召唤师为你支持的队伍加油助威。那在刚才结束的第1局比赛当中呢 ，AL 是以一个碾压的态势1比0先下一城。在第2局比赛开始之前，我们还是有一些讯息要。
Yeah, I tried to try and find a clip of that the Nico smite. I was just trying to do that in the background. Okay, I'm actually paying attention again now. Okay, so nice up.
玩游戏就选拯救者，2024联想拯救者全系列产品再度升级，高能登场，与所有召唤师一起为战而胜。
I know, that's kind of what I was aiming for. That'll be funny. So let's amp it up. What are Hui's ability names?
Okay, so passive is like artist signature. It's not quite that name. I need to remember exactly what it is. QQ is Devastating Fire. QW is Severing Bolt. QE is Molten Fission. Now,
W's utility.
Yeah, so WQ is...
Can you remember what the Q before you put anything in is?
It is, yes, it's Destruction.
So you have Destruction, then what's W?
Serenity.
Serenity, and what are the W ones?
So W is... WQ, I think, is Pool of Reflection.
Yep.
WW is Fleeting... it's Fleeting River or Fleeting Pathway or whatever it is. It's Fleeting Current. Fleeting Current. There is, and then E is... WE is Spiraling Lights. And you have E, which is... oh, come on. Torment. That's what the E category is. And then EQ is... Grim Visage. EW is Gaze of the Abyss. EE is Crushing Maw. And then R is Spiraling Despair.
Yep, that sounds right. I'm gonna trust you on that one. I remember the Aphelios ones.
Same.
You know what the funny thing is? That technically, a lot of
W is
a lot of
elite. Boom, Mecha.
you know that technically Aphelios does have an ability name for W and E.
Yes, I did.
So E, I think W is just switch.
Yeah.
E, I can't remember what that is, because that's when you hold E and it shows you what your next weapon is.
Ah.
Even though you can see it anywhere in your HUD. So I don't have to I don't use it, but I know it is a thing. It's also why W on Aphelios is one of the most used abilities in the game, because you use it to switch between your weapons the entire game for 0 mana cost.
Yeah.
The only things which are higher than that are like Karthus Q and Zeri Q.
That's fair. That is fair. I feel like Evelyn Q's probably got to be pretty high as well, because you get 4 casts of that on a rotation.
Yes, but Zeri does it for every single auto act. Either way, and stop waxing lyrical just for 1 second. I know we do it a lot. It's game 2 of RNG versus Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend, bluntly, were just better in game 1. RNG were snowballed against, and they struggled to execute on their team fights. So we're going to have ourselves a change in side. So RNG now on red side. And we'll see whether the drafts change up as well. Volley Bear banned away by Anyone's Legend. Interestingly, they don't want to first pick it, and they will not be able to play it again themselves, because they played it last game, but they're banning it themselves now.
Yeah, don't feel like they'd have the option. It does allow them to go for the Karma first pick. Smolder's still up, but bluntly, from the way RNG played around it, and the fact that they were getting snowballed on so hard, I can understand why they feel kind of okay to leave that champion out in the draft and say, look, you just aren't going to do enough with this champion. You're never going to get to a point where this is going to be a real threat. LWX had 1 or 2 team fights where the stacks came online, he did some work, so maybe they decide they'll go towards it again. I don't think it was LWX's individual play that cost them that game. It was a much broader set of issues than just that, I think. And LWX has necessarily been lighting people on fire this year. Ironic, I know, considering he's playing the Flaming Dragon, but still, maybe another look at this one. The champion does feel very strong. If RNG can turf a little more, might be a different luck. The Jax early would be fun, but we'll wait and see. Still looking for a champion. Nautilus, of course, very popular, even if we had our issues with how Ming decided to pilot it, and they decided instead to go towards the Ari.
Yeah, you see that Nautilus there and just thinking, oh god, do I want to go through it again? Instead, it's going to be Tanuen's Ari in that mid lane, so it's something a little bit earlier spiking again. Not that the Nico wasn't from the first game. Again, the problem from game 1 is that you look at RNG's champions and say, yes, that's a coherent draft, they can fight, that's fine. You got to play it well, though. Now, something like that Ari, it can be a bit more forgiving than Nico, because you can dash into a fight and then dash out. It's harder to pick you off in different moments as well. Hope, though, I mean, he is one of the best Zeri players in the LPL. I would say one of the best Zeri players in the world, especially he was back in 2022, and he's continued some of that form through 23 and now into 24 as well. Kyle onto the Rakan as well. You're going to have two pseudo enchanters buffing up the Zeri. The Karma going largely AP, won't have the same kind of Ardent Sensor, shield and heal and buff up value as an enchanter Karma, and the Rakan as well, kind of like the half enchanter as well. But they both do enough to make Zeri a threat.
They do indeed. Ari Vi is a pretty obvious combo. Once again, something you can try that's been used to threaten Zeri over the ages that she has been out. It's really been a couple of years, but there you go. 2 years now, hasn't it been for Zeri? That's a bit of a wild thought.
Yeah.
And now over instead to the second phase of bans we have to go. Both looking at kind of some ED brawlers and fighters. So Shinzao obviously very strong when you've already locked in the Vi. Making Croco's options a little bit more narrow makes sense.
Wouldn't surprise me if we saw something like, well, you might want to see something like a Poppy ban just because it deals quite good. That's what I'm saying. No, you've got like multiple dashes that could be blocked out, and something like the Ari and the Vi, very good at dashing forward if there's nothing to stop those dashes. going on to you. Already, you can see that Shanks is going to have a bit of a difficult draft to play through if he's out of position. Even with the move speed of that Mantra, the REV will catch you if you're out of position.
2 of Breeze's more popular champions removed. To see what they're thinking about for support. There's some fun options being hovered, but I doubt we see any of those straight up.
Yeah, you're looking for something that can't get dived, and you're looking for something that can just be a frontline. So something like the Alistar has been very, very popular. We've seen players like Mako and Missing, who are probably the best performing supports in the LPL right now, absolutely tear apart a lot of teams with it. In fact, actually, Life on FPX, of course,
yeah, phenomenal
beats
game.
JDG with the Alistar the other day as well. So RNG, ample engage, ample ability to roam across the map with the ability to kind of combo up with the mid jungle and support, but they need to play through the combo. It's hard because in the first game, you could also say they had a combo, they just didn't play it well.
Exactly that. And on the other side, Harry decides, I've got to blind pick something. Udyr is the tankiest option remaining, has nearly guaranteed early shove. Croco hovering a Kindred, but we'll wait and see what they decide towards some fun options again being hovered. I think you do actually have a little bit of opportunity to go for something a little bit more carry focused if you want, because you've got a lot of shove. So the Kindred comes on in, double AD carry, you've got the Karma to back them up and some solid front line in the Udyr. I don't hate it, and honestly, the other thing is you're into a dive comp, and Kindred's pretty good with the ability to press R and sort of mitigate things like the Vi and the Ahri trying to make that pick happen if you're in the right position.
So, you know, a lot of people have complained about the jungle meta, saying, hey, you know, we're just playing Xin Sao and Sejuani, this is so boring. In the LPL, we play the carry junglers still. And I think there have been a couple of players which have popularized that. I think particularly Milky Way is the name which jumps onto everyone's mind at that point. But, you know, every player here in the LPL has started to flex their jungle champion pool just a bit, and that Kindred, against something like the Ahri and the Vi kill combo, can do a very good job of kind of dissuading that initial engage, or at least starting to stop the resets from the Ahri coming through. It's not the easiest thing to play around, because what that also means is that you can get punted out of it by the Alistar as well. That's not necessarily great. So really need to see how much value Croco can get out of the Kindred. It's not the easiest Kindred game.
It's not, but I will say you at least have got Karma behind you. You've at least got the Rakan to kind of back you up a little bit as well in terms of someone to also kind of like come flying around and save you if you need it. And of course the R is really good, particularly into the Ahri and the Vi, even if, as you said, Ming on one of his all-time iconic champions, frankly. The Alistar's a champion he made his name on way back when he was playing with Uzi, and Gala, of course, was really, really scary when he was winning MSI and stuff. It was off and on things like the cow being very, very scary indeed. But they have still got to make it work, and the level of play from RNG has been lackluster, whatever champions they've been playing. Anyone's Legend, slightly different look. They bring back the Zeri, they bring back the Rakan, but this time it's an Enchanter in the mid lane. It's a carry in the jungle, and Croco, at his best, has been very, very good. I think he was someone that, even when he was in the LCK on teams that were a little bit more middle of the pack, shall we say, he was a player that people still had a lot of hope in. He wasn't always perfect, but he felt like the potential was there.
5-man stack coming out of Anyone's Legend, going into the bot side jungle very early. You are against the Alistar, which has a fairly strong level. W from LWS. Yeah, that definitely helps kind of dissuade a little bit. Of course, if another fight happened, that W will be back off cooldown. It's starting the stacking early. It gives you some extra stacks there. As what Anyone's Legend want to do here is just say, okay, Vi cannot fight at level 1. Nope. Vi is one of the worst level 1 junglers in the game. Might even be the worst level 1 jungler in the game as it currently stands, because you don't get to have, you know, your Q, your W, and your E. And with that AL, so to say, okay, we can walk in and fight very early. This is something, again, every time this happens, I shout out Gilius, because Gilius is the person that's really been talking about this on his co-stream as well. Just means that AL get to hold a really dominant level 1. And now Ming, you know, game 1 was on his most played champion of all time in Nautilus. He lost that one pretty disastrously. This is his second most played champion of all time. Not a great start either.
And the thing is, it's not even like he did anything particularly crazy there. He just walked through his own lane at level 1. It shouldn't be that crazy.
He should have known better.
Oh, you've got to feel bad. The thing is, it is an Ignite for an Ignite trade, but it means Ming's not going to be around for the early wave. And that means Hope and Kyle are guaranteed the shove, guaranteed the level 2 first. And LWX on the Smolder will be kept down somewhat. Vi isn't interrupted on her own invade, and this means there's a split map as well, with a shoving lane and a sort of under-leveled cow, probably. Dives on the board potentially here for Anyone's Legend if they want to get very aggressive with this.
Thing is, it's hard to dive when you just have the Rakan. There's double flashes. You don't have guaranteed lockups. It might just have to be bot side steals. Of course, the thing is, when you're vertical jungling like this, if you can continue this kind of ward pressure, it means that when it comes down to the second clear, there's a chance of a mark spawning in there as well. It doesn't work for the first clear. It's going to be on the one. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, for the first clear, it's going to be on those scuttle crabs, but then later into your second and third clears, if you can keep this level of bot side pressure, it gives you that that chance to get yourself a camp on the other side for a mark.
Yeah, so the RNG is weighted, but the basic deal is before 4 marks, Scuttle Crab is pretty much guaranteed to be a mark if the mark hasn't spawned. If there's no Scuttle Crabs available, then it's either Raptors or Gromp as your kind of level ones. And as you kind of get beyond 4 marks, then it moves to things like the buffs, and then higher on again to Wolves, and eventually once you're past 7, it's big neutral objectives.
Basically, it's the harder the camp is to steal from the enemy jungler, the later into the game it will be the mark, because it favors the easy ones. Obviously, Scuttle Crab, it's neutral territory, the easiest one. Then you have Gromp and Raptors, quite easy to get into. Then it's buffs, and the Wolves are obviously hidden right at the back of the map. And then, of course, after that, then it goes on to the big objectives when you're very late into the game as well.
Other thing that's worth pointing out as well is, this is a little bit of tech from Meteos back in the day, of course was a big Kindred play, is one of the things you can do is if the Scuttle Crab spawns on the wrong side of the map from you, so you have that 50-50 chance on the Scuttle Crab being on the right side of the map, and unfortunately, as you see from Croco, it is on the wrong side of the map for him. What you do is you wait. You do not take the second Scuttle Crab, and it'll move over if you leave it 20-30 seconds.
And that's exactly what Croco's doing. He did a full clear, he's gone back, which means that he's not wasting time on the map. He goes back and says, okay, I can get myself a Doran's Blade, so I have early fighting stats. Very important, of course. It means that you'll have a little bit of extra HP to play around the level 6 mark, which Wei and Tanyuan will be trying to abuse down there as well. Goes back out onto the map, and hopefully by the time he's back into the thick of things, he can get himself onto that bot side scuttle for the first mark of the game.
That's the plan. See whether he times it about right, and I'm also hoping that my tech isn't outdated and this still works. I'm pretty sure it does, but I'm suddenly getting nervous about my own knowledge of the game.
See, again, he's ignoring the scuttle. Yeah. He's ignoring it. So he's saying, okay, I don't care. We'll see where that mark comes up like. Next, he's going to be going straight in towards the second camp, respawns, and is saying, I want to keep myself presence in the bot side of the map. Now, the thing is, on the top side, you'd normally think, oh, but doesn't this leave your top side exposed? You have an Udyr. Udyr is not someone you can dive in the early game. So the mark has now spawned on the scuttle. Croco didn't waste any time by waiting around for that mark. Recalls, go back towards the walls, takes that, goes back towards that scuttle for the first mark of the game. Croco knows his tech.
There you go. Phew, I was proven to know something about League of Legends. I don't have to justify my inadequacies. As Croco comes over and does claim that mark.
Can I just say, so obviously we have no connection with the observers here as well, and these are on the Chinese side of the broadcast as well. It is very, very cool when we're sat here as casters and the observers are telling exactly what they want to say, and we're aligned with that in terms of the scuttle early. It's always nice. Well. Sometimes you're sat there like, man, I love when everyone's on the same page. It's kind of fun.
I think especially sometimes when it's things like you're doing fun things instead of normal things. So one of my favorite esports memories is when we're kind of making that really dumb. This was NLC. Yeah. When I had my sunglasses and I made a dumb They Move in Herds Jurassic Park reference, and we loaded onto the rift, and production independent from us had made the little duck in the river make a T-Rex noise as we loaded onto the rift. Yeah. It was just phenomenal. Completely out of the blue, completely independent. Jurassic Park references everywhere. It was a good time.
I'm happy, Sam. Yeah. Besides that, you see that Tanyuan has already one-upped Shanks in terms of build, in terms of last game. First back Dark Seal. This is exactly what you should be doing on Ahri. When you're in a game like this, where again the top side is Renekton Vi Ahri, you want to be getting as much snowball potential as possible. Particularly when you're against stuff like the Kindred as well. It means that you want to get that burst kind of potential to make sure that if you get far enough ahead, Croco can't pop his ult before the CC is elapsed on him.
Because Ming went to prevent the mark going down on the Gromp, actually I think it was taken, so never mind that, because Croco actually was really smart about leaving the Gromp up a little to let the second mark spawn there. Good microing of that tech again. He gets the second mark. Ming went over to have a look at it. It left the LWX alone in lane, which meant he got engaged and lost a lot of his HP bar. It was a Ghost and an Ignite for just the Ghost of LWX and some lane pressure. But it does mean anyone's Legend continue to try and put pressure down on this bot side. Finally, Wei turns up. Ooh. Actually interrupts the battle dance from Kyle, but has a second charge of it, so it doesn't lead to all that much.
Yeah, interrupts the grand entrance. Battle dance is out all the same. He won't have either of those cooldowns up right now. The big thing about Rakan is that if he has everything up, he is very, very slippery. His first level cooldowns are quite long though, so you can start threatening that. See that Croco walking towards
Tango
bot
as
side.
well.
Level
Croco's
6 on it
dead.
as well. Croco is in way out of position.
Needs to try and avoid the charm. Good flash over the wall. Tangoin's continue to move on forwards. Croco, does he have a Q up available? I don't know whether he had the Wolf's Frenzy working the minute. Just ults over. Cool gonna die here likely. No way! They get something back onto the Vi. And Tangoin has to back away. It's a 1-for-1 in the bot side. As a fair amount is burned to make these plays happen.
Yeah, that was a slick Q return from Tango and just says, okay, alright, I'll throw out my Q. I don't need to waste my extra ult charge. One of the things you'll see about some Ahri players, even in pro play, because it feels like they've picked up the champion quite recently sometimes too, or they haven't been practicing as much. Sometimes they just throw their ult charge out because they want to get the damage down. You got to use it to get that Q return. Tango, great roam timing, gets ahead of Shanks, and of course has the Dark Seal. He wants to get kill participation. Doesn't need bullets to get to this play. Gets in just right on top of Croco, who doesn't have the level 6. And watch what happens here. So he doesn't ult into the brush, potentially losing vision and not getting the ults here. Uses the ult to get that Q return. And even though Kyle goes for a flash to try and get the... I think he tries to flash to get the heal immediately proc from the Q. It's not enough. So Tanuan walks away with 2 Dark Seal stacks, has himself the... Amp Tome as well. He'll have great wave clear now as well, even though he has... I don't think he went for the DMATs.
Yeah, I don't think he did. And as you can see, Draven and Gnar players shaking hands with Ahri players. Good Q and R returns. You know how it is.
Sivir as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Echo,
all those
Echo.
people. Exactly.
You know,
we all understand.
There's a really fun echo tech you can do where you can kind of jump forward with your Q. Well, you can jump to the side and do like a big combo, and then you can ult back and then pull the
Q the other side.
Pull the Q in different ways. It's really
That's fun. Yeah.
I kind of miss Echo being around just a little bit. I think that Echo was a very frustrating champion when he could just ult all the time. But it's a very fun mobile AP assassin that does have real risk of getting shut down. Tank Echo I never want to see again. But Burst Echo I do quite like.
Season 6 Sunfire Iceborne Echo. I know Duke has a skin for it in SKT when he was in the SKT livery, but that champion was the most obnoxious thing of all time. When you were seeing Echo and Fizz running tank builds, you had to be a little...
By the way, we missed a trick back then, because the Blade of the Ruined King Triforce Fizz build was never called the Swordfish. That would have been...
What were we doing?
What were we doing back then, folks? We as a community should strive to give champions better names when they have really funny builds. Either way, back into the here and now. That was like... That's almost 10 years ago. How wild does that think of? That was season 5. So I remember Marin playing that on SKT back then.
I mean, if he did he have anything he built with the Caulfields in there? Because it could have been like
Sam, Caulfields didn't exist.
I know.
Sure.
But imagine if it could have been, because you could have a Caulfields Hammerhead Shark as a part way up.
That's very clever.
See
that Harry also as well. Breed has often been a really big point of concern. Well, pressure for RNG. Harry is way too deep now.
Yeah, he is. The charm goes wide and he gets to run away. Blazing Stampede and Iron Mantle's pretty good. Tanguy just needs another ult charge. The start of the heal! Just so fast! The charm goes wide and Harry runs away! What is a fox girl versus a very fast man with a turtle shell on his back?
Oh my god, Harry just gives 0.
He's learned everything. There's nowhere to go. He goes over the wall and he will finally get up. That's a flash blown as well as a result of this.
Oh, so Tanuan wastes his ult, wastes his flash. Feels like Croco might have gone too far now, though. Wei does have ult, and he has Shanks behind him, so no, he is completely safe. Croco gets a mark off of that as well. It's a topside series of players which felt it should have gone the way of RNG, particularly with Tanuan. In a really good position to snowball with his next ults of the game. Bit of a swing and a miss there from the top side of RNG.
Doesn't go the way they're wanting in the slightest. Might as well Croco going towards the early Dirk. Why don't we build that into something like the Collector, which Kindred do love. So obviously it works very, very well with your Mounting Dread, your E, to really double down on the execute damage you get. Or elsewise, we'll wait and see.
So the thing is, because you have overwhelmingly magic damage on your team, it matters even more at that point. It gives you a really good individual point of power. It's not quite like the Kraken Slayer in terms of brute force DPS, but it can very much help you kind of finish off a lot of targets and get yourself on the board. So RNG, they still don't have the Ahri ultimate. That would be a very important cooldown to wait for if they can. I don't think AL going to give them the chance though. Shanks is really chunking out damage mantras on the other side.
You're way down about half HP. There is a lot of ultimates to work with on both sides. Taken by Croco. Did come down to a Smite Vice, but of course Mounting Dread is a very useful ability to get secures. In goes Wei. Goes down regardless. We said he would have to trade his life to go on in, but it's a wonderful Lamb's Respite to keep anyone's legend up and about. They get another kill onto Ming. The Alistair gets no value, and they just come away with the kills, and the Dragon Hope can keep running. Remember last game, he's doing it all over again. LWX once again with no mana. The burst fire not quite in range to get anything more, and the ghost popped.
Yeah, LWX survives by popping the ghost, but RNG, it's another ill ill-fated fight. AL, they turn up to the objectives and they just win. Breathe is now just trying to, once again, hold his own in the top side. This feels like the third Dominus we've had in top side to no avail. Breathe has not been impacting these fights himself. I feel like RNG, they've needed Breathe to be such an impactful player. The fact that the game is not about him is really quite poor for this team, how they played so far.
Not great news. They try to go to mid lane. Shanks just speeds himself and way goes wide. Now Kyle can think about potentially going for something more, but it would be a 2v3. Just don't do it. They'll get some chunks instead and back away.
I mean, if Shanks has already used his Q, your damage is
non-existent. It's a W or bust.
It's like Kyle could go forwards. I mean, he could if he presses the button, but anyone with a brain behind the keyboard should probably be backing off at that point. But either way.
But violence.
Yes, that is something which I do support. And you know what, Sam? I appreciate that you bring that up. No, sometimes we need a little bit. Sometimes we need a little bit of that in life. But see, anyone's legend feels like now with 3 kills, 6 Dark Seal stacks on Shanks as well. They have such a powerful mid laner who's about to get his 1-item spike as well. I'd imagine he's going to get the Malignance on the next back with all of the kills in hand. This isn't even AL's point of power. You know, this is the scary thing for RNG. You should be winning around these ultimates. Ming pops his ultimate very quickly just to try and shrug off some damage. Doesn't get a clean combo in the back of the pit. Doesn't combo up with Engage particularly well. And, you know, this is a good triple headbutt, but where's the follow-up? Because actually Vi's already dead. Ari's just used most of their abilities. And then by the time that the Lambs Spike is elapsed, you haven't got your second round of your Pulverize. If you had that and you could Pulverize as it ended, that might have been an okay play. But RNG, they misplay the Engage. Again, it's once again on execution.
2 kill marks, 3 general jungle camp marks, and Croco at 5 total here at 13 minutes. Feels excellent, really. Your break point, as I know. Shout out to Zyrene back in the day. He would always call it out as 18 minutes, 4 marks being the general gold standard for a Kindred in pro play, because that's when you get that range increase. Kindred getting that nice and early feels real good.
You know, the most marks I've ever seen in a professional game was a Japanese player.
Oh, yes.
Or a Japanese game. It was Hoglet who was playing there. And he had, I believe it was 10 marks in 16 minutes.
It was rapid. I remember casting that one.
Yeah, that was in 2021, LGL. Breathe has ult, has flash. You might be okay here. You can see that again. The roaming gank squad of RNG head towards the top side of the map.
The Croco, no Lamp Spike for a little bit, and that's just a face check. Goodbye, Udyr. Nicely played by RNG to get something.
And also, a big thing about when you've got Dark Seal champions in your team, give them the kill, not the assist if you can. More gold over to Tanyuan, and with RNG falling behind at the curve of the game, that is very important. He has himself the 1-item spikes. Tanyuan's second ultimate will be up fairly quickly. The problem is, while they're getting that kill, they end up losing the objective. So Herald potentially breaking open mid lane turret. With that Herald push, there's a chance that Croco can go into the enemy jungle as well. I don't think he's going to get the next mark, which is on the blue buff. I think Wei is already going to clear that one straight out. But AL, once again, they feel like they are just winning the trades.
Worth noting as well that Breathe has not gone towards a tanky connecting build. It's full on Eclipse. We have seen that starting to pop around a little bit more in the top lane, trying to make sure he can assassinate some of those more vulnerable backline members like the Kindred or the Zerion.
Yes.
Renekton.
Yeah. And particularly... Wait, hang on. We have a very different Kindred build coming out. I've not seen this one. Dirk into Eclipse coming out of Croco. Okay. Now, we've almost exclusively, between Meteor and Milky Way, our 2 biggest Kindred players in the LPL, we have seen the Kraken Slayer into the Collector. We haven't seen this build, which is very bursty. Does, however, give you that immediate turnaround shield, though, because I think both of these teams realize if the Kindred dies before pressing ult, this game is very winnable for RNG. So let's have the shield from the Eclipse to make sure that it's harder to one-shot the Kindred. But on the other side, Eclipse from Kindred, you have the Dark Seal stack from Tanyuan trying to burn down this Kindred in the duration of the CC before they can press their ult.
Feels to be the plan, and it is really good duelist. And when you have got a lot of people who are going to be flying at your face, the ability to have a little bit more dueling power does make sense, especially considering the crack state. It's good uptime DPS, but it's a little less
Here comes the
safe.
squad.
This is the squad. Another kill goes over. RNG looking much more coordinated this time. The problem is it's not coming for free because the Heralds drop mid. They will get a tower in trade for this, but into the mid lane they go. This might well be 2 towers for the 1 trade. It's Lord of the Rings second movie all over again.
I say maybe it would be more fitting if we had the Battle of Fangorn Forest as well, with like Ivern and Maokai flying around, but we'll have to settle with just the structures there to their namesake. So RNG, it's better proactivity than last game. That being said, last game was
not
great. So really, you know, what are we doing in terms of that comparison? Dragon is up either all the same. So RNG going to claim that one. The gold is within 1,000, or within 2,000 rather. It's not completely out of there. Croco's going to get himself up to 6 marks at 16. Croco is so far ahead of the curve. If he gets to 7 marks for the second range increase, I'm really worried for RNG, because when you have the Alistar and the Renekton, it means at that point they're really struggling to, you know, get the slice and dice or something like that big combo from the Alistar. You can see that the burst build from Breathe and Danyuan with the Darksteel as well, it really just helps him. Even the Black Cleaver coming in from Wei. It is high damage champions on the top side of the map.
Yes, it is. And one of the big things as well is Kindred initially is quite short range. Actually, you have to really hop forward to a lot of your DPS, which is fine when it's early on, and you're looking to close in with people, particularly when you're ganking with red buffs. Kindred, one of the more oppressive early junglers, actually, in a lot of ways. But as the game goes on, it becomes harder and harder to do that, particularly in team fights, where you do that, you just die, especially when you need your Q for the ability to offer dodge skill shots. So getting those range increases to be able to play out fights from a much more safe range feels really good.
At first rank, your 500 range, your short range, Kyle is right in the middle of things now.
Can maybe try and save his life. That's a big knock-up. Croco gets the Lamb's Respite down, but is he even going to be able to get out of here? I think he's just dead.
I think he's dead. He's completely caught in the middle of things. It's another death. You know, Croco, despite having those marks, is just caught in the middle of things. You need sometimes a bit of that range to not get caught in the thick of it.
It does indeed, and that felt like he came over to try and save his bot laner in particular, and it just doesn't happen. Kyle gets caught, and everyone else comes over a little too late, and RNG actually are making the proactive plays work this time around. The counter engages just aren't hitting as hard as he did last game.
Yeah. And I have to say now, you're at 6 marks on the Darksteel for this Ahri. I think we should really be seeing a Magi's. I think that in this game, when the game is not about bursting the Ahri out, and it's not a creative answer onto the Ahri either, it's very hard for Ahri to die in this game unless you've over-pushed things yourself. I think at this point, RNG need to realize everyone is going full burst. Let's see if we can get that first pick. I think the Magi's needs to come through soon from Tanguan. Start trying to snowball this game.
See whether they decide to go towards the Fiendish Codex in inventory, which...
It's going to be... And look, I'm telling you now, it's Horizon Focus. It should be a Magi's.
Yeah, fair enough.
Look, folks, just for the sake of time, I'm going to mention it once all every game, and we don't have to go into the full explanation each time. It just helps, and particularly in this game. This is why builds like this matter. When we talk about this Renekton build, when we talk about the Eclipse on the Kindred as well, this is why we mention it, because in games which are very much about the couple of hundred HP, it will be the difference between Kindred living or dying and being able to press the ult before they end up getting completely burst out. This can change.
Oh, Shank's gone too deep. Anyone's Legend beginning to get picked off. The turnaround damage at this time beginning to fly a little bit harder as Breathe taken down about 20% HP, but is not critically taken down. And Shanks just finds himself by a Raptor Pit by himself and dies.
Ah, man, that's a big shutdown to give. He loses his Darksteel stacks himself, which we said, hey, that's nice to get on him. He's at the 2-item mark. Shanks has been such a stalwart carry for anyone's Legend, but as you can see, both these mid laners trying to take this game by the horns, really. Trying to direct it where it's going to go. He's trying to get some vision control, walks straight into Renekton.
Oh, no.
And yeah, he just ends up getting blown up. It is the Eclipse build coming in from the Renekton, and while this build is very, very squishy, this is what happens when a squishy walks into you.
And your shields mean nothing to Renekton. He presses W and they're all gone, so suddenly you don't even get that tankiness, and then the burst comes through from an Eclipse build. It's not a pleasant time to be a Karma in a 1v1.
That's a very good point, actually. I had forgotten about that shield break. Very important in this game.
Oh, yeah.
It can even apply to some of Rakan's shielding as well.
And Kindred's Eclipse, yeah. It's all kind of there. So
all of this ends up mattering just a little bit more when you end up putting everything onto the table that way. So what this means is that RNG now are within 1,000 gold. We spoke a little bit earlier when it was just a little over 1,000, but it's getting closer. It's important. We can track that one because anyone's Legend, despite the fact that they are the team which wins easier in 5v5s, it feels like when they're clumped up, that's where their carries really start to shine. RNG, they've done well on the top side, and lest we forget the Smolder in the bot side as well. 2 items on this. The game has not been about the Smolder so far. It's actually been about the Snowball top side of RNG. That won't be the way forever.
Exactly. What it's doing is buying time, paving the bridge over the river for LWX to walk over once he hits those 225 stacks. He's 188, the last I saw about 10 seconds ago. So I think he'll probably have a little bit more once he starts clearing out this mid lane wave. Will not be at that breakpoint for this next dragon fight, but the point being is they already took away the soul points. It's not even like you can threaten soul right now as anyone's legend ahead of the stacks coming on through, so this feels like a much more stable game for the Smolder to come online.
Weirdly as well, in a game like this, so it's a Cloud Rift. And weirdly, in a game like this, when everyone is so squishy, and we're talking about, okay, well, you know, Crocker, right now he's sat at, I think, at about 575 range, which is pretty okay for that first upgrade. That move speed can help you disengage. Baron has been started off of Vision by anyone's legend, RNG. They have an Alistar ult to face check, and they have a blue trinket there as well. How quickly can they get in position to contest?
This was the attempted burn. They're going to make it happen. They've got the double AD carries down to 4,000 HP. They've still got a way to work when you can get to the backside. The turnaround is huge. Ming flash forward to the double pulverize. Gets a huge jump on a Clocko, who still needs to think about ulting. Does not do so yet. They managed to kill off Ming. That's a pretty good start. Quinn to the backline goes Breathe. It's a well-timed Lamb's Respite to buy space, and everyone is so bloody low. Good knockback. Shanks on the other side throwing up massive amounts of damage, but LWX is untouched. Gets 2 at the back of it all, and they will burn off the back of the Baron. 2 dead for that attempted start.
Croco is too low as well. RNG, instead of going towards the Baron itself, it looks like they say, okay, right, let's go towards Dragon. We can get that one and stop AL getting soul point, and it's not like AL can rush Baron in return. In fact, they're starting to reset all over. There's a bit of a fumble from RNG. I feel like they could have claimed one of these objectives. I think what their thought was, we can't kill the Baron quick enough, and then reset to defend the other side of the map on the Dragon. The Dragon would go down quicker. Going back into the replay to see how this happened then. Ming, huge combo again. Ming is one of these players who has been in the LPL for a very long time. He struggled this split, but moments like that show you that he can kind of start off those fights still in the right kind of timing on these melee supports. Big fight for them, picture in picture. You can see that RNG did reset and go towards the Dragon after this fight.
Again, some solid Lamb Sprite. The problem is Lamb Sprite only stops you dying. It doesn't really keep your HP bars that high. And they do get burned down pretty heavily within it and have to pull away again. Down to back towards the Baron we go. Second Dragon to RNG. Smolder surely now at that break point of stacks. Oh, I think RNG have probably crested the horizon required to be in the ascendancy in this game. The last few minutes have felt like they're the ones getting more gold, more picks, more power. Well, anyone's legend now into play from behind from a more tricky position than they were at the start of this game.
See that's Nymaera doing some big damage here as well. It's a Smolder ult going over the top of it. It's going to have the Locket Shield brought out from Kyle to bring things back into a bit of parity. LWX, you can see that. It's 24 minutes. He's been on a pretty good stacking timing. He has the execute up and available. One of the big things here, of course, is that the Kindred ult can stop you from being immediately executed. But as soon as you come out of it, if the burn is on, you immediately pop. As long as you end up getting brought down below that HP margin.
Breathe was briefly being looked at by anyone's legend, but to little avail. And how much better has this game looked from RNG? It's not been perfect by any means, but at least the likes of Breathe, Wei, Tang Yuan, looking like they're on the same page. They're not flubbing ultimates is the big one. It's not first. Actually, their plays are landing the way they just weren't in the last game, where people were all miscoordinated. A much better look from RNG.
So there was just one Q landing onto Wei at the top of the screen there, which reminds you, actually, AL still have a lot of damage. Now you can see that because RNG have just backed off. They've lost vision as well. There's a Kindred on this, and there's a Karma to keep them shielded up. RNG can't really afford to let his Baron go off of vision. It's not going down quick enough for there to be no contest, but the fight starts again.
I don't know what the fight. Tang Yuan's not here. Maybe forced to teleport, and that might be all they're after. We'll take the summoner advantage and pull away. Ari no longer with that ability to play the globe.
Breathe has his teleport up fairly soon. You can see that again, AL. If they hit one of these mantra Qs, it is a lot of damage. Good damage coming through the choke point from LWX. He's trying to just get a bit of a HP advantage as it comes through. It feels like it's going to be a bit of a push and pull. I don't think either of these teams want to be stuck on the objective for too long. Feels like they really want to be looking for the fight instead. Look for that burst.
Teleport back towards the mid lane. RNG do interrupt the back on Kyle. Over the wall comes Croco. Has lost a fair amount of his HP bar. So needs to be just a little bit wary. Second item was in fact the Kraken Slayer as well. So has defaulted away from what looked like a full lethality build towards something a little bit more traditional. I wonder what that then makes this a collector third item. The problem is, because you've fallen behind the pace of the game a little bit, collector gets slightly less valuable.
It's, yeah, the Dirk is good value. The question is really what you're going to build that into next, and can you hold on to it in your inventory, or if you feel like you have to upgrade it. Reminder, folks, taking a step back at the wider picture of this game, if RNG beat anyone's legend, It means that Top Esports lock playoffs. If anyone's legend, if they win, they keep their hopes alive. Well, I mean, they're likely going to be in playoffs with a 7-win scoreline. Well, no. Okay, I'm not gonna say
it happen.
Yeah, so if they get themselves this win, it feels like they are on their way to playoffs. 8 wins is a very good margin, given how many teams are likely going to be looking at playoffs at a 7-win margin. 8 is going to be much more safe for you. RNG, they would have to win every remaining scenario, game for them, but with such a poor game disadvantage, I feel very, very hard to do so. They already lost 1 game in this one too. RNG, if they lose this series, I think they are actually guaranteed out of playoffs if they lose series, or it's close enough to it. It's going to be very unlikely for them to make it.
Wei about to get jumped on here, of course, with the Vault Breaker. Has ways to get out, but the charm after being Wei flashing, trying to get over the wall, doesn't make it happen. Gets a cease and desist to no avail. Jungler down. Now they can start up the Baron with the man advantage. Smolder, though, begins to roar to life. Kyle's health bar deleted down to about 10%, courtesy of LWX's combo.
Ming needs to get a flash combo, and there needs to be a hell of a fight afterwards. They're not going to get the Baron. They need the fights.
Okay, Ming gets him, but it's not onto the most valuable target as Croco stays alive for now. The charm afterwards, though, is a phenomenal follow-up. Still not enough to stop the Lambda Spike coming on through. Keeps the health bars a little higher. Shanks dies. Tang Yuan low, though, and Harry comes back on over to the other side. And LWX still trying to free fire, but he's so low. Hope hops over the wall and gets scorched down. Flash on forward. Cannot quite get everybody. LWX, it was close, but he cannot make it stick.
And midway through that, Hope also snipes out Tenuan as well with an Ultra Shock laser through the wall. So even RNG's mid laner falls for that attempt. RNG, they lose their jungler in a key point of the game. They lose a fight. They lose the Baron as well. And anyone's legend roar into life in the late game. Wei caught out trying to get some vision. It has been a bit of a sparring match, just trying to get some extra value out of these vision wards. Wei can't get himself away from danger at this point. As the fight goes on, you're definitely feeling the lack of the Rakan in terms of disruption. It means that the carries of Tenuan and LWX can't get the maximum value. This is a big thing, though. We've talked a lot about Ahri builds. If he has a higher damage Ahri build, he kills Croco here. It gets very close in terms of killing him. But he goes down, he ends up staying up, keeping himself in the fight to pop that ultimate. And after this, through the wall, just about catches him to see him to the death chamber.
Does indeed. And LWX, he sees so many low health bars. You understand why he's trying to play someone aggressive. He can't. A single auto there kills Kyle, and the healing might be enough to keep things in. Look at the damage from Smolder. 8k by himself.
WX, he's had a rough split himself, but this Smolder is something that he's really trying to do his best on. The fight comes again.
That's not a bad engage. Kyle just about getting away, but Croco is down. The turnaround damage is pretty good, but they need to keep firing. LWX untouched.
Breathe!
There could be some scary options. Breathe! Into the backside with a monstrous Culver Week. Does everything he can to break this Baron shove. Anyone's legend losing both of their AD carries, and they're caught by the enemy Wolfpick. Tango can go over the wall, throw down another charm, won't quite catch Shanks, but will still do enough to get another kill to LWX.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the late game. If this is your stop, please alight from the train here. AL, RNG, they are more than willing to stand their feet on this battleground and see just how much damage they can bring to bear. Last fight, it was Wade not being able to contribute to the fight. In this one, it's AL fighting before they had the Kindred ult. It's going to allow RNG to deny this Baron buff. After AL fought so hard for it, they're going to get themselves an extension on this game, getting even more stacks onto LWX, who is 6-1-3 and starting to rule the late game.
At this point, Smolder is more than capable of winning you the game, even in that last fight where they were in a 4v5 and his ultimate only hits the support. They nearly won it. Have a look at this one. They look for a bit of a pick and Kyle misses, and then the turnaround is so huge.
I mean, the other thing here is, Croco, you can see that he's not CC'd. He could have cast an ultimate if he had it available. They pick a fight before that Lambs or Spider's up. I don't think you can ever afford to do that as anyone's legend. It buys so much time away from the burst combo of RNG, and they don't have that Kindred ultimate to save them this time.
No, they do not. And then Kyle and Shanks cannot find a way out of the scenario. RNG come hunting for some more. The Karma dies as LWX throws down another Super Scorcher Breath.
See that Tenuan's built up to a Banshee's Veil, so they can jump in with a bit more impunity. Again, I really wish it was just a bit higher damage, something like that. Lichbane, or the, particularly with the amount of kill participation they've got, that Magi's would have absolutely popped off at this point. But not to be. Tenuan, he's been a player under British scrutiny recently because, of course, XEZ is waiting in the back room. They've called him up to the main roster. He's not playing right now, and of course, he does not see him on the Rift, but there was every chance that Tenuan's starting spot in the roster is under question. Crocker's going to go into the enemy side. He has 9 marks, by the way.
Yeah,
God damn, this Kindred. If they survive into the fight, we talk about the Smolder and the Kindred, and the Smolder and the Zeri. Kindred also a massively scaling champion.
Yeah, exactly. Another 2 marks, and you got that 3rd range increase. I think it's 4, 7, and then 11. It's every 4 after the edit, so it's no, it's every 3.
So it's the first 4, which gives you the 75 range increase, and then it's every 3 after that. So it's 4, then 7, 10, 13. Technically, if you get to 25, you can get an extra 250 bonus range, and then match Caitlyn at that point. It's also worth noting that every stack as well, besides those breakpoints, gives you extra execute damage on your E, extra % HP damage on your W, and then also extra attack speed on your Dance of Arrows as well on the Q.
It is worth noting though that your E execute increase is conditional on how much crit you have. So the more crit you have, the bigger the increase is. So obviously crit builds when you get loads of stacks means your execute goes to absolutely obscene levels.
And you can see that's why Kraken Slayer, the Collector, looks like maybe a rapid fire cannon coming in for Croco, getting in towards level 16. We have not just 2 late game scaling AD carries. Because of the amount of stacks, we have 3 late game scaling carries of the marksman type. Croco, look at the damage he's doing just with 1 auto onto way there as well. It's worth noting that will be very nasty. That's through a Frozen Heart, by the way, and there's no Lord Dominic's regards here.
Part of that as well is, remember the W on Kindred, the marks that you get is scale up the % HP damage of your W, so it just means, like, actually because you've built up a lot of these kind of, like, HP stackers in the likes of the Kindred and stuff, but you do, not the Kindred, the Renekton and stuff, you do a lot of value with that.
Minute until Dragon, minute till Baron. This is where the game might come to finally the conclusion. See if we're going to continue this series to a game 3, or it will be ended out here in pain for RNG with a 2-0. It would be Soul for anyone's Legend, and as you said, because it's a very squishy game, the extra movement speed means that those squishies can avoid that killing damage with the extra Soul on top of it. RNG would not want to give that one up, especially to a Nudia as well. That champion is absolutely disgusting with the Cloud Soul. And now we go towards the Baron potentially as well. One more of these might finally break the base.
Just trying to find a little spot there to be battle warding somewhat. The problem they've got to be a bit afraid of as well is there's a few wards behind them now from anyone's Legend, so if someone wants to go for a flank TP, it's very available. Breed's last one did a lot of work in their blue side jungle, so do keep your eye on the one by the blue buff in particular. It's just been pinged out actually, they kind of have an idea that it's there.
See that LWX with that rapid fire cannon, starting to get some good Q uptime. That is dangerous. That's Smolder. Hasn't been the story of this game so far, but that's a 3Q splash again. Hits a W onto Hope too. He's down to 2/3 HP. LWX, the game has sometimes been rearing its head towards that Smolder and saying, okay, this champion's online. Once again, Harry dodges back and splashes the Q onto his teammates. He needs to be careful, actually. The frontline spacing in these fights is so important. Here comes the ult.
Goes gold. That means an ultimate onto the backside onto Croco. Still trying to play this one out very low indeed. They get a kill onto Shanks. They continue to hop on backwards. The Lamb's fight is solid, but it's still very low health bars. Mink can start to go forwards afterwards. They get a kill onto Kyle. And the mid and support are just down for anyone's Legend. RNG continue to try and hunt. LWX still untouched. The double scaling AD carries just cannot stand and deliver.
Well, they don't have one of them. You've got Croco on the other side of the map. Hope is left alone. He is gone towards the death chamber.
And the auto afterwards with a little bit of empowerment secures the kill. And RNG, I think, have just done enough.
I think they just about won out this late game fight. They're going to deny the soul. They can't push into the base, though. So AL will have themselves at least one last fight. In this one, you can see that Croco walks forward, kills San Ming as well. That cow went a little too far from his pastures. Croco just about keeping things interesting in the late game.
So that actually might help out here a little bit. It means you can have an even fight by this Baron because the death of Ming and you've got a teleport from Shanks. You can still play this one out. Renekton spotted in the bush. Breathe begins to pull away with the rest of his team. Croco so low though. My God, he just deletes the Kindred. Even with the flash, he flashes forward to follow. Breathe still alive. All of your damage is gone because the Kindred fell. And LWX once again roars to a couple more kills. This dragon, well and truly awake, and Kyle's going to try and break the wave, but he's a Rakan. What damage does he have? He can just delay it.
He's just trying to buy some extra time for Hope to get wave clears, even though each of these fights is so high in damage, so high in burst. The game goes on. RNG get themselves the last dragon. They get themselves the Baron as well. There's a teleport coming into the map to make sure that there's no cheeky steal coming in from AL or any kind of attempt. Tanyuan going to shuffle this wave into tower.
Oh, Croco, you just saw it. They knew the Renekton was there, but he slices through Harry, then flash W's onto Kindred. There's just nowhere to go. And the Baron secured. Back away. We look as this map increasingly dire for anyone's legend. 3 dragons to RNG, a Baron, 11 kills on a Smolder, who is at 447 stacks.
That is truly absurd, because remember the burn is max HP scaling as well, and is true damage because it's that 3rd upgrade on the Q. So, yeah, good luck, anyone's legend. You have to find a way to kill this Smolder now. You can't play around that front line. I don't think you can play for backline, kind of DPS between the Kindred and the Zeri. 1 hyperscaling carry is the weight of 2 in the hyper late game.
Finally, a Bloodthirster completed from Hope, but because of the build from the likes of Crocker, there's no Lord Dominic's here, which is often a really key item. As the game's gone, there's so many people with a solid amount of HP, the Vi, the Alistair, the Renekton, and you're not really getting the opportunity to just jump on a backline here, and at this point, you don't win the DPS arms check. So your ability to do work here at the Kindred in some ways, a little bit muted by the slightly awkward build. The Eclipse made sense, but it has stalled out something like a Lord Doms.
And Horse doesn't even have the extra HP now from something like a Triforce, also helps with the movement speed.
Yeah.
The thing I really want to credit Wei is what, alongside Ming in terms of the engaged duo, they're the ones with the most deaths on the team. Of course they are going to be in this game. Ming had an awful game 1, and Wei didn't have one that was much better. Feels like in this time, though, they've managed to find the crucial moments to engage and force AL onto the defensive in a way that they can't close out the team fight. So, as the next stage of this game comes through, look at those wards. Every so often, I ask you to check down on the minimap. Oh, look now, it's very red. RNG have a lot of wards into the enemy jungle, and there are no AL wards beyond the river. You know, working with very little information here.
About to lose half of their ward line anyway. They have to move it back towards this initial bush going into the jungle. That's how little they have to work with. So we're pointing out LWX was level 18 to Hope's level 16. Hope at least pops over to level 17. There's a better way of phrasing that, I'm sure. Ticks over. There we go. That's the one that's normally used. And on to, instead, the inhibitor towers we look. Damage immediately thrown down. It's just so difficult to manage. Harry at this point as well on the Udyr, not really having as much to say in these solo lanes.
AL have a slight benefit in the fact that they do actually have pretty good wave clear and very good range now. Croco can even add into that equation. It's not going to be enough to save the base. You can see that with his last wave. God damn, the Q damage. It's absolutely insane. And that comes the Smolder ult as well, really threatening the execute at this point. LWX flexing the muscles.
Locket popped immediately to try and mitigate some of the initial damage, but still forces Croco back to base, still gets them the inhibitor and RNG. They play this out slow and steady, and it feels like this is their game to lose.
However, AL do manage to break that siege and wait out the Baron buff. It ends now. They can finally get a wave pushed across the other side of the map. Can there possibly be a fight when maybe LWX is out of position and AL can get themselves an opportunistic pick? It feels difficult because you have, you know, a lot of mobility. The Ahri and the Renekton, they can dash out of danger a lot of the time. Of course, Smolder can join the fight with Flash, Ghost, and then the flap over the walls as well. It's so difficult. If I was AL in this position, you know, you don't have great information. You're trying to find someone out of position to finally get yourself into a good fight. But even Harry as the front line has to position so differently, because if it, as we saw in the mid lane before, if you splash the Smolder Q onto the back line, that is a huge amount of damage you can't afford to take. Breather's on vision on the flank. We start to set up our battle lines.
Backline from anyone's legend really struggling to stay safe in these recent fights, really struggling to get DPS uptime. This would be solved for RNG, and anyone's legend are here to contest. Harry gets into the pit. Kyle on a flank. He is the Rakan. If he can slow down LWX in particular, the value is huge, but an immediate Q. That's a third of Croco's health bar.
And they end up giving up the soul. RNG, now do they look for the fight? Here comes LWX.
Tries to get into the backside, does. Shanks not getting that much value. The small roll comes flying on over. Way onto Croco, gets the cease and desist. Throwing damage onto Croco, who's trading up pretty well here. Throws down his own Lance Respite, but LWX on the other side, just marauding. Flying over the countryside, looking for kills and sacrifices. They all look like livestock to him. Dragons and cattle. What a match made in heaven. What a win for RNG, who brings Small to the table a second time, and it looks oh so different to game one.
RNG, they flipped the script from game one. They tried to use the Smolder in game one, and it did not succeed. Game two, a million stacks, it feels like, carry them over the finish line and bring us to game three in Shanghai.
Legend back to the drawing board a little bit there. They mess up the mid game. They don't snowball cleanly this time around. They never really managed more than a 1,000 or 2,000 gold leads, and suddenly the fact the picks started working from the top side of the map, the fact that Smolder hit their breakpoints kind of unimpeded, meant that RNG get to play a much cleaner game. We are in an even series now.
Folks, thank you once again for supporting us here with the Costream, trying to cover up some of the gaps in where the English broadcast is not covering the LPL. There are 7 days of games a week in the LPL, and it means that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday have kind of slipped through the net for this so far. So thank you very much for supporting us, archiving the LPL, and seeing what will happen here in this series. Later on, of course, we do have Weibo versus EDG as well. EDG, they're pretty much on their way out of playoffs. If they lose, they are definitely on their way out of playoffs. Weibo, though, they're a team, of course, which will have their own worries we'll get to. But we have to finish off this series first, and it really does feel like, given that, you know, RNG have just opted towards, feels like, you know, a bit of a mixed match composition where they have the scaling, but then the snowball topside. They worked with what AL did in the game before that, and it worked out very well for both teams now.
Yeah, exactly. And you kind of hit this point as well for anyone's legend, where as the game rolled on, their only hard engage is a Rakan, with no one really there to offer a dive buddy. And Rakan is always better when he's got someone he can battle dance to as part of the engage. It means his engage angles are so much easier to find.
We're currently in week 7 of the LPL. The last time that RNG won a game before this was week 4.
Oh,
it has been 3 weeks of the LPL since they took a single game. Their last game win before this was a single game against Rare Atom, and they lost that series 1-2. So this is now a bit of a rare surprise for them. They rarely get themselves even that one on the board. They finally get themselves the distance in a series here.
There you go. Apparently you're very good looking, according to Kim Amber.
I rolled out of bed this morning. What can I say?
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Tell me your secrets. Which way do you roll? Left or right?
Maybe I just... Well, it depends. Sometimes when I'm in the rush to get to the PC, I just
roll
fly
forwards. That's the trick, guys.
That's
Never roll sideways out of bed. Roll forwards. It's how you get hair like that.
We're going to go refill on drinks. We'll be sat around here watching chat as well. So if you want to go chat and ask us questions, we'll be around. So yes, I see some folks in YouTube chat asking about why XEZ is not playing yet. He's only just been brought up to the main roster. There's a chance that he's not been practicing as much. There might also be a situation where, this is speculation, I wonder if they'll start playing XTZ if they are locked out of playoffs, if they do very poorly in this series and then maybe another one which locks them out. Maybe they bring him in for the remaining ones where it doesn't matter about whether they'll qualify for playoffs or not. Now, you know XTZ quite well because he played a lot in LDL.
Yes, so XEZ was one of the best mid laners in the LDL. Specifically, he was the partner in crime with Milky Way.
He was the mid laner for Milky Way first.
Exactly, and that duo terrorized the LDL. Other parts of RNG were a little bit more hit and miss. Eventually, they all became very good, but the real kind of jewels in the crown of that roster that were one of the very best in the LDL was that mid jungle. And XEZ would do things like play Galio for Milky Way's Kindred, was really good at synergizing with his jungler to really enable them to do some very heavy lifting, but was a very good mage and carry player himself as well. Things like the Orianna, the Ari, all very good from him as well. Solid Akali, but at the point every mid laner was kind of playing it. If I had to categorize him a little bit more, he's probably the shield to Milky Way's sword. Really good at enabling other members of his team. Very hard to take out a lane. Does a fair amount of DPS, and is very willing as well, as I said, to join up, particularly with his jungler, to really make the enemy's jungle their own. Very, very good with that particular. As I said, the Kindred Galio combo was absolutely unbeatable in the LDL. They would run that nearly every series to a lot of value. Let me have a look. Game 3 predictions. I'm reckoning it should probably still be anyone's legend, let's be real, but RNG did have a better game too, so if you are looking for an upset, maybe this is the one. So I've got to read over here for the second chat. What's Nico saying? My bad guys, you're awesome, but what I meant is before there is also English shoutcaster with a Chinese one. Yeah, so there is a full Chinese broadcast. If you're a Chinese listener, you can listen to the full broadcast on Bilibili and Huya. But for a full formal English cast, the formal cast for the English is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's 4 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday isn't covered yet. This is Big Brother. It is indeed. Hey, sir. Well, that was an explosive entrance. Just first time chap comes in and throws some expletives in. That's bold. I see you, Nymaera. interesting choice. With the name Nymaera 666 as well. There's like... What do you think of the Book of Revelations? Do you have a thing for multi-headed dragons? Do you like dark trenchcoats and or Iron Maiden songs? And immediately banned. Rightly so. Oh boy. Well, that's one way to make an entrance and a swift exit from a stream, guys. That's almost impressive. Mods, beautiful work. Thank you, Amber. Is there an LDL? Is there an English LDL cast? I would be doing the English LDL cast if it was available, but as I understand it, effectively what's going on is the broadcasting rights haven't been solved properly for the LDL, so there is no live broadcast at all, whatever the language. The only thing there is VODs, uncast, unlike observed of the games. It's just basically just like machine, what's the word? Like not manual, like automatic spectator VODs, effectively, that come out after the games sporadically. So there's not even a full like uncast stream. It's just occasional VODs that come out as replays. Otherwise, Kifty, I would be doing some co-streaming, and that's what I was doing a lot last year. In surprise to no one, it's LWX who gets the MVP. Do I think Smolder's a broken champion? Absolutely. Absolutely busted. But part of that as well is just the fact it's too easy to get to his breakpoints, and his breakpoints are so ridiculously overpowered right now that, like, it's what takes Aurelion Sol, say, 30 minutes to hit, or Kale or Kassadin, level 16 to hit. You're realistically getting it like 21 minutes at pro play at the minute on Smolder, which is just way too fast. Here you go. Yep. I'm gonna leave myself for a tea break.
Right, and folks, I know there's been a couple of comments in chat as well about, why is there no, why are we not the official English why is the official English stream for the LPL not active right now? Why is it? Well, we're not active, not live right now. So the official English broadcast for the LPL is only on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I believe it'll be live for the entirety of playoffs, so that will be full coverage there. Yeah, I haven't got the copy pack. I haven't got like the bot command up there, Yoda. But yeah, so what we are doing is, because I cast on the LPL stream, I am an LPL caster. You'll see me there tomorrow, in fact, so I'll be live there tomorrow. But yeah, what we're trying to do is just trying to cover the gaps and make sure that there is something close enough to an official broadcast so you folks don't feel like you're missing out. We're trying to, keep up archiving for the LPL, because it kind of sucks that when people look back at this split or want to watch it right now, oh shit, huh, I didn't realize that Christina was on LPL proper. That's really cool. Love for her. But yeah, so we're trying to keep up archiving and keep up, the formal broadcast so people don't feel like they're missing out, and also because it means that we get to do more LPL stuff, really. Yeah, so thanks everyone for stopping by. I hope you enjoy things. But we don't have a clean feed right now, so that's why there's the Chinese commentary in the background. We did play around with just muting it completely. It just feels really weird not having any sound in the background, though. It's weird, folks. It's weird. So we're we're trying our best. We have asked. I think a lot of other co-streamers have asked if there are clean feeds to be used. There aren't right now. There might be at some point, but right now there isn't. So yeah. Can't even really joke about this one being official, considering all the LPL casters also seem to be co-streaming it. Yeah. Yeah. I think basically because of the state of casting right now, like, I cast once a week on LPL, and that's not that many days, so I'm sat here going like, oh bloody hell, I don't really have that much work. Because we're only casting once a week. Now, we were casting twice a week before, but because more people have been brought into the cast, it means that, and I understand some of the reasons for that. It just means that I get to do less work. So I'm sat there and I think, heck, I need to start streaming more to start, because streaming, the more you stream, the more value you get out of it. And if I'm not working as much on LPL, it kind of helps me make work for myself effectively. So for everyone that's supporting me, it kind of keeps me... It helps pay rent a little bit. It's not always the most payoff, but it's something, right? And also helps me kind of be involved with the product too. I do it because I enjoy it. I do it for a livelihood thing as well. And yeah, and of course, Sam, we live together. We're brothers. There's a thing up there. We're brothers. We've cast together for a long time. We're pretty much the only siblings that commentate together in esports, at least major esports. I can't think of many others. I think there's, in the fighting game community, there's Ketchup and Mustard. I've briefly talked to them. They're cool guys, actually. I like them a lot. And yeah, we're trying our best, folks. We're trying our best. Okay, one last game between these two. Well, RNG looked significantly better in game 2, but it wasn't harder. It wasn't that hard, rather, because game 1 was a right mess, as we say. How's the LCK going? Is anyone watching LCK in the background? Is the first series over yet? Has anyone been checking that? LCK. I see Morgan in chat. Is Morgan doing well? Oh, they did win the series. Okay, right. Well, the series is over, rather. Okay, so we've got DKT1 a little later. Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna go see Dune later, so I can't, and that's at 4. So if we have another game of this, we're likely going on until about 1. And then there's another series. Yeah, I'm not sure I can stick around for a VOD review of this series next. Because I'm going to go see a movie later. And that's at 4 in my time, so that's in 4 hours. So I have 4 hours, which will be fine for the stream. Actually beat Kwangdong 2-1? Okay, right. Well, I mean, the fact that actually dropped a game to Kwangdong... I know that some people like Kwangdong and they think they're underrated, but like actually realistically shouldn't be dropping games like that, but, you know. Hey-ho. Oh, also, congratulations to us and everyone who's here. We just hit over 3,000 followers on Twitch. There we go. I think about a month ago we were on like 1,200, so we've exploded a little bit in that regard. So thanks everyone for joining us with that. And yeah, we appreciate the support as always. We should be getting back into drafts soon, and we'll get on with our casting shtick. Where are we located? Does LPL pay you guys for being English commentators? We do on the official stream, but not here. This is the only thing we get out of this is like Twitch revenue and YouTube revenue, I suppose. I actually don't even know how YouTube revenue works. So we're not paid to do this. So we just do this out of our own free time. There's like the Twitch part of it, but there's no connection with Riot there as well. Now I do get paid to cast on LPL, so I will be doing that tomorrow. So you can see me there. And run ads. Yes, I need to run ads now. Ah, yes, I'll do that. Okay, right. Hopefully that won't run into that might run into draft a little bit. I might have done that. Oh yeah, we're paid in exposure. That's the one, Mecca. That's the one. But yeah, Sam and I, we both live in Berlin. We moved out here to do LEC. We're not on the LEC right now. But we moved out here for that. I hope that we get another shot at that because I feel like we actually did quite well there. But there's weird industry stuff going on there. All revenue is good, also brings in an audience. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm going to take that opportunity nonetheless. So, into draft number 3 for RNG versus Anyone's Legend. RNG, they had a pretty awkward game number 1, but they ended up sealing things out with a hell of a lot of smaller stacks in game 2. We went towards the late game. They played a similar style of composition to AL in game 1, but it feels like the winning compositions in game 1 and game 2 is a snowball topside scaling bot side. That tends to be the formula for a lot of our teams right now, particularly with the Smolder and the Zeri in the meta. Getting ourselves through to these first round of bans. We can see that the Ari's actually taken off the table. Both these players played that early on. The Volibear too. So some of the primary topside snowballing champions immediately taken off the table. What's going to be our first pick? Now the thing is, the Varus is off the table, so the Smolder's most common answer, the easiest answer to play, has been locked away. Does this mean that Hope and Kyle, if they see that Smolder locked in, are going to go straight towards that Zeri again? That's been their answer. Didn't win out in game 2. Theory is solid. Smolder locked in. So, right, what are you answering here? Ming, we've seen him go towards the Nautilus and the Alistair. You can't exactly deny both of them here if they want to lock in either of those champions on 1 and 2. You can maybe take away your choice of one of them if you so wish. And instead, Twisted Fate, which has been in a large amount of the first bans of the game, locked in alongside Shanks' Karma, which means that we now technically have ourselves a flex pick of that Twisted Fate between AD carry and top lane.
I'll say, a little bit bold giving up the Smolder again. We've had one success against it. It was a clean success in fact. But the second game, the snowball really wasn't what anyone's legend were looking for. And you have to feel Over is a bold thing to do, but still, they get the Twisted Fate, they get the Karma. Karma feeling very strong right now, despite some nerfs come on through, and Twisted Fate, one of the better options for consistently managing to attack a Smolder with your rapid fire gold card, the ability to just pour it into the backside. It can be quite hard to position potentially as the Smolder. Viego being hovered, I know that's something you said, look, if you're struggling, just lock in Viego. It makes comp so much easier to kind of make a, like, identify.
It's easier to play. It's easier to play, right? Because when you're playing difficult team compositions where, I don't know, I mean, Kindred's technically one of them, I suppose. Something like that, Viego, allows you to have resets. I don't think it's great into this composition, though, because it's very long-range backline, and then at frontline, that just pops the Crescent Guard, and it's very hard to kill. So Croco goes towards Lee Sin as well as champion, which he's put awful lot of time onto. I think Croco, on the whole, has looked most comfortable when he's on the early pressure champions. So something like that Lee Sin, the gold card on top of it too, gives him pretty much guaranteed Q point and click as well.
I wonder whether we see another Eclipse Lee Sin as well. It does feel like it's been the build of choice into Smolder in particular. It gives you a little bit more threat onto that very key champion to target. On the other side though, Anyone's Legend banning out the Yasuo here. So obviously feeling like Breathe might have something a little bit spicy to say despite the Hui lock, and of course it could be strictly Ming playing the Hui support, but that's an unusual ban nonetheless.
What, the Yasuo?
Yeah.
No, because it's Yasuo top lane is Twisted Fate.
Yes. Oh, is that what it is?
Yes, and we've seen that multiple times in the LPL
Fair
already.
enough.
So that one's not actually a surprise there. Breathe has in fact played this as a matchup already.
I hadn't seen that match in fairness. There you go.
So that is just because Twisted Fate, if it goes top lane, can be beaten out in an individual lane by the Yasuo, and he really hates that. Because he doesn't want to level the Q to break the Yasuo shield, he gets windwalled on the gold card, and he just gets dashed into, and everything falls apart, really.
Fair enough, does make sense. Now we see the Renekton band away as well. Clearly trying to make sure Breathe champion pool a little bit more limited. The Jax, of course, are one of his iconic champions. A lot of the very best in the LPL do play a lot of the Jax, being quite famous for it. Last band to come on through, though, of course. Might well be another AD carry. Strictly, the Twisted Fate can go down there. We've seen a fair amount of the AD carry Twisted Fate, but with the bands as they are, it's pretty much indicated that the Twisted Fate is intended to go top lane, at least initially.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. Now, what they can do here is actually leave, you can take away one of the choice pairings from the Smolder here, too. I mean, there's the Nautilus and the Alistair. You can say, well, I want this pick of one or the other. Feels like when you have the gold card, the Nautilus, means that Lee Sin has such an easier job being a champion in the late game. I know that is something that you've quoted from Papa Smithy in the past, saying that Lee Sin doesn't necessarily fall off in late game, it just gets harder to play as the game goes on. When you have this kind of combo, though, it makes it much easier to get those kill combos. So, RNG, they're going to have to consider the fact that there is a top bot lane flex of that Twisted Fate. Alistair, I think, is an easy lock-in. You want to lock in either the Alistair or the Braum alongside that Smolder, just to keep them safe. And Ming had a great game in game number 2 on the Alistair, especially compared to that first one. That one's an easy lock-in. But what do you do about this top lane now, knowing that it has to survive a Twisted Fate and also potentially survive a flex away from the Twisted Fate into a counterpick top laner?
Couple hovers of the Camille. It's got some buffs recently, and it is just locked in. So Breather saying, I will play Camille into what I think is going to be the Twisted Fate. The ability to potentially lock you down with the ultimate, with my ability to dive on you. If you're not quick enough on those gold cards, I should be able to get some value there, but it's still a range versus melee matchup, and that can get a little bit miserable.
Can do. The thing is, Camille often struggles when people come into her lane and make it about, you know, not a fair 1v1. Twisted Fate is already in the lane, so they can't teleport into their own lane to get that numbers advantage. Someone like Zeri, though, with that E, can hop over lanes very quickly. There's every chance that the Nautilus and the Zeri go a Roman, and Hope will once again lock in the scaling answer towards his Smolder. You do not match the Smolder in the late game, but you do enough to threaten early and then also be a late game threat that it can be in question.
Of course, Camille, alongside his Shinsao, pretty good at locking down a slippery target like the Zeri as well, because you can't jump over a wall if she's in a Hex Deck ultimatum. So,
exactly.
While the lane might be potentially a little bit risky, Breathe was and is one of the very best Camille players to ever touch the Rift. He has always been a specialist, much like the YSKM of old, on things like the Jax and the Camille when they get the opportunity. Of course, much like players like Bin and Aleph for that matter as well. They've spent a little bit of time over the years maturing as players. They play more than just those fighter duelists in the top lane, but it's good to see people like Breathe still feeling comfortable enough to bring out some of these iconic carries, especially when I think it's fair to say he has been the most consistent member in RNG who have on the whole been struggling pretty damn hard.
We have, of course, LWX 3 games of Smolder in this series. Before today, they hadn't won a game in 3 weeks. Their last win was against Rare Atom in week 4, and that was only a single game. They didn't even walk away with that series. It has been a torrid split for RNG, who are, I think it's fair to say, in their worst and weakest iteration ever. Anyone's Legend, they had a good start to this split, but they've started to peter out as the split goes on. If they win a series here today, though, it does really feel like they will be on their way to playoffs.
So, into the rift we go. Another different look in the drafts. Wei, Camille locked in on one side. Camille in particular, I know the buffs came through, but has been kind of a scarcity in the top side, a long way from her Season 8, 9 days of near permanent presence. Instead, we now look into a very different style of game, despite the fact the AD carries have remained the same 3 games in a row.
So, level 1 stack again. Last game was from AL, though. We're grouping up with Kindred this time. This is something that you see an awful lot when you have the range versus melee matchup in top lane. It's something that you highlighted from draft, saying that it can just suck. If you end up grouping up as a team and forcing the Twisted Fate to play around vision in one of those brushes, you can't just sit in the brush, drop aggro for minions, and just bully out melee laners very early on.
That is 5 inspiration secondaries from RNG. Every single member running inspiration is their secondary.
Everyone liking that tree. I think in pro play, inspiration, just because it gives so much base value, is so popular because it can just give you stuff. For a while it was dematerializers and boots because it was just so much free gold value. You could even sell the dematerializers as well at that point. Can't do that nowadays, but it just gives you free stuff. And that's kind of nice, particularly on stuff like mages that are often kind of like gated. As I dropped my phone.
I was like, oh my god.
As they end up kind of like gated by the amount of gold that they have. And the inspiration can help you get ahead of that curve.
It does, and instead we look towards the bot lane briefly. It's been a game of 2 halves, so to speak, with the football analogies coming on through 2 games of in League of Legends terms, I suppose. Where one game, LDBX did not get to play the game. A second one where he was the game. That Smolder became absolutely monstrous, as they have a habit of doing. Been very easily taken out in the LPL, even for a team like RNG, who have been struggling. Once again, they get a hold of this premium champion, feeling a bit Exodia-like in the LPL as it stands. Breathe. Trying to be as obnoxious as he can be on the Camille, but the problem is he's still into a ranged matchup, and the gold cards can make Camille's life a little trickier in terms of finding her all-in option.
This is the thing, right? You look at that shield there, right? At the early levels, even though it's an ADTF, your adaptive shield is on magic damage. So if you just start trading with your basic auto attacks, don't get much value out of it. Camille's laning phase is very often determined by how can I use my passive and can I use it on cooldown. It's one of the reasons why Camille versus Gangplank was a fantastic matchup to watch, because if Gangplank could force trades away from that passive, it would be a winning lane for him. Now the thing is, traded very well early, but Wei has made his way up. He's completely skipped his topside camps. Going to ward, he's going to run into him.
Oh, there's nowhere to go. You can throw a gold card on one, but not on every win. Becomes lightning, and I wonder whether Breathe might go for the flashy option, but Harry still with the flash would make it a little bit too tricky to execute on.
The top lane wall changes of this season stop that from happening. You're not close enough realistically to get that that kind of combo, because it's so much extra range you have to cover with the walls being receded into top lane. Harry might have had to blow flash beyond that point, but either way, Breathe gonna have himself no ghost to worry about. Maybe he can take some easier trades now.
Okay, looks for a hook. Kyle instead catches a minion just about, and the turnaround from Ming comes on through. It's just a trade of abilities, nothing really lands, and this topside matchup is where we've been keeping our eyes, because it has been the point of most volatility, I think it's fair to say. Wei, because he skipped a lot of his top camps. Croco could potentially look for a look in here. Won't find anything, and because of the way Wei is pathed, will be on his wolves. Not super easy to invade as it stands.
Ooh, stun lands. Again, he's going in towards that adaptive shield. The gold card, of course, is the magic damage, and that will go into the passive shield to Breathe. Good trade there. Now, actually, you have yourself a really good flash threat. Waiting out for the next card. You see that Croco is hanging towards topside, knowing the kill threat's near.
Croco can maybe look for a Q himself. I think he's on vision, actually, so they've got to know. Wei's hanging around, and he is off vision, so it's all a bait.
It is, but with the amount of HP bars that are this low, it's kind of hard to fight around it. Jungle is now keeping themselves tied up. Now top lane is potentially going into the fight.
And Breathe was just debating going over the wall there, forced a flash out of Croco, who doesn't quite burn down. Tangyuan is here though, and Harry will throw down a gold card, but he's got nowhere to retreat to. He can't flash anywhere helpful, goes over the wall briefly. Shanks now here as well. They flashed on forward from Wei, who goes down to first blood, but a hook shot over the wall gets one back in turn. It's a 1-for-1 right now, as Croco coming on over, but remember he's still very, very low, so the Q would have to be hyper valuable to make it worth going. they end up with the 1-for-1 in the trade kills.
Oh, wow. Topside snowball. That has been the meta of this series. You pick up the scaling AD carries, but the top sides are the ones trying to get a leg up to make sure that they can determine in the game before the Zeri and the Smolder come online themselves. In terms of who wins out in this trade, I mean... God, that's really hard to tell, actually. Both mid laners walk away with a kill. I think with actually flashes down from top laners after this point, probably works out in favor of the Camille. Much better at punishing the lack of flash on that top side and the lack of mobility from the Twisted Fate. You can see why Xin Zhao has been picked up so much, right? Lots of damage. 31 HP is as low that dropped as the observers very highly.
Yeah.
Go towards that. Harry, good sidesteps there. Fantastic awareness to flash away, actually. This is what ends up making this trade so interesting, right? Because it ends up splitting... a lot of the focus from RNG to go pick up that kill once more. It does force a flash out of breathe, which means he can't end up forcing flash to no flash in the lane. But still, Harry, honestly, good awareness there.
Kyle has actually reset and looked for a roam top, especially knowing that the flashes are down. Croco's here as well, so Breathe has got the level 6 to his name, but needs to be a little bit wary of going too deep here. Grub's up and available, and RNG also now towards the top side in force, but Croco and Kyle are in top lane first right now.
And again, this top lane has been the focus of everything. So often top lane is an island. This time it is very much connected to the mainland.
Trample still available, forced a flash out of Kyle. They found Croco as well, who will warn up away, but that means there's nowhere for Kyle to go with no flash and no hook. That means no hope as Breathe claims a kill.
Top side from RNG really starting to fire off. They have a very, very long-range follow-up team composition. Xin Zhao, if he hits a W, is going to be able to dash very, very far, and of course the Camille, one of the best follow-up champions from top lane in the game. It's been a while since we've seen this champion in meta, and you know, we've seen now YSKM pick this champion up primarily. But Breathe, also as you said, historically very strong in this champion. If you are, you know, good on the Camille, you can follow up from any play on your side of the map.
Looking at this now, the fact you've also got the Hui, whose ability to play artillery mage to your diving into the Severing Bolt as well, and especially when you lock someone in the Hextech ultimatum to mean they can't really dodge out of it. A lot of value there could prove very, very tricky, and how much better has this looked from RNG's top side over the last couple games? Playing towards the likes of Breathe feels almost like a breath of fresh air. They look so much more cohesive, maybe will be the term I use here, especially considering even like as far back as game 1, not that long ago really, where they just looked all out of sorts, ultimates and skill shots all going wide. The players being on different pages felt much more like they have an idea about how they want to play the game. Anyone's Legend, of course, would like to stabilize here. It's not like it's the worst early game ever, but of course giving up a couple kills towards that top side feels a little bit alarming, especially when you are supposed to be the favourites in this matchup pretty handily.
And when you are giving over that lead towards top side, it really starts to put pressure on the AD carries as well, right? Because it means that you're not... If the lead happens in top side, eventually that will spread across the rest of the map. With someone like a Twisted Fate, it means you can ult on the map. With someone like a Camille, it means you can teleport and then start to look for really big hook shots into the ultimate over walls, which means that these scaling carries really want their own top side to be ahead, even though they don't affect it. But Harry, he doesn't have the lead to play this.
Doesn't. He throws down a gold copper. It's on the way. Doesn't get that much value. A Q2 will do it. And the precision protocol and a little bit of help from Hui secures the kill onto this Twisted Fate, who is just not having a fun time in this top lane. Now this Camille 201 is going to prove increasingly challenging to deal with in a side lane. A Karma, a Twisted Fate, I don't think either of them are going to deal with a Fed Camille.
No, they're not, and honestly, the Zeri can't really either, and that's the problem here. It's like when you're sat in solo queue and you're sat in your own one lane on one side of the map, you sat here as the bot lane go, oh, I'm just going to press tab. Ah, we're losing top side. That's a problem, because you're going to have to deal with that Camille now at some point. This lead is going to start flooding out of this lane and spilling out onto the rest of the map. So RNG, it's looking pretty good for them. Considering how game 1 started, this series is now looking like it could be in their hands.
The subplot in this particular TV drama, of course, is the fact there is a slumbering late-game boss in the bot side as well. By putting everybody topside, LWX has been free-farming in the bot lane, and Ming's in topside. Everyone's here again, and Harry's about to die. There's nowhere to go. A flash pulverized into a headbutt. The Twisted Fate falls, and you just get more value. Here comes Croco. Maybe they can make this one a bit more challenging. Actually, everyone's coming on over. They kick away the Camille, and maybe we spoke too soon. RNG mess up the execution, and Harry survives, and now Breeze's got nowhere to go. Gets a shield from that passive, but cannot get anything more.
And anyone's Legend finally arrive in time to save their gambling man into the top side, who wins this roll of the dice. 0 and 2, but finally gets some free run at this tower, gets himself a plate there, and this is very, very important. If that kill goes down with once again Croco not able to respond in time, you have to feel as though the top side from RNG just kind of explodes across the map. This looks like it's doomed from the start of it, but Ming can't quite do enough. We've got Harry going through, cycling through different cards as well. Gets himself the gold card to stop some of that follow-up damage. And the multiple gold cards buys time for the safeguard to come through. The kick in terms of the space buying as well. Denies Breathe a great play there as well. And he misses the hook shot on the wall to make things worse.
Unfortunate stuff. And I think actually Breathe cancelled an auto there as well. I think he hit him with attacking a minion at some point partway through as well, which is really frustrating. So either way, it's a good shutdown towards the top side, and the Twisted Fate getting a little bit of a reprieve despite the early game going wrong. The problem is, it's still a game where the gold is even and you're into a smolder. We saw exactly how that worked out literally last game. I kind of talked about it. Everyone being topside is giving free time to a smolder. Yes, you're into a Zeri on the other side, but I don't think the value is quite the same.
So now, top side is, I'm not going to say completely even, because I still think that gold onto a Camille matters more than a gold onto a Twisted Fate in this game. Camille is often accepted to kind of be down and then look for the big plays to come through it. This game actually already has that early gold down in CS, but up in kills, more than happy to go towards the 1 to 2 item mark. So, Croco, Kyle, once again being the roaming gank squad. They're working out pretty well in this early game. It's been a bit of hit and miss, but now they're going towards these grubs. If you get yourself multiple grubs, they already have themselves the one already from that first spawn. Maybe someone like Harry can be a side lane threat as well, if ever Breathe lets them hit tower.
Does also stop RNG from hitting that 5 grub mark if they manage to secure at least the 1. That would be a big deal when, again, we've said the Camille in particular could prove problematic. They'll come on over and realize too late to claim 5, but maybe they can force Croco off at least the last one so they can trade up to 3. How aggressively do they want to play for this?
Ming has ult now, so I don't think they want to play around him, but Breathe has flash, has ult. How much can you escape here?
Flash for the depth charge into the hook, nowhere for Breathe to go. Not respectful, the vision control not quite there. Destiny Gate on in, flash over the wall, and RNG beginning to come apart at the seams a little bit. The turnaround not bad, the Crescent Guard actually coming on in alongside the Severing Bolt. Secure one back, it's Ming that actually ends up securing that kill. Ming in danger though, nowhere to go. Shanks flash over the wall's got a W running as well, will be forced back with a Crushing Maw to break the tether. Severing Bolt afterwards does work, but anyone's legend are the ones that come out the victors in this topside play. Breathe has teleport though, and is coming in to potentially catch people on the retreat.
Yeah, he's teleported just above them. He has flash and he has ult, but he can't find anything there. He'll settle for what looks like a teleport, a turret plate topside 2 even. Triforce on the Camille. Camille, one of the best turret killers in the whole damn game. Topside, once again, the focus of things. It's been a while since we've kind of gone away from bot lane as the focus of the early game. Is testing these junglers and how they path around the top side of the map as opposed to bot side 3v3. Breathe, he tries to step forward and use his ultimate to immune through that depth charge. He can't do so and goes down before he can cast anything. Very clean kill. Of course, the follow-up down from Twisted Fate makes things very, very dangerous beyond that point. Ming has ultimate, Wei has ultimate. It's dangerous in terms of that temporary front line. And that means that Harry is kind of left alone while Yale want to buy some time. They do just about get themselves the win at the end of that fight.
And, you know, unfortunately for Breathe there, who's now about to find himself in another 1vx scenario. The problem is just those slight gaps in the vision control that anyone's legend to slip through. They had members in the river. They thought they had control, but that one little wall way through to get through the tri-brush and the lane cost him some difficulty there. Everyone topside means that ultimate doesn't really amount to much topside either.
So the first death of the game for Harry, I think you can maybe put that down to Croco and Kyle not pathing, well, not getting their timing right in terms of responding to when the play would come in topside. Beyond that, both that play though, they've ended up tightening up that timing, and on the whole, they're getting the better of this top lane now. It's a good combo from Nymaera, who ends up taking half of Croco's HP. These mid laners have occasionally seen themselves into the fray as well. Shank's getting slightly better in terms of those kills, but Nymaera, even in that last play, we can see how much damage this way could do. No one is particularly tanky in this game, especially once the Xin Zhao and the Alistar with their temporary frontline ultimates are down. Cannot afford to let this big bursty mid lane matchup get out of control either.
That's the thing, right? Yeah, the Camille is a threat, but you've still got a Hui. Does quite a lot of work into a number of the squishy champions here. He's not having to deal with full HP tanks, which Hui has more of an issue managing. You've also got LWX on the Smolder, who is going to be a problem. It is not a one-threat team, and the gold is even enough that this game can still go either way.
Yeah.
As we said, there is that ticking time bomb to work with.
This is one of those rare games in the current meta where every lane is a threat.
Yeah.
We have seen sometimes mid lane kind of be reduced to, okay, well, you know, the Karma will be, you know, just kind of dealing damage on one item, but we'll see beyond that. There are not enough tanks in this game for Karma to not be a threat, and of course on the other side, Hui will be doing a heck of a lot of damage at the 1 to 2 item mark as well. The AD carries need no explanation, the top lane as well. Been very, very volatile so far. So, I love this in a lot of ways. It's game 3, you know, if AL win this, it feels like they've gone their way to playoffs. They don't lock it, but they're close enough to it. RNG, they pretty much need to reverse their fortunes and win pretty much every series to go beyond this point and have a hope of playoffs themselves. And it's down to execution and see how each person can deal with the high amount of agency on this game.
Breathe, just going to pop out of the bush here. I wonder whether he was thinking about diving on forwards onto Shanks, but decides against that kind of option. Of course, Karma with the ability to Mantra W, that renewal. Does mean that Camille can sometimes find her burst a bit mitigated.
Here comes Karma.
Teleport to come on towards the top side, and because RNG pushed for the turret, everyone can turn up. Destiny begins to fire, but I don't know whose Destiny is looking more dire. Ming has got the ultimate, is buying himself some time, but realizes there's not really any way out, so will just give his life on over without blowing the flash. The kill is donated over to Hope, but that does also mean Breathe, with the teleports burned, gets free time on the turret, and that will be the trade. 2 turrets for 1 kill.
That is a worthy death for Ming as well. He body blocks out the Mantra Q from Shanks, which could have ended up leading to LWX's death. And Ming goes down on that top side. It feels like they'll be able to, RNG will be able to answer towards top lane. They won't lose that top lane out of turret, despite the heavy setting of resources towards there from anyone's legend. And Breathe, now you can see the problem of leaving this Camille alone on towers. Typically, you're not going to be able to hit them because the wave clear on the other side is so prevalent. See, just, oh, goddamn. I was wondering if that leads to anything more, but he can't cross the wall beyond that point. But now we have map getting split open quite a lot. Globals need to be used very carefully now from both these teams to not leave openings for one of these split pushes in top lane to tear open the map.
It's Shanks and Tangyuan actually the ones with the most gold right now because of the rest of the world fighting. They're the ones with a little bit more to their names. Of course, 2 kills and 3 assists for Shanks alongside a fair amount of CS has kept him at the top of the tables nice and healthily. Breathe though. The tower here, it's be a little bit aware that Kyle's around, but I think a dive would be a little bit bold from the side of anyone's legend, so it'll just be a shove and a leaving of the anyone's legend top side there. Harry continues to trade out on these waves, gone towards a static shiv first, looking towards what looks to be a rapid fire second. It's a pretty standard Twisted Fate build. Away from some of we saw initially things like the Krakens there for a bit more uptime on the DPS. It's a bit more of a pick option.
The thing is, Shiv right now, because it gives you really good base stats, even though the proc is kind of gone back and forth, it's still good on champions which have lacking wave clear, like Twisted Fate can do when you go for the AD build and you don't put points into your Q and go towards AP to help that one out. We've even seen champions like Jin and Samira start building it. That is how powerful this item is right now. There are some high elo one tricks which have started saying, hey, you need to build this item. It's just too good on AD carries as it stands right now. And Hope, of course, Zeri hyper synergizes with your ults, and then of course it kind of allows you to get wave control. Allows you to accelerate towards that 2 items. Harry switches sides of the map, again just trying to make sure he can get access towards these turrets. He hasn't managed to take down that bottom outer turret, but now going away from that Camille, trying to get access towards top side. And you see that Kyle and Croco continually just trying to shadow what Harry is doing to make sure that he doesn't fall prey to what did come towards his lane earlier.
It does feel like RNG initially had the better read on playing around the top side in this game, and then Croco and Kyle kind of zeroed in and have managed to start bringing it back, and they're all now the ones with the kill lead. The problem is the gold is pretty much even. It's 800 gold difference, which is 18 minutes in the game isn't really all that significant. And the problem I'm still looking at here is for anyone's legends, like, yes, you've got the Zeri and all the rest of it, but you've gone for a pick comp that's, this is kind of your point of serious power. The Camille, the Hui, the Smolder are all going to start to become more and more threatening from this point, whereas I feel the curve isn't quite as extreme from anyone's legend.
RNG, you know, they're going to have to deal with this Herald in mid lane. They should be fine with that. I might get jumped into CC. Gets out just okay. Here comes Ming.
Oh, the amount of damage back into Bounce House, and Croco in the spiraling despair falls down into the dirt. No way out of that particular depressive episode. Now he needs to pull back away.
Harry pops his ult on the top side to see if anyone from RNG was roaming anywhere else. He might be able to get himself a wave into turret top side, but he feels like it would be a roam too quickly towards that And particularly when we're starting flitting around the map, where we've had Harry go from top side to bot side and Breathe going around the map too, a lot of wards are being put down into AL's jungle, and that means that potentially Breathe can teleport in for a huge play. That's why Harry, I think, is quite reticent to go too far up into his lane, especially when he doesn't have Croco and Kyle with him. Croco here learns that Herald charges are sometimes a one-way trip. Charges his mid lane turret, but then the eye from Wei gets the CC down there, kind of judges where he'd be jumping out of it. I'm surprised that more people haven't been punishing Herald charges past enemy teams. That's a pretty easy kill.
Yeah, just well known. They know exactly where he's going to pop out to. Croco caught out, and the despair is a bit too much to manage. They hold on to their turret. They get the additional kill. It was, I believe, where you picked it up as well, so that feels pretty good as well. Now 2 items with the Seraphs and the Horizon Focus. Feeling pretty good about his life. As on to the picture-in-picture, you can see that anyone's Legends looking to secure their soul point. The problem is it's coming at a massive map cost. Breathe left alone with a tier 2. That's 600 odd gold straight away.
So that inner turret's going to be a lot of gold over to Camille. That's nasty. 700, picking up the wave as well. They're going to be able to once again pull anyone's Legend around the map. I don't even know if they can successfully defend this inner turret as well. Ming does have Hex Flash, but no proper flash. And while all this is happening, there's a lot of vision being traded. Now we have Harry coming from bot side potentially for an ult, but nothing really forced there. The camera did zoom out. I was wondering whether Croco would be jumping into the play and then having Harry come alongside him as well. But he didn't, of course, have himself that ultimate, which is why that play fizzles out. AL, they have soul point, but they've dropped a lot of gold for that series of play, and they've dropped a lot of vision control too. I really feel like the next teleport from Breathe for a flanking play could be the end of this game. That is such a powerful moment for RNG to try and set up.
Interesting here that the stats from JD Esports saying, like, look, actually still a 56% win chance for anyone's Legend, despite the game state, which is unusual.
Well, that is with the game state. That's I had the timer on the bottom, so that was in terms of like as the stats currently say, whatever model they have going through it, it feels like Red Side is fated to win by their model.
Yeah, no, I know that. I'm saying from my eyes, the game stick looks RNG favored because they're the ones with the gold, they're the ones with the soul stacking, and it's only a Chemsol, which is nice but not that great.
That's why, folks. Stats will only get you so far. You have to understand the context of the teams which are playing these champions as well. AL, they're starting to kind of hold. Again, this pattern of Harry pushing in a side lane and jungle support trying to protect it.
Alright, so Baron is now being a consideration from anyone's Legend. The problem is if you look in the picture-in-picture, looking at the other side of the tier 2, they're teleporting behind the Camille. They're going to try and catch her out. She will get the tier 2, will hookshot over the wall, about to find Shanks, but Shanks misses the Mantra Q, will Hextech Ultimatum and buy some space, gets a fair chunk back. I just don't know how easy it's going to be for Breathe to escape. And she jumps over the wall, having landed the tactical sweep. Shanks goes golden and Hope comes over to claim the kill. But everyone coming over, I wonder whether RNG would feel bold enough to start the Baron, considering 3 members went to stop the Camille, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, they're not really in position to start off that Baron so quickly. Breathe almost taking down one with him, and he does at least get rid of the stopwatch equivalent of that Seeker's Arm Guard from Shanks that's been used. He won't have another one of those until he gets himself the full Zhonya's proper. Whenever you take Breathe off the board, though, you just feel a lot more safe as AL to walk across the map. That Camille is so threatening once you get into certain points in the game. Wait, I think he's trying to see if he can judge whether that Spurtle Crab is going down for a quick steal. Not going to be the case, though. Harry, without that Camille around, feels much more happy to walk in and contest things like this.
Alright, so, Wei pulls back a little bit. Was looking to see whether he could steal away that Skull Crab. Can't quite make it happen. It'll be 2 minutes or so until the Chemsol fight becomes a possibility. Instead, RNG is saying, look, we'd rather take control over this Baron area.
Breathe gets himself back onto the map. He hasn't been able to get control of this bot side though, because of course he ended up dying, which means that RNG, when they're playing towards the top side of the map, they don't have that extra added factor of AL having to respond towards bot lane at the same time.
I've actually gone for the Quicksilver Sash and some Merc Treads, so Camille, having got the 2 items, that's kind of the break point you're looking for pretty regularly on Camille, whatever the meta in items are. It's just how she works as a champion pretty regularly. Has also basically now said, look, I just got to deal with the pick CC, the fact that this Twisted Fate, this Nautilus, even things like the Karma route could prove so problematic. This is my way of managing that best I can. I think especially because he wants to play the side lane, it's a way of kind of being a little bit safer doing so.
Funny you mentioned the Nautilus in there. You can't obviously QSS a lot of what Nautilus does. You can do it with the passive, but it's really not really...
It works okay on the hook as well.
No, it doesn't count as that because it's a displacement. It's a displacement. It's not a mini route. So,
I thought at least half of it was not. I thought not all of it was displacement. I thought at least part of the CC you could cleanse.
Not necessarily. Now, what you used to be able to do was QSS and flash.
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah.
You can't do that anymore. So this is one of the reasons why Leona is kind of fallen apart, whereas fallen off rather, whereas the Nautilus is still kind of around. Breathe is now on bot side. He has now information from way pushing that vision plant towards them, and now they look for the fight.
Start to look a little bit further forwards. Here he's there. Way on the other side, just continuing to contest a little bit. Every team ready and willing to fight here. 40 seconds now until the chem soul, and I think everyone's ready and willing to go.
LWX, he'll have his execute up in line this point. This Smolder. This Smolder is ready to finally be part of this game. Zeri has been roaming some of the players in the way that, you know, you can wall skate over with your E. Really haven't seen LWX turn up to the party just yet, and that's a problem for AL. They've been avoiding this the whole game. Now face up to this dragon.
So, looks like RNG have managed to force anyone's legend out of the river. They are the ones trying to keep an eye on the mid lane wave. Of course, with the mid lane tier 1 down, RNG can get priority there, which is always a significant factor to managing these dragon setups and fights.
You can also see that Nymaera as well. He is the longest range champion in this game, so he's trying to get himself some poke here and there as he can. The Zeri Laser is also coming through, and of course, walking into Shanks' Karma, not necessarily the nicest thing either. Vision control, TF ult pulled. What can they find with this?
Not a lot right now, it's just keeping vision, but Breeze on the flank. Way has to use the Crescent Guard though, so it's a fairly big ticket ultimate.
Yeah, and he doesn't even get to deny that gold card damage. He pops it just a second too late for that one, and now Way with no temporary frontline at half HP. This should be the dragon going to AL.
Should be. It feels a little bit unfortunate to give on over. In goes the Alistair, trying to get some value. The Small Road was pretty good, and actually they're now the ones on control of the dragon. Gets on in, trying to make this one happen, and it is secured. Soul denied. The Spiral in Despair comes onto Harry. Will take a massive chunk, and actually throws that onto Shanks a bit as well. And RNG make it happen, despite an awkward start to the play.
I think that AL, they get a little bit in their own heads about what's going to happen with this Smolder, and they say we don't want to give Tanya and LWX a good fight. But even then, Croco, I feel like he messed up the steal attempt because he could have just landed the Q onto the dragon. I don't know whether he threw it out a little before that. I feel like he should have held that for the dragon secure as soon as you know that Shinsao is going to be in an awkward position beyond that point. Now we get ourselves into this bot lane again. Harry low HP, but Croco coming down to make this an uneven fight.
He's got the QSS, they're teleporting in. They just can't see it. That's wild. Now beginning to run away. Breathe going the opposite direction. Has got Flash and a Dream. But there's just surely nowhere to go. Here's Kyle, and Breathe has got to try and work some magic here with the fancy footsteps. I don't think there's anywhere to go. Just QSS 1. Get some damage back on the other side. Oh my god, the exact momentum. He flashes out and Breathe gets a kill and runs away, having committed the murder of the century.
Harry before this tanks up an entire goddamn minion wave and gets himself down into kill range of Breathe. Breathe still has his teleport if he wants to go towards the other side of the map. It's an insect, but honestly, with the Baron going down and a kill already claimed, Breathe does not care one bit.
This time the Baron is started. This time Breathe does not go down cheaply. This time RNG might be looking to win only their 3rd series of the split. It was what, week 4, the last time they won a game? They might be winning another series here in week 7.
It's been a long time waited for Royal Never Give Up. They are in the midst of their worst split ever, in their weakest form ever, but Breathe, he's trying to recapture at least some of that old form. Harry, he tanks up an entire way with a cannon minion, and Twisted Fate doesn't have that much sustain either. So he's below half HP. You can see that. Adapted defenses, and also the hook, meaning that Croco's Q actually misses. Means that Breathe finds an angle to go straight in towards Harry. Gets himself that first Q, waits until the Q2, goes straight out, doesn't get hit by the Karma Slow as well, flashes out. Breathe, clean as you like.
That was very, very nice. Of course, they do eventually catch him by their tier 2, but throwing everybody down there means that the Baron still goes over free, and it's a 1-for-1. Having burned teleports and flashes and everything to kill one person, Breathe is very happy with that trade.
He is. Now he gets to come back out onto the map, knowing that the rest of his team will have the Baron buff. He won't, so he won't have that in the side lane, which kind of sucks for him. And AL will have to... They don't have to worry quite as much about that Camille pushing in a side lane, but still a lot of items to his name. Is the RNG with the Smolder online, with the Camille online. AL are very much in a difficult scenario now.
They are not happy. The soul being denied as well as just salt in the wound. Croco now looking for something on the side. Does actually land the Q.
He doesn't have flash, and LWX does.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be hard to make happen, so take a little bit of magic to make it work as Hope. He's hit there. there with a little bit of damage. The Smolder ultimate as well is perhaps a little over-eager there from LWX, but it'll still be the tier 2 that goes down.
Yeah, I mean, if you end up getting a good combo through from the Xin Sao Q, maybe you can land into something, but still, bit of a swing and a miss. Good thing about Smolder, though, is that your ultimate is so low cooldown and that nothing really matters that way. Harry used that ultimate, not really using much there, maybe trying to punish the use of the ultimates freely.
Indeed, and they pull away again. Every tier 2 now, down of course 2 of them were already secured by Breathe, split pushing. Now towards the bot lane we go and get a replay. Looks like actually it was a gate away, that's why it was popped. The teleport from Breathe forcing Harry to retreat. Does get out in time. Now a little bit of an engage onto Ming, who's still got the option to heal himself up. Crockup just dies for it, so it's a 1-for-1 even and then. So your jungler is down, getting the cow, yes, but at what cost? Yeah,
this is not an easy late game for the Twisted Fate to play. Harry actually pops the Ghost as well. To be a part of that one, but can't really put things into the advantage of anyone's Legend. The Baron buff still available, just a couple of seconds left on it. It's not going to lead to the breaking of the base, so AL will survive in that regards, and KL will end up missing that hook just about. We will have ourselves a brief reprieve once more as the resets come before the next dragon as the Baron buff ends.
Alright, once more we take a brief reprieve as RNG used the Baron, claim only the 1 turret from it though. It's not actually that high value as it stands. We'll have to just deal with the fact they're going to have to wait another 30 seconds until Chemsol will be coming up.
This is why it's always valuable to take the Baron buff away from the person who's on the side lane. It means that you don't have to deal with multiple lanes of Baron creeps. And of course against a Twisted Fate with the potential of Kyle flash hooking or flash ulting as well, can't really 1-3-1 either. So RNG, they don't get much out of that Baron, and it feels like maybe they should have been able to force plays more when you've got Breathe on such a big advantage, and of course LWX is such a big advantage too with the late game. But still, you understand why they are not playing on multiple lanes, which is often how you see the Baron buff get huge advantage.
Having spotted people towards that top side, it's mainly RNG who make sure this mid lane is shoved all the way back to the tier 3s, and they will retreat back towards the Chem Dragon, prevent Chem Soul again, of course, because Croco and Wood was spotted towards that top side, but it is towards the top side. This should be free for RNG whether they know it or not.
So, Hayal walking in, but they're too late to do anything about this. Harry no summoners to really force a gold card, and if it was, it would be on to Ming with that ultimate. There's not much to be done. Hayal, this feels like it's waiting for the slow death. What have you got left in you? The Karma can't really force plays. The Zeri needs to find a pocket where people are out of position. But the thing about RNG's team is that they end up repositioning very quickly. Even someone like the Hui, who can't reposition, is so long ranged with the ultimate and the QW in particular that even he can join the fight from one side of it to the other. So AL, there is no easy solution here. Typically you would want to pull the team comp apart. That's not available for them.
So I have to say, I kind of like Ming's buy here on the Zeke's convergence, because if you put that on someone else who's diving in with you, they kind of double the power up on the ultimate. It feels pretty nice potentially to be a little bit disruptive in the backside. I don't see it as commonly as we once did, but kind of a nice little touch there.
Kind of helps you get a little bit of that extra damage, as you're saying as well. It's not often that we see the support items get to multiple items in the current state of League, even unless you're like playing the ranged kind of Callistery Ashe stuff. It turns out they snowball quite a lot.
Yes,
but the poor melee supports, which we're seeing more of, it's kind of more rare for them to find themselves at that point. See if that impacts this game, like you were saying.
Right, 30 seconds till Baron. This one, I think RNG will want to get a bit more value out of than the last one. Breathe would like to hold on to it, and again, wonder whether that teleport towards Harry, cool as it was an idea, did maybe kind of hurt the additional shove that could have happened, because it meant another lane wasn't being shoved, Baron or not.
Breathe looks like he's building towards a Guardian Angel. So his last item, that'll be a big moment for him. Particularly with Camille as a Guardian Angel user as well. It allows you to survive through to another hook shot a lot of the time. Typically the second hook shot from Camille is where things get really spicy. The first one you can normally get onto your target. But are you tanky enough and can you survive long enough to get towards that second E to make things nasty? Now we've got that Twisted Fate ultimate being pulled. I'm going to try and make it happen. The Crescent card down means it's not that easy at 2. If Away is still forced to flash. So there is that. The Crescent card being down is good. But Harry not having his ultimate means that's Breathe alone in a side lane with a teleport. Someone has to manage the Camille now. Well, AL need to start Baron now to force them away from side lanes. But if you do that, you're going into Smolder with ultimate and flash. You're going into Ming, who has ult and flash as well. It feels like you are in a bad position no matter where you put it.
Even if they get the Baron, it might well come at the cost of this inhibitor. It's down to 6,000 HP, still going down. Ming finally spots what's going on. They're trying to buy space on Wei. The Baron is secure, but the damage afterwards is monstrous. Even in a 4v5, they get one kill. Nautilus burning down. The Harry is interrupted on his reset, and Breathe is still shoving. Even with the Baron resets coming on through, he might get an inhibitor turret here.
I think he'll get one of the Nexus turrets, not even just the inhibitor one. Gets himself a full inhibitor bot side. Can they even force a play onto him afterwards? I feel like Breathe outplays Croco if he's there alone.
Are you sure about this one, Croco? Just trying to slow Breeze options out. Gets a Q2. Hook shot. Nice interrupt, Croco. Does manage to get something back. Breeze still playing. Has got a Starix to work with. Croco still trading. Another Q comes through the W. Goes wide. Begins to get some damage back. Hook shot back in. Does surely get the damage. The hook stick ultimatum isn't enough to buy space on the other side. Why is Shanks here? I think he interrupted Tang Yuan's ultimate teleport is what happened. And it still ends up being a 1-for-1, all things said and done.
So Breathe dies once again on a side lane, but it feels like with the two turrets and the inhibitor taken, that'll be a worthy trade. AL, at the end of it, I mean, I thought it was going to go a lot worse for them. I think they only end up losing the 2 kills.
Yeah.
Lose one at the start of this. Shanks, he just had himself a bad retreat path. He tries to buy as much time, so he can maybe get himself into a position to get the empowered recall. Problem is, Wei is so long range. He ends up using that blast cone. I think hitting that vision plant is what actually ends up putting him into the bad place there. I even wonder if that blast cone could have gone the other direction, further towards his own side. Those empowered blast cones take you a long way. But either way, Shanks, sadly for him, can't one, get a return kill, and can't save his life.
Yeah, I wondered whether with the W he might be able to get the hold of Ming, but can't quite make it happen. It does also delay the shove a little bit as well, because everyone running after Breathe, and then Shanks in his own hackety-sack adventure means they don't get that much value out the Baron as it stands. There's a minute left on it. They've not really managed to do much other than kind of solve the waves that were already at their own inhibitor turrets.
And also, the real pressing concern from AL is that you have yet to kill the Smolder or the Hui. You have to face them at some point to win this game. It might only have to be once. You can see that Croco was looking for an angle there on the side, but they need to do something about this backline. You can't avoid them for forever.
Yes, indeed. And Smolder, how many stacks down at this point? It's got to be a fair number of them. WX is still a threat. Might not have seen that much Smolder action yet. It's been more about this Camille in the side lane than the AD carry. Still that threat, still that additional win condition that anyone's legend a bit perplexed about dealing with.
I also wonder if there's dive threat from Brave onto Harry as well. As you can see, that Croco does get out of that combo, just about. But I'm really wondering now with the QSS on Breathe, the GA, you can't really leave Harry alone in this top side despite the fact that he's 4 items. Dragon now going to be started from RNG. AL, again, they are not willing to face and give a proper battle to the Smolder and the Hui. So RNG walk away with an objective. It's not Soul, but it's Soul Point. The thing is, they can maybe go on to Breathe here, but he's just going to hop over the wall.
Get a QSS out of him. Just keeps walking. The QSS, increasingly a very smart purchase from Breathe.
It just means that he can outplay that much more easily and buy more time. This time he actually does end up saving his own life as well, which has been a bit of a luxury for him, 3 and 5. I think most of his deaths have been pretty valuable, though, throughout the course of this game. I'm not going to begrudge him those. As AL, they have slowed down the game, they've gotten themselves items, but at the same time, they are giving items over to the hugely scary carries on the other side. It really doesn't feel like they're closer to winning the game, they've just continued surviving.
Yes, that will be difficult to manage, and of course the tenacity you're getting from the Chemsol or Chemtech Dragon is actually really valuable when you've gone for a pick comp to begin with, actually.
Also, gives you the heal and shield power alongside that tenacity. So, if you're going to be healing up on something like this Bloodthirster or the Lifesteal as well, I'm pretty sure, well actually I'm not sure if that counts as the heal and shield power, but does work on the adapted defensive though from Camille. That's one thing it works on. I think the Hui as well, with that with the WQ, that little pool on the ground which gives you those shields, that can be very important. The Locket even, I think actually between all of the shields, AL, they're probably going to have to deal with an extra, 500, 600 HP per person with 3 Chemtech Souls. It's Chemtech Dragons, rather. Goddamn, words are hard today. But really, it feels like that extra heal and shield power from those Dragons might also be very important because AL are already going to be losing the damage race.
Camille now, full build, Mercurial Scimitar in, feels pretty difficult to manage. Between the cleanse, the flash, the E, the shielding power, everything else going on, getting very, very difficult to get a hold of the Camille. We've already seen how many resources required to pull her out of her side lane already.
LWX just hit 400 stacks, folks. Level 18. full build with a Liandry's in inventory as well, which means that if you start combat and you hit something on the enemy champions, you're going to have the Shojin giving you the extra ability damage, and then of course the Liandry's amping all of your damage all together. So LWX, if he gets into combat and starts doing damage, oh my word, you are going to lose this fight as AL. And you understand why they're trying to avoid the fight against Smolder, but this is still going to be an eventuality that you're going to have to deal with. The problem is, unlike other carries, Smolder will also just keep scaling beyond the item slots as well. Your Zeri is not getting stronger, Smolder somehow is, and that's terrifying.
And it also becomes a problem is that, yes, you've avoided fighting, but you're not winning. This is only buying time, and you're delaying for what eventuality? In what way does this lead to you winning the game? And I'm not honestly sure it does. It's almost a Baron sneak at best angle. On the other side, Harry's just losing a 1v1. Flash for the final auto, and Camille wins it. There's no escaping this time and no response.
Yeah, this Camille with the Mercurial Scimitar has hit very much into the late game, and hell, the tenacity for that champion alongside the Merc Dress means that it is so hard to lock them down. Croco, one last gasp.
Oh, Ming just denies it immediately. The spiraling despair comes on Cross alongside a cry of mum. And they will be asking for their uncle, anyone's legend at this point, because there is just no respite. Hope tries to get under breathe, but there's still a GA to work with. Even if you bring the Camille down, to what end? Hope must do something here, but I feel Hope is fleeting in this game.
Hope, you're trying to play around the Ghost, trying to play around that ultimate, which just ticks off, and sadly this Zeri hasn't died this game, but has not been able to determine the outcome. Last year and the year before, Zeri was the queen of late game. In this one, it has not been quite so simple. Smolder has come to play and ruin another game.
I think it might have been demoted to a princess, and we know what dragons do with princesses. They take them hostage and make sure that they win out in the end. RNG, it's been a long time coming, but they finally win a third series in the LPL.
Going to clear themselves off of the bottom of the table. A loss today would have seen them as the 17th placed team in the LPL. It was pretty hard fought. Game 1 was an awful game from them. I don't know what happened between Game 1 and Game 2 backstage. Maybe the belts came out to show them the differences between Game 1 and Game 2. But still, despite the hardship, they walk away with another win. Well, another win eventually. And anyone's legend, it is a continual slide down the standings. They are a 7-win team, but they don't look like it.
How much better do Ming and Wei look when they are not playing around bot lane? When Ming isn't in lane, when he's roaming around on the Nautilus, joining up with the Xin Zhao to make things happen, when Breathe gets a little bit more priority, they look like a different team. It looks so different to that Game 1, where it looked so discoordinated, leaving LWX to scale alone in a side lane while they're playing around brawling with their mid and top lane. Feels like a much more successful strategy from RNG on paper.
Could just say, oh, they won a series. They had 3 games of Smolder. Well, I wonder if there's a correlation there. They ended up losing one of those games, of course, in Game 1, but I'm disappointed in AL that they thought they could just stick to their guns on this Zeri for so long. I think Zeri, the theory is that you scale up alongside the Smolder and then you bring some value before the Smolder gets to true hyper late game.
Yep.
They couldn't do that, and I feel like particularly in this one, once they started falling behind in the TF versus Camille matchup, the game was so hard to play. And I think honestly for me, Breathe is 100% the player of the game. He walked away with a very confident side laning performance.
And I think the other thing to it is it's not just Smolder and play for the Smolder. It's Smolder plus we're going to play towards the top lane, and if you don't, then we win there. And if you do try to match us there, then the Smolder's getting to scale for free on the other side. So what happened for big portions of the second and third games was the fact that, yeah, you were kind of matching early on, the top side well enough early on, but it meant the gold stayed even. And gold staying even to allow Smolder to exceed those stacks that we saw. We got over 400 stacks in both the wins. That is a terrifying point to reach.
Okay, folks, that's that series. There's going to be a little bit of a break here in terms of when the next series will be on. Yep. I'm just going to stick to on DK on the second screen over here, and I'm probably just going to chat shit about that for a bit. But yeah, stick around, folks, and we'll wait until EDG and Weibo stop playing.
Sounds fun. I'm going to go to the loop.
Cool, you do that. I'm happy for you.
I am too, Alex.
Okay. God damn, those games were quite something, huh? Right, so what's happening in this game? So, early game gold lead for T1, not a surprise. Playing around the Talia Nocturne double combo. Oh, he's just getting caught right now. Is he just... Okay, flashes at the bubble, it's fine. Good shove from Faker. Not enough, though. I mean, small Emilio sounds pretty disgusting, actually. Oof. Oh, almost shoves him away from the root. Damn, DK got hands, man. Playing WERA better go better, maybe. I'm sad for Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend are a team that I feel like should be doing so much better than they are. They are very much a struggling team right now. Lion Man, buddy, I'm sorry for your loss there, but like, it's pretty intense.
MVP 是吧？那我要给青钢印的呀。我是给呼吸哥的，没问题。要给青钢印的，这把主要他边带给到的压力太大了。
So once again, we see T1 going towards the Lucian Nami and not being able to eke out a mid-game lead with it. That's kind of a problem. I will end up reviewing this series at some point, I'd imagine. But like, this is kind of worrying now if they keep going towards the Lucian Nami and it's not working. I mean, we saw that Genji really punished them for picking the Lucian Nami twice. And in this game, you know, you're against the small Emilio. Like, if you're not getting a mid-game gold lead at 1 to 2 items, that just sucks you. Wait, not even LoL Esports can give AL a break? They give them the wrong score? Yeah, I heard, yeah. Wait, using the Talia wall to stop the Herald charge. That's kind of funny. I like that, actually. It's kind of fun. Letting Smolder pass 3 games. Yeah, I mean, they clearly had an idea. I think they clearly had an idea that the Zeri could answer the Smolder. And they had some points where that was okay, but they were just not confident enough at starting fights to actually end the game. Which is a problem, so. Okay, so T1 still okay lead, but I mean, Maokai Smolder Milio with a Karma backing it up as well. I mean, the Renekton's doing fine as well. The Eclipse build means that you can potentially burst out first person into the fight, and T1 have no true tank. Especially against Profane Hydra Aatrox as well. Everyone's going to just evaporate. T1 really needs to use this Lucian power spike like right now, otherwise the Smolder's going to be a big old issue. Good vision control from them. I don't think Zeri really works though. No, it's not a kill lane. You're looking to contest in mid game. You're better in early game. You're better in mid game, and then late game you still have a chance. But then when hyper late game hits, you can't do shit. So. Hey Nick, it's not just us thinking Smolder can beat Zeri here. Oh god, I'm tired today, folks. I'm tired. Okay, so Faker has a couple of items. He's 2-1. I mean, the thing is, like, it's very easy to get the first kill on both sides of this map, actually. No one's really that tanky. Dream is doing some mad damage. Okay, let me update the stream title for here as well. Should be a little while until we get into the second series. Center a viable take into Smolder, not in the LPL. Smolder's lost a lot of games versus... Smolder's lost a lot of games against Smolder in the LPL. It's not worked here. I think in LCK it works, not here. Smolder just outscales and they play front to back, and then eventually just the Smolder wins against you in front to back. Okay, Emmy's doing bits. Ooh, shit. Can't quite finish off the jungler. So now smite to no smite, Baron's alive, so that's... Nah, I mean, you can't stop Baron anyway. Dragon's up, maybe DK can... I mean, T1 might just have to stick around Dragon just to stop the Dragon going over. I don't think they can... They can't start themselves with that smite. God damn, this Smolder's gonna be an issue, man. I'm kind of worried for T1's mid game. The mid game has really not looked as clean recently. Especially against Gen G, it looks really quite suspect.
一个敢先选金刚影，一个敢我不换位置我就卡牌走上。是的，然后结果就像你预言到的，有闪有疾跑的时候我一定不死，对，但是没有的时候我一定遭中。主要那一波6级挺 BT 的，就是塔下。 塔前都给你杀了，就满血卡牌，而且他已经很稳了。第一件我直接铁板鞋，没用，就是会死，被盖到就是会死。是的，而且毕竟金刚影到后面真实伤害的恐怖不是一个铁板鞋能够阻挡的。对的，打到大后期的话，1打1确实是10-0开了。是的，那凭借着呼吸哥用金刚影对抗卡牌，并且招呼了大家伙一起来团，最终实现了呼吸哥在单线的碾压和压制，然后以及林伟翔在下路的无限发育，最后发育成型，团战制造 AOE。同时，其实我们也要夸赞 RNG 的其他几位队友啊。野辅的非常完美的开团吸伤害，同时这场比赛在无人问津的角落，汤圆实际上提供了很多对队友的帮助。他有留人，有团聚雷的留人，有一些给队友的这个极限给小明那个牛头。
Okay, Guma's gone towards Serpentfang third. And what? I mean, that helps with the Karma. Karma and Milio do give you the double shielding. Someone, I mean, someone with Serpent's Fang helps, and it's better for you to have it than most other people. I think that's pretty okay. You don't apply it on your Shiv, which is annoying because that's magic damage and it has to be physical damage, which gives that. T1 are not getting the best angles into these fights, actually. Feels like they're often just kind of running down the middle here. And that's not what Aatrox wants. I mean, Lucian Nocturne, sure, they can kind of run down the middle of it, but you really want the Taliyah and the Aatrox to be playing around flanks.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人洛星。在这里，我们要恭喜 RNG 战队获得本场比赛的胜利。我们有请到的是 RNG 的下路选手林伟翔，你好，先跟各位打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 RNG 的 AD 林伟翔。
好的，欢迎翔哥来到我们的采访席啊！今天你们是让1追2获得。
Lucian build's getting worse. No, I think Serpent's Fang's fine. And also the stats from Shiv are better than Storm Razor right now. Shiv is better than Storm Razor as an item. You need Rapid Fire Cannon on Lucian to play around your mid game spike, and Serpent's Fang is very important when you're trying to like get the first bursty trades onto Karma and onto like anyone protected by Karma and Milio shields. I think that's completely fine actually. LWX, one of his first players of the game of the year. Oh, he looks so happy. I'm glad for him. The thing is, LWX, like, he never... LWX actually does quite well in games that don't matter. Hey, coffee.
在这个赛季的 AL 战队，你们在哪些方面觉得自己做得更好的呢？
因为我们之前比赛经常就是前期有优势。
Long time no see, Coffee. How's it going? Well, I mean, I saw you on Helldivers the other day, but like, yeah. It's going okay. Good to see you. Wait, what the hell's Guma going next though? Coalfields. Okay, so now Aiming has himself the Q upgrade. Damn, it's kind of scary. That's kind of scary. And he's on 3 items, so yeah, Aiming is ready to pop. So T1 need to get a really good Lucian combo to put him out of the fight. Problem is, got the Milio and the Karma to keep him in the fight for a fair amount of time. If you ever get good auto attack uptime or Q uptime from this area, not this area, the smaller, this game is very, very nasty. Yeah, I do think that LWX, like, so last year LWX and FPX did really bad in the first start of regular season, ended up doing quite well towards the end of it. Okay, Lucid has flash, they're forcing it. That's a really good combo, actually. Wait, why did he flash that way? Oh, I guess he didn't, yeah, why did he flash that way? Lucid, buddy, what are you doing? That's, that ain't it. That is not the play. Ramadan tends to draw me close to the league for some reason. Is there any reason for that? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess it keeps you distracted from less food. Okay, Smolderalt is not steal Baron. Faker is doing a flank TP. Do they see that? Yeah, they see it now if they look in fog. I don't think they see it though. They're not reacting. Faker has flash combo. He knows he's on vision. Alright, so he has empowered Reaple. T1 are pretty damn good at finding picks onto the enemy jungler just around Baron. It's one of their real skill sets actually. Even if the game's going crap, they can find a pick onto a jungler and then win a game through that. It's one of their specialties. Distracting from pain, very greater pain, yeah. Man, choose the greater evil. I appreciate that. Or do I? Why the hell did Lucid flash that way? Such a mistake. I think you can get out there. You might end up giving Baron anyway, but still, big mistake. Okay. So the thing is, if Lucian goes forward with a Nami E on him, he then taps someone, removes their shield, and applies grievous wounds, which means that the double enchanters can't save the first target nearly as easily as they want. So if Guma starts the play and then Faker flies in and then Ona flies in as well, like it's much harder to defend the first play. Like even look at that, the double tap there. Yeah, I mean he gets tapped back with a Q, but like aiming takes significant damage, because of the Serpent's Fang and then the heal cut as well, meaning that the enchanters don't like give him as easy a time. Hey Harold, that's a cool stream streak you've got there. Faker rolls away. So, T1, a minute left of the Baron. Dragon's up now. No one will be on Soul for this. Zers is on a good flank, but he's spotted out by the Maokai sapling. Stupid champion stops you from ever flanking. Okay, not bad in terms of the flank angle. Ona's kind of a bit deep there. Zers is now off of vision again. Oh, he failed to see over the wall. Yeah, he didn't pop his ult though, he's fine. He's not seen again. They should know he's around this flank, and they see him now. Okay, smite battle. Good damage onto aiming. Now you're low enough HP and you've used a lot of cooldowns. Goaldander. Zers just dies here though, doesn't he? I think he's gone 2 deep. Okay, so frontline for frontline. Oh shit, Zers! Oh my god, he absolutely assassinates him. But the big thing about that is, again, you got the heal cut and the shield cut on him, so he can't even survive those big turn. Zers, buddy. Insane combo. Insane combo, wow. Has anyone found a reliable answer to Smolder rather than just being better as a team? Yeah, Kai'Sa's good in LPL. I mean, LCK is using Varus and Senna well. I think that Twitch is a hidden answer to Smolder, because you get to anything which scales up for free, and can contest Smolder at different points in the game is really good. So I think that G2 showed Cogmore, and that worked out well. And then we've also, I think that Twitch is good because Twitch survives lane, and then gets to do like hit like one item level 6 and assassinate him. So I think that's yeah. And that right there is where you never count against Zers. Yeah, Zers' Aatrox is absolutely disgusting. Hey, so I've got a T1 DK in the background.
How's it going?
Well, it's been a bit of an interesting mid game. I think that I quite like Gumayushi's Lucian build this game. So he's got the Shiv and the Fire Cannon, which is the standard core. He went towards Serpent's Fang because they're against a Smolder melee or Karma, so it's a Smolder with double enchanter.
Yeah.
So he's got the shields, he's got the heals, and then with Nami going for an Oblivion Orb and the changes they made to Oblivion Orb to apply spell effects onto the E damage as well. So it never used to apply heal cut or Lulu. That was a big thing where people were still building it, but it didn't affect it. So now if Guma then goes forward for the big tap, it applies like shield cut and heal cut.
That's big, actually.
You don't have to close the door, by the way, so you can air it out.
Oh, sorry, it's just habit.
Yeah, I know. It's just that while we're sat here for a while, it's nice to not. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, that's good thinking.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the thing about Aatrox is that when you go into your World Ender, you heal based off the damage you do, obviously, without even building lifesteal. So if you build high damage and you're not that tanky, you can still be tanky by dealing so much damage that you have like an extra double health bar, effectively. So, yeah. Okay. Right, so T1, now they actually do have a 10k. Fucking hell, where did they get the 10k lead from?
Turrets, it must be. They're 7 turrets to 2.
What? No, as in like they were even and then they got 10k within like 5 minutes.
I mean, how many turrets have they taken then?
What? Yes, that's what Other teams would not be able to make a 10k lead out of nothing. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say like where it came, because they had a Baron play and they had a good Darrow Dragonfly as well. I'm not contesting the fact that they would have got turrets and kills. It's just like other teams getting a 10k lead out of there is like absolutely
quite hard. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. I need to get another coffee at some point. We're seeing a lot of the bursty Renekton come through. I know Aragon said he didn't like Eclipse. I think everyone else disagrees with him, so I wonder where the difference comes in there, because it feels like other Renekton players like. The thing is, when you see like Blade Renekton and Eclipse Renekton, is that Aragon's complaint was that it feels like you don't have other damage items to go on top of the Eclipse and you're not tanky enough. If you're still doing enough damage, you don't need to be tanky. So I think that's the logic which other Renekton's players are going through, and I think we think the Sterex makes it okay. I know that Aragon, again, he prefers going towards the Black Cleaver. I think I quite like this Eclipse build from what I've seen, but then again, I've not seen the Black Cleaver build to compare it to in Pro, so...
And much like you are with Ari, he is with Renekton, in fairness. So I'm always at least like interested in his opinion, because it's one of the more well-informed Renekton opinions in the world, frankly. And he's got to be what? Probably the top 10 most informed Renekton people out there,
yeah,
probably.
I mean, I think he's basically been saying that he's not been playing as much recently, but like, I know he said he wasn't playing as much recently, but he's still like keeping up with the builds on that one at least. Bloodthirster on aiming. I mean, the heal cut is still really important on that because it stops your lead lifesteal quite as easily as well. You can see that whenever he gets a rapid fire Q onto Guma, it's really nasty, but still, I mean, oh god damn, that is good damage from Guma.
Fortunately for him, he's got a Nami behind him, so he's managing okay. With, oh my god!
God damage from... well, this is what I'm saying about the heal cut and the shield cut, though. So the Nami behind him has less value. So Nocturne ult comes in, so they can't go flash into the pit and knowing what HP it's on. Zaguma's just there trading his HP for presence around Baron. They get a free Baron play. Damwon have Soul in 30 seconds, so T1 can't contest this easily. They're on top side of the map. Are they giving up Ocean Soul here? They might just say if we've already got the heal cut and the damage, Ocean Soul doesn't win the game. If we get... Yeah, so DK, they don't want to give up their base. They would actually lose the base super easy. Of course, Energizer tanks apply on towers.
Yeah,
so, well, they do when you have, like, Fire Cannon and shit. So, okay.
Inhibitor dead as well now.
So now T1 use a blue trinket to see... Well, I don't know why they use that, actually. It's kind of stupid. So they've taken 2 inhibs. They've accelerated the Goldie to 12k now. They're on full build with Lord Doms on Guma, who's just gone back to buy that one. So he is very, very strong.
Fakes to Lear is nearly at max as well. He's got a death cap on top of all the 3 items, so he's pretty strong as well, frankly.
Yeah. Okay. So T1 have the damage advantage somehow against the Smolder. Like, god damn that damage. And this is, and again, like the shields come through, and you'd expect him to be almost full HP with a double enchantress before that. And he does get it off the wave. You need a wave now to contest against this though. Every time he gets tapped, he's looking for a camp to hit or a minions to hit. That's not going to be easy, you know?
Yeah, and I think at this point, oh my god, they're trying to get onto Faker. He goes golden, so it's not going to work out that well. He's still got to flash away as well. So yeah, they've gone wrong. They lose the Maokai, and Aatrox gets out on the other side. Nocturne gets out on the other side. Okay.
So this isn't even like a big flanking. Ona's going to die for this. Then they're going to lose. Oh,
no, he's not. He's got a shield. Oh, that's phenomenal. That's so good.
I mean, I think for some parts of this mid game, T1 struggled with finding different angles for the Aatrox and the Talia to go towards, but like in the key moments, Zes and Faker have managed to find some really good angles actually. Some like really good angles. I'm just gonna go check what's happening if there's a secondary stream for the other. There shouldn't be a second stream for the other series. It should just be. This is just highlights and stuff. I'm just gonna check what's happening here. Yeah, that's honestly Zes is my player of the game. I think he did some really good work on those flanks.
Okay, it doesn't look like there is one. Oh, hang on.
Yes, no. I've just clicked on it to see what it's doing.
Sure. It was more the fact that I saw that red thing come up and I thought it was...
So this is replays, okay. The red thing, that just means it's... Yeah, that's a different thing. So, these things here, these are like the different... These are the different streams. And you have technically different perspectives from each of the players. You can have pro views from everyone. That's kind of cool. But no, because all of the games are in the same location today...
there shouldn't be a second series.
Second stream.
Sorry,
there will be a second stream.
Sorry. Yes, I phrased it badly. Yes.
Okay. Alright. That one. Okay. Right, I'm gonna go get myself a refill on coffee. And, yeah.
Alright, now it's waiting room. Weber versus EDG. This will be an... actually, is it Weber versus EDG? Yes, it is Weber versus EDG. Fan activation stuff. Yeah, basically, it's like it's stuff for like, especially once the series is over, they do stuff between the series while they're setting up for people to like do some stuff with fans, which is kind of nice. Sam doing more rebirth after the cast. Qatari, I would be. It depends how long this series takes, because I am seeing Doom 2 at 4 PM. It's 1 PM right now, so I don't think I'm gonna have time, unfortunately. So it might have to wait until tomorrow, if that works. Might have to wait until tomorrow. If not, because otherwise I would be, but I think because the series have gone a little bit longer this time around. But otherwise I would be continuing from where we left off. Either way, it'll happen tomorrow. It'll happen tomorrow. I've been really loving that game. It's been so much fun. It's been a great time playing that. And it makes a nice little change in pace from mornings full of casting to be doing something a bit different. But I'm doing Escavarosa casts this evening at 8 PM. June at 4. Yeah. Until the hit part. Yeah, I thought it was a kill. Yeah, I'll take that. No. It's Zeri's ult's still pretty strong. It's just not as crazy as it might once have been. AP Zeri's ultimate used to be absolutely filthy. Probably around him. Oh, thank you, Katari. Be good to see you. I appreciate you hanging around and giving some advice for some of the mini games. Sort of things like, do I want to grind to do this S rank Tifa performance? Probably not. I got A, and that's what mattered. She's voiced by Maya Sakamoto in the Japanese. Ah, that's a fairly cool thing. In fairness, I absolutely understand that. So it's quite funny because obviously I'm an Evelyn player. That's my main champion really in League. And I used to do a lot of guides for Genshin, so I played a hefty amount of Genshin over the years. And Evelyn's voice actor is also Lisa's voice actor in the English version of Genshin, which just says a lot about my taste in women, apparently. But yeah, as I'm a big Lisa player, we stan over 1,000% damage increase on E's. It's very potent. It's great fun to blow people up in AoE with that one. Anything happening in YouTube? Okay. Looks good kill, Sam's fair. Wow, yeah, Mecca, you're not even wrong. You know, I'd love to know. Yeah. What do I like in a woman? Someone who can kill me. What? Apparently, according to my stream persona, that's it. How much of it is a joke? No one will ever know. Cool. Right. Well, so I think we're looking at this one. EDG, with RNG winning, EDG are now in. If EDG win, they can at least tie series wins with RNG. But I believe RNG have a few more series to play yet. But EDG being at 2 and 10 is not great. I think Monkey coming in has helped a little bit with cohesion, but we'll see. The fact that we are seeing a little bit more successful Graves and Kindred stuff means Monkey's a little bit more dangerous as a player in general, as he is someone who does prefer that style of play over things that are a little bit more one-item spiking. Pim understands, apparently. It's not just me, apparently. There you go. So pissed at anyone's legend. They snatched defeat out of the Jaws victory. A little bit, honestly, Lion Man. Not to put too fine a point on it, I think RNG actually had a much better synergy between particularly their support and jungle than they did in game 1. And as a result, Breathe got way more assistance than he did in game 1, and Breathe is still the best performing player mechanically on RNG's side. So their game plan just didn't work. Because their plan was, look, we will snowball so hard Smolder never gets to play, we'll scale up alongside him and we'll be good. But because RNG kind of actually had the additional factor of, yes, but we also have the fact that we're going to play around topside, so you don't get to play against the Smolder, because if you do, Breathe takes over the top side, and that's an additional win condition. You know, they didn't really have an answer to that.
If EDG loses, they are mathematically out of playoffs, yes.
Sort of slowly reaching over to read the second chat.
Good.
Bit of a discussion on I actually quite liked RNG's pally pattern to enable Smolder, actually.
Because RNG beat AL, pretty sure that Top East was a locked playoffs.
Okay, there you
Pretty
go.
sure.
Big win.
Yep. So Top East was a locked playoffs now, I'm pretty sure. Let me just check that. I remember LPL Fan Club tweeted that earlier. We should be getting into the second series. They'll be doing the pre-game for this, so it's still going to be a little while since we're into game here, I think. Now, well, I'd like to say this is a clean 2-0, but it's Weibo. They are not always, well, they're not a clean team. There is a chance that this is a 3-game series as well, which is kind of terrifying in its own way. You good?
I'm just looking at Dagda as a strawberry.
Why?
Because Medic just tweeted that. That's apparently what he's looking like in the LEC meeting right now.
Oh, right. Yeah, I believe that top esports are now technically locked into top 10 minimum. So people talk about Weibo potentially griefing. Yeah, I mean Weibo are a team which are very inconsistent. So yeah, Weibo are definitely a team which I had much higher expectations for them. I think that Weibo is well, also worth knowing. I'm pretty sure it's Yodang who's playing today over Xiao Hao. In the jungle. So, do you know Yodang?
Okay, give me a second to make sure I'm kind of like saying the correct things here.
He's an LDL player.
Yes. Let me remind myself of where he was last year in particular. Right, so he did used to be on Vici a little bit back in like 2018 and 2019. He was kind of pseudo-subby, but was there. And he was on... Okay. So he was strictly the... That's right, he played a little bit... He took a year off in 2022. He was on IG Young then, but that's right, he was playing a little bit for the Weibo Gaming youth team and then was kind of called up to the main team as a kind of substitute. He was okay. I don't think I have that very unmemorable. They didn't really do a huge amount of exciting things last year.
Well, he didn't play in the entirety of that team either.
No, he didn't exactly. It was only that somebody came through. So yeah, like they were kind of like the lower group. They went 3 and 5. That's right. It's not that much, I remember.
What kind of stuff does he play?
I mean, it was at the time it was a fair amount of Shinzawi stuff, but it wasn't. I'm just trying to see if there was anything particularly crazy. A lot of Maokai at the time. Nothing else particularly exciting. Yeah, I mean, Shinzao Lee Sin, bit of Maokai. Plays a little bit of Poppy, I suppose, the only thing.
Well, I mean, I'm looking through his career stats and it looks like he plays more stuff.
Yeah, I know, I'm saying last year that's what he was playing. He wasn't really on the carry stuff last year. I know back when he was on VG, I think he was like Nidalee stuff, but Nidalee was a lot stronger back then.
Well, this is the thing, where we're seeing more people play than Nidalee. Do you think you could play? Do you reckon you could pick it out today?
Yes, I think so. I think part of what it was is with the way the Weibo Gaming youth team was looking back in the day, he needed to be a little bit more of a facilitator because they didn't really have anything to rally around, and having someone be able to go forward was really important to them. If they are actually in a position now where he does get to play things a bit more comfortable, because I know things like the Lilia as well, if I remember correctly, he used to play back in the day a bit as well. So if you do have a little bit more freedom to be less of the go button and more of the carry, that might be something to check out. And in fairness, you have got Xiaohu on your team, so he's always been one of the better players at linking up with a jungler. So I think you have got two routes. Either you kind of go towards the brawlers and the poppies and the Shinzaos of the world, or you get to play a little bit more of the carries if he feels comfortable doing that. I think probably it's more likely to be something like the Shinzao, but that's not to say, yeah, exactly. No stats at all. No stats at all.
This is his first game in the LPL this year.
Yep.
So, yeah, just wanted to pick your brain about that since he's someone who's been around the LPL scene a bit.
Yeah, so exactly. He didn't really leave that strong an opinion, but he was in an odd spot anyway, because he was in the lower half of the LDL, coming in late. And he was a part of the team, but there was other parts of the team just not doing particularly well, just in lane, right? So it wasn't that easy to shine as a jungler, especially when you're playing slightly more facilitative stuff. I know Shinzao is strictly a brawler and does stuff early, but in the end you are kind of reliant past a certain point on having other people back you up on your plays.
This is upcoming schedule for EDG?
I think so.
Yeah, so Weibo, LNG, Ultra Prime EDG. So there are like 2 wins maybe in there if LNG really crap the bed as well. So it's not going to be Shamu starting for EDG. Arlo still on top side. Monkey has been okay. Actually, I think he's had some okay goings. He's gone. No, he was playing a lot of Brand, and he started Brand and Graves.
Yeah, his Graves is his really famous pick.
But then actually, he's been playing quite well in stuff like the Viego too a little bit, because I feel like a struggling team like, well, Weibo have done this a lot. They were actually the first team to do this in the LPL this year. EDG picks it up a bit as well alongside OMG. Viego just makes it so much easier to not care about having a proper win condition and instead playing towards we get 1 kill and reset.
Yeah.
And for a team which is 2-10 like EDG, it's useful to do that.
Exactly, and like when he was in the LDL, the things that Monkey was really succeeding on with a lot of the other members here of the EDG roster that were down there at the time was things like the Graves and the Diego. They were very good at kind of getting him to be an additional carry threat.
This is a very Chinese-Japanese thing, by the way. I've noticed this on both the LGL and the LPL broadcast. All of these products they have on the desk are really good product placements. They have like, so for instance, there are like supplements which LGL have like on the desk.
Yes,
there's
they
like
do.
a lot of tech stuff there obviously on the desk there. It's a good way to kind of get sponsorships.
They also do like ad reads. So they'll have like literally product placement sections where they talk about the products. It's like on like a little ad.
CDZ has 9 solo kills.
Really? What?
Well, I mean, it says it on there.
I don't think I would have recognized that from.
So I'm actually kind of annoyed that a lot of people have been saying that ZDZ is crap and that he's awful and whatever. I don't think he's been like super great, but this guy is losing so many less games than the Shy did last year, and I think that ZDZ on stuff like the Extente has been fine.
Yeah, but for the record, Foxy, in terms of the talk about Durex, they just have it as an in-game lower third. So it's not even like it's actually in-game sponsor. That's like Red Bull. They have a Durex power player equivalent.
They have stalls at LPL events. Yeah. I don't see why this is a problem.
Of course not at all.
I don't see why this is a problem.
It's just a little bit funny. It's more.
No, it's because of Western sensibilities.
Of course it is.
OT, we're talking about sex.
Yeah, literally.
It's not a problem, actually. And in fact, I mean, I talked about this on a previous stream. Like, the demographic for esports is typically quite young in terms of like 20 to 25, that kind of thing. And you have a lot of, particularly in LPL and LCK, a lot of people go as couples to these events.
Yeah, big time.
And like the actual, as opposed to the West, which is sometimes a little bit more male skewing, it's definitely not that case in terms of
LPL,
in terms
not
of LPL and
it's a
LCK,
lot more
which means actually it's people sharing an interest, and there's young couples may as well actually put a product there which might actually be useful.
If you're looking at a particular time period in which people are a little bit more open to, play in the field, should we say, that tends to be the age demographic, so it makes sense.
What happened to the Shy? He didn't get a contract he liked this year, so he is not on a team. So, yeah.
He's a very expensive player.
So, by the way, he has won something like 6 out of the 7 most popular players in the LPL awards since he won the first one in 2018.
Yeah.
This guy is like, he is the most popular player in the LPL by a country mile. I think he won his first one in 2018, and the only time he lost it was to JJ in 21 when they won Worlds.
Yeah.
So that's the only time he lost the most popular player award.
And despite his play being very mercurial, he still does enough cool things that people go, oh, wow, this guy's still good. And he kind of is. He's just not consistently good. And what that basically means is teams go, okay, well, we've got to pay huge amounts of money for brand value, and then the problem is on top of that is like, for a player that might actually also be a net negative and not a positive to a team, it's very hard to justify.
Pretty much. I mean, Weibo were very lucky to get towards World Finals, and honestly a lot of that is just because Weiwei was really fucking good at facilitating that team. Remember, they started last year with Casa, by the way.
Yeah. Who had a bad year, actually.
Very bad year. He's gone back to PCS now, I think.
Oh, where is he playing now? Is he on...
He's on one of the PCS teams. I can't remember if he's on one of the top ones, but he's on one of them, so...
DFM also 2OJ team, which was huge.
Well, it's not that huge. It's the 6th place team in PCS, and I watched through the games, and it wasn't confident.
No, well, okay. It is in the sense that it's been how many, but like it's never had a PCS team knocked out of their own playoffs before. That's why it's huge.
Costa right now is on Flying Oyster, by the way. So.
Okay. Who are what rank were they? Like top 2, aren't they? Yeah. I wondered whether you knew off the top of your head.
Oh shit, they first actually. Okay. Wait, hang on, what's happening? Yeah, so it's CFO, Talon, and then Frank. But I thought that CFO actually had some stumbles as well. Because I thought that even though CFO had like finished first, a lot of people were then viewing Talon as the better team on paper. Junja is the jungle for Talon, so that's
that's a big jungle.
Another, that's LPL world champion with EDG. He was the sub for behind JJ.
Yeah, and then exactly, those are some very iconic junglers right there.
Yeah. I mean, so basically Flying Oyster, they have Gory and Sword Art, who are like quite flip-flop players, so there's every chance that they could kind of go
Yep.
wherever. And PSG, I mean, they've got Aja, Junjia, Maple, Betty, Woody, which is pretty good too. Frank, so the things that we used to see, you know, like, I think it was Unified and Kaiwing was like the huge duo.
Nuts duo, yeah.
So Kaiwing is on Frank Esports now, so they have Gemini, who's also a very good jungler. Pretender and Jimmy are both kind of like flip-flop between teams as well. But then you have Kaiwing as support. Huh?
Where did Gemini used to play?
I'm trying to remember if he was on Beyond for a
Was he
little
not
bit.
Oyster?
He was on Frank and then Oyster.
Oyster,
before.
yeah.
And then he was on Machi. He was on Machi when they went to
Machi,
Worlds, I'm pretty
yes.
sure. Yeah, I knew he was on
Flying
one of
Oyster
them.
Machi,
Yeah,
that's what it was. Hey, Sonny.
yeah.
好的，感谢两位
Right, also Christina.
分享
Yay!
Woo,
Christina!
Christina!
So Christina used to do the translations for LPL English.
Did
It was
she?
really, really cool.
Yeah.
And I got to meet her out in Xi'an as well. Very cool person. Went for Hot Pop multiple times.
Oh. Do you? I'm assuming you guys don't have translations at the minute.
Nope. I think Munchables, someone on his stream jumps in call and translates interviews for him.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's actually very good content though. So.
Yeah, who's the? Is it is it Shallow who's like? Is it Shallow who has like the ridiculous interviews where he just says the most like out of pocket, deadpan stuff?
Lien is one of the big ones. For
Lien.
that. But then Shallow who, no, it's Lien. But Shallow who was saying, you know, effectively everything when it came to Milky Way was like, no, you can't ban him out, you can't get him under the skin, under his skin. This guy's just, he's quite blunt with his interviews.
Yes, I remember seeing some. That's the reason I was saying. Like, I remember his interviews being famously like ridiculously blunt,
首先，让我们欢迎微博 Gaming for 奥迪。
which was kind of mad, really.
Okay, on to stage now.
Oh, yes.
Second series of the day. T1 D Plus just went into its second draft as well, so I'm just gonna like keep that on the side for a little bit before we get into the game. So yeah, EDG, they lose today. They're out of playoffs. We won't see them again until summer. Well, I mean, we'll see them in the rest of the split, but they will not be going towards playoffs. Weibo, they would really like a win now, because they're currently in 10th at 5 and 6. If they win this, they kind of like, they clear themselves of a series beyond LNG, and LNG are currently on 11th. So as it stands, I would imagine one of like OMG, Weibo, LNG are going to go out of playoffs. Maybe anyone's legend can dip beyond that tier, but they already have 7 series wins, so we'll see. Now, Xiaohu, this little tiger himself.
Yeah, he's been having an unfortunate split. I think people have been rightfully criticizing his level of play. Actually, he's been very much not the Titan he's been.
This guy's had a bad.
Yeah, especially considering like the heights we know he's at. He's just not been looking good at all. It's not even like say. You know, we've seen parts of like years where like certain mid laners have kind of like had a bit dip in fall. Xiaohu's like collapsed this year. It's been not good.
There's a Sona being picked up by D+.
Oh, interesting.
So,
oh.
yeah.
Oh, they are cooking. Is that the first pick, Sona? No, it's a third pick. Sorry, it's the order of the...
It's in the middle of the draft!
I am looking from an awkward angle, and the LCK draft inside out, so I was like, I got a bit confused, because I looked at it from this angle over here, it looked like the Sona on the far left. I was like, oh my days, that first pick, but I hadn't realized they're drafting inside out.
Oh, that's fun though. So basically, Lucian first pick, the Nami was taken away by T1. So they just said, no, you're not getting Lucian Nami. So they picked the Sona alongside the Lucian. What the hell are you going to do with your AD carry then? You're going to do like Neela Nami? They must have a weird pick prepared. This is good though, because T1 kind of lost to Genji because they were not prepared for Genji's evolution of the Lucian Nami meta.
Yeah. Nymaera might be okay?
I think Neela's probably better. I think Samira struggles to close the distance though, so.
Maybe, but yeah, maybe. Trying to think. Curiosity. What else could you do? Maybe Jin? Jin Nami's been done before.
Well, in season 6, yeah. It's been a long time.
No, I'm just trying to think. Ash, I don't know. We'll have to see.
Ash is
A band, so fair, yeah.
Yeah, I think Neela. I think you've already got the Ral in the comp. I think you go Neela.
Can leave it to last pick here as well, potentially.
Could be Varus just for lane pressure.
Do you want to default on Felios?
I mean, no, Felios not as good as man. So, are they last picking AD carry?
Yeah, I say I thought they would be.
Take Azari though.
Okay. He's a good Ari player.
The one where she says, "Oh, that's kind of cute."
Nice. With a little pose.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
这场 WBG 和 EDG 的选手们已经就位了啊。
So the LPL hosts tend to do like a pose thingy. They do it for viral moments or whatever. It's kind of cute though. I don't mind it.
EDG 最近是两胜
You take those opportunities.
We're seeing Annie as like an okay answer. I don't even like the Annie into the Ahri because like Annie is much less strong than she was. Ahri has better HP right now as well. Okay, we're on stage. Everyone's sat down. We should be getting into our draft soon enough here as well. So we turn our eyes away from the LCK stream.
I'm not sure what the last pick AD carry is, I'm not gonna lie! Nearly into draft. Finally debating what they're going to do last pick. Down one, Nara as a blind pick would make some sense.
It's not a blind pick.
Sorry, yeah,
what do you mean? This last pick ADC.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. I think Neela.
Caitlyn maybe would be fun, I don't know. Red double range bot.
I guess going Neela into 70 range champion is gonna suck.
It's almost a Guma's like most like it's his OG champion. It's what he made a name for himself. No, Caitlyn. It's what he made a name for himself in solo queue on.
Alright, okay.
There you go.
Caitlyn Nami. I mean, it's very lane dominant. Very lane dominant. Okay, right. We can change away from it now. Chat about what's gonna happen here. Alrighty, folks. Who's ready for some Weibo versus EDG? This was almost. This was. Was this a matchup that we saw in regional playoffs? Let me think about that actually. Was that what we had in regional playoffs?
Well, after last spring, EDG were looking like one of the best teams in the league, and then
yeah, but this is I thought we saw it at the end of the year as well. Regional playoffs. Yeah, EDG were the team that knocked Weibo were the team that knocked EDG out from World's contention.
Wow.
Because in the regional finals, the qualification match, Weibo beat EDG 3-1.
Huge.
And that match was insane, by the way. The Shy versus Uzis, two titanic figures of the LPL. Both of these teams are a far cry from that point, and even then, at the end of that year, it felt like EDG were really starting to fall off. But that's just something to keep in mind there, actually. You know, the regional finals between the two of them was, I mean, it's one of my favorite ones. I was there in the stadium casting
yeah,
it.
It was
so,
great fun.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you have very fond memories of that series.
Yeah. Seeing the players walk out was that was special. Something special. Maybe, I think I have a clip or two of that on my TikTok. Actually, I made a shit post about it. It was funny, but yeah.
Did Uzi retire again? Sort of. Basically, no one wanted to hire him, is the honest answer.
He didn't want to do like the huge practice days because it was like 12, 16 hours practice days, which are absolutely absurd. And I think Uzi's health has been a big point of his concern. Like he's had multiple health issues over his career at this point. Which okay,
difficult to manage indeed.
Into game we go. Weibo versus EDG. Last time we saw these two teams face off, Weibo knocked out EDG from the World Qualifier. He beat them 3-1. Now both these teams, despite the fact that Weibo were world finalists and EDG were at points the best team in the LPL last year, they're a far cry from it. Both of them are struggling. EDG, if they lose today, they're out of playoffs, never mind world contention. That's a long time ago.
It does feel like EDG have got a lot of soul searching to do to figure out how they're going to play the game. Weibo, of course, not the greatest split for them either. And what heights they've fallen from their surprise world finals run. They'll first pick the Karma, they banned the Smolder and the Senna, wanting to play out from different things alongside the Varus as well. Those are the three massive AD carry picks. The Kalista and the Lucian on the other side for those lane dominant options. Ashe remains, but that's often been the support pick. So what on earth are you looking bot? The lock-in of the Rakan says, if you don't pick Xayah here, we'll just third pick that ourselves.
Yeah, the thing is, the Xayah can very much fall down in lane against some stuff too. I mean, the Rakan is pretty fine to be put elsewhere. One of the reasons why the Ashe has not been seen as much is because
that we were just joking a little bit about would we see a last pick Neela over in the LCK. We just see it picked right out here very early on in the blue side draft. That is a lot of AD carry bans, and immediately the spice comes on through. Clearly a plan for this bot lane from both sides.
And you were talking about, you know, what about the Ashe? We haven't seen that as much, XYZ. One of the reasons why we haven't seen the Ashe as much right now is because a lot of teams have struggled with range supports. Crisp is one of the champ players, weirdly, who has a great win rate on range supports, awful on melee. He had something like a record of all of his wins were on range supports, and every single melee game he had played was a loss as well. He was a fantastic Renata player, a fantastic Ashe player. So him picking this up, it's good in terms of Weibo knowing themselves, and alongside the Neela as well, it allows them to play towards this duo, which they pulled out against OMG in game 1. This is a duo they have played before, and they took 10 plates as a duo lane in about 8 minutes. Wow. They completely shut out that game, and I believe that was against the Xayah Rakan as well. It was absolutely disgusting. And EDG's bot lane now, the Snake and Vampire, two rookies into the LPL proper against Light and Crisp, who are the biggest names in their individual roles in the LPL. This is not easy street.
No, it is not, and
I actually think the Ezreal's a good ban, because that's one of the few AD carries that can survive the laning phase here. You could also ban anything which could... I mean, I think that EDG, they've done the right job in terms of banning away some of the early pressure picks, which can cause you problems. I think the Volley Bear as well is also an early diving champion, which can add onto their woes even more. So Weibo, they're not focusing on the AD carries. They're saying, look, whatever you lock in, we're going to crush it either way. The Jack's taken away from Arla, because also it is Arla's Jack's.
Exactly, I should remember that.
And now we have to see what Arla can... I think you kind of have to lock in... I think you lock in Ezreal here. I think that's probably the easiest thing you got. I don't want to see Xayah. Xayah just gets crushed in this lane.
Do you have to think about something like an Udyr here and then try and save something weird for the top side? Ziggs would be interesting to try and match to kind of exceed the range of the Nilah and the Ashe. You are, you know, Ashe long range-ish, of course, with the W in particular. But Nilah, melee champion, maybe you can try and just outrange and outpoke.
That happens when you get levels. What happens to level 1? Level 1, if they don't get really good value, this bot lane is going to get crushed. Now, this is an interesting combo, and you have now really good wombo combo with the Rakan, potentially with the Orianna, and the Ziggs on top of it. I don't like this combo, though. You've now gone double AP carries for the side of EDG, which are easy to itemize against, and I think you die early anyway. EDG, I think that if they make it out of the first 3-4 levels of the game, sure, this can have some value. I think this is really quite dangerous now, with the Rel and the Aatrox being backline access and helping the Nilah get into the fray as well. It's going to be very dangerous. Arla's going back to the Jace. He's played this once already. He had a terrible early game on it, but he managed to get away with a win there. This is a weird draft from EDG, because the Ziggs Rakan, in isolation, I don't mind it as a duo. I think they're going to get crushed in early game, which means that EDG aren't going to be able to support this Jace on top side. I think Weibo, they have winning top, potentially with the Rel having angles onto the Jace, while EDG are trying to save their bot lane as well.
So the only thing I'll say here is if one of the things that Ziggs is supposed to allow you to do, much like an Ezreal, is to be able to basically just be very hard to deny access to farm, because you can just farm the way with Q in your minefield from miles and miles and miles away. And at that point, maybe you can just try and say, okay, the Snake, you're just being left alone. Good luck. Ult the wave when you have to, and we'll try and play for the team fights, and we'll try and play around the Jace instead. I just don't know how easy it's going to be when you look at the ability to pull off dives, and is it going to be worth doing? It'll be risky.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like the innovation. I like the fact that they're thinking outside the box. That's not something which I'm going to discredit for them, especially when EDG are in a very difficult scenario. They've thrown something at the wall. Let's see if it sticks. If they lose this series today, they're out of playoffs. They will be into... I think it's the only second time ever EDG have missed a playoffs in their entire history of 10 years within the LPL. Started in 2014 spring, 10 years later. They are a far former shadow of their former selves.
Exactly, on the other side now for Weibo Gaming, they want to make this series a clean and decisive one. This should be, much like the last series, a pretty heavily biased game in terms of Weibo. They are the ones coming in as the favourites. They are the ones with the better scoreline and on average the better play. But we haven't been that convinced like by Weibo in their gameplay. Particularly players like Xiao, who have been receiving a lot of criticism. There's been a lot of doubts about the consistency. Yodang's joined the roster to try and bring a little bit of a shake-up to make things work. Starting off here, first game, I believe, on stage, has had no champions history on there, going to be on the Rel.
Fish has blown Flash already.
Oh!
That's not a good start. Now we're looking at potentially a Flash this mid laner, which is a very squishy lane to potentially be even broken into by Yodang. I think Crisp on the Ashe. When you are playing towards the more ranged supports like the Ashe, this is a continual conversation we've had, so just to update again, most of the LPL teams are playing towards melee support. Now the thing is, Crisp is a very good range support player and allows you to play quite differently. And this is the picture-in-picture to see how that Flash was blown. Halo Blades slows on the Ashe. You do not want to get taken down too easily.
I think the fast flash there required, and you understand why it was done, but it's still a frustrating thing to blow early, of course, because minions haven't spawned yet. At least you're spending a fair amount of that cooldown without having to be in lane and at risk. We've got a pause.
That's fun.
Is it?
Right. I'm sure it is for someone out there. We'll see what that's for. We had a pause the other day as well. We're just hoping that's going to be fairly quick. And now this is the camera pan of shame.
Who is it?
I think it's EDZ up there on the top. Actually,
I think it's CDC.
Anyway, Weibo, they have a pause. What pause content have you cooked up for us?
So, Was it?
It's right in my ear when you said,
Well, you leaned towards me.
Leaning towards the microphone.
But let me think. So, I went to 1975 last night.
How was that?
It was
I've not heard of them before.
a really good gig. I don't know the 1975 that well. I went to see them about 10 years ago. Had a really good time with them then, but they've obviously changed a lot since then. They had a really cool stage, where effectively what they've done is that the stage setup was like a 1970s house. So you would you had this open plan, like it was like you were going to like a theater show or whatever. And they had like it was every member of the band walked up, they turned on different lamp. They had like 8 different people on stage. They had like 5 pianos, other guitars. Those of like sitting room seats. They all come around and sit on various seats that they were playing around the coffee table and watching TV and stuff.
That's kind of cool.
So it was a really well staged show, and like when they came on stage, they had like a Friends opening theme where they had like people with movie cameras walking around, and so on the side they had like starring like a Friends opening theme effectively with all like starring the various band members and stuff. They had like an opening credits sequence and stuff, which was really cool.
To zoom in on the logo. We're into game again.
There you go. Away from my personal life and back onto a much more riveting topic, namely League of Legends. And game 1 here between Weibo Gaming and EDG, 2 of the most popular organisations in the LPL, but both in slightly awkward situations in terms of the levels of play. EDG more so, especially considering they have had a whole revamp of the roster. A lot of people coming up from Academy and not succeeding in the way they were hoping for.
And we did hear just a little while ago that Jeja is on the mend.
Good.
He's not, so, thing is, once you've been out of practice for a little while, it kind of sucks. You're just taking a hard trade early as EDZ, very much going to be on the weak side for now. Question is, though, what are you going to do in this bot side? Because when you also have Nymaera giving you the XP advantage, very easy to get over XP advantages and get towards HP advantages to EDG. They cannot afford to get completely burst out early on. Yodang level 3. There's a teleport on the snakes. You don't even have something like a barrier or a heal. I feel like this is a real danger station for EDG.
Monkey is kind of reverse clearing here, kind of aware that he might have been invaded onto. Might still be, actually. Needs to be a little afraid. There's a Shattering Strike and a Smite. There we go. Just takes the entire camp, and Yodang very pleased with that indeed.
Now, what that means is that Monkey has... if he stays around bot side to try and protect his bot lane, they're going to be in a very difficult position. You see that Light and Chris. They're hiding in this Tri-Brush just to see if anything comes of it. If Vampire and the Snake walked up to that wave too far, they would have got wrapped around on the back side of it. But as it stands, Vampire and the Snake doing quite well in regards to the early few levels. That was one of the big pain points that we highlighted for them before.
Yeah, and the thing is, for all that you have got the melee champion in the Nyla, the Ashe kind of mitigates that lack of range. And Nyla, even with the Formless Blade, does still do a lot of work. The only thing I will say is there's not a huge amount of value you're going to get out of the Jubilant Veil this game, because it only blocks autos, and realistically, probably only Monkey's going to be doing that with a 3 Talon Strike that you feel really good about blocking. Maybe some of the Jace autos.
Ooh, Light takes a tower shot.
Lots of damage on the tower shot! Has to flash away from the bouncing bomb, and the Ignite not quite enough. My days, that's every summoner but a flash on Chris blown.
Okay, so mission accomplished in the bot side in regards to surviving the early lane. The Snake has teleport and isn't even punished for not taking a heal or something like that. You typically take the teleport on the mages in bot lane anyway. It means you can be suspect in these early all-ins. Not the case. Light misplaying the all-in. And Light and Chris with the duo, they absolutely demolished OMG with. It's one of the cleanest games I've seen from them in the entire split. Not in a great spot now. We're going to see the picture-in-picture exactly what happens here. Gets himself the double dash forward. Dashes out of the he dashes out of the grand entrance to try and avoid the knockup.
Yeah.
Goes into tower range though. Steps a little too far forward.
Rip, an Ignite and a tower shot suddenly means he loses about half of his health bar and has to play out the rest of that one a little bit scarily. And especially if you're given some free time and the fact that yes, you're running with you get a little bit of healing as the Nyla, of course, with some of the way you build your kit, but you're still going to deal with the fact that the Snake's going to be able to sort of just continue to throw bombs from a long, long way away. Your only real way to get on top of them as the Nyla is just to all in, right? That's just how Nyla works.
Yeah, so this is exactly what I'm saying. Once you have a few levels and you have your first back, you're pretty okay. Yodang finds out Monkey again, stole the camp away from earlier. What more can he do? Gets the knock up. He's got Xiaohu and ZDZ on his side.
Monkey, I think, might have to turn home to his own jungle, but there's nowhere to go. The trees are cut down. He is dead to rights.
That's a problem because the kill goes over to ZDZ in this lane where you expect Ala to get lane dominance too. Xiaohu's first on the roam, ZDZ's first on the roam. Yodang gets to go towards the grubs as well. Weibo, while the bot side of the map, I mean, given this draft, importantly is not going well for them, they do claim some benefits in top side.
I was going to be a bit frustrated. I'd like to have the wave shuffle most of the game, and suddenly the one time.
This is Jace. This is the whole thing. EDG, the last time they played this top lane Jace as well, they made similar mistakes where I felt like Ala had good early trades, and then actually they made a mistake around the top side of the map. Monkey is now going to walk towards this. Yodang might have stayed a little too far, but he does get all 3 of those grubs. And Monkey can't find an all-in. Of course, he doesn't have the flash, and it's a flash from Yodang as well. So, more than fine to walk away with the objective.
Try and look instead for the Raptors, especially as Xiaohu has just backed and will need to TP back in. So, Raptors for Monkey. This time, I don't think there'll be any real way to contest him. It's actually got Vampire, who's just left lane to support a little bit as well. So, trying to get something on the map while Yodang and Xiaohu are resetting.
The Snake, happy now to just kind of play in this lane. You're against 2 squishies. Now, if those bombs land and you're good at your long-range skill shots, you see exactly what happens here. Light cannot look for the all-ins because they are below quarter HP at this point. So that's why I was saying again, the first few levels of the game were very, very risky. Now they've overcome that. You've been rewarded for that early laning phase, and the Snake and Vampire as the rookies in this bot lane matchup. Doing more than fine here.
Yeah, and the Snake is someone who's played a little bit of the Ziggs. He's kind of been one of those pocket picks you've had available, and it does feel like a lot of the LDL bot laners have them just because of the way
Fearless draft.
You have to Fearless draft because one of the big things you've got to concern yourself with is we're actually seeing Yodang get jumped on here. Maybe he needs to flash on out and does so. It's not mounted up, so no real way of getting over the wall by throwing the Iron Horse over it. Now finally Ferromancy mount up and can maybe look to play out a bit more, but just has to leave it as is, flashed out.
So last time that Yodang was on one of the objectives, he had his solo laners come to him first. Now he's going towards bot side though. This Neela, who is down an awful lot of gold early, comparative as well, built up a cull and is behind in CS. Did not have the same degree of safety to walk into bot side river that he did off top side. Ala, he's 10 CS up, going to be a little bit less of that as he gets cleaned up here by EDG. Very interested to see what happens now that the steel caps are built up and he can go towards potentially something like a Hydra.
Yeah, and the only thing it does is it gives Aleph free reign to go throw a ward down on the Grant, come along over here is actually EDG. Just land the Infernal Chains, trying to prevent Aleph from getting into the lane easily. We'll have some honey fruit to work with in the way. Still shoving towards him, so it should be fine.
One of the things which changed about Aatrox a lot actually in terms of his individual balance was a lot of the time it's about his W cooldown, because it's one of the ways that you really threaten ranged champions. Your Q cooldown's one thing, that affects everything. Particularly against ranged champions. If you get to tag someone with a W and then get like your first knock up into it, it's kind of guaranteed to get the second part of the W damage and the pullback as well. So just using that and using that cooldown, very important to see how you can catch out Jace, particularly when he's in ranged form. You know, the thing about Jace is that he used to be kind of like a ranged champion with the stats of a melee one. They have hit that over time, so it's harder to be free to play the heavier punish plays.
Yeah, well, shock blast that missed there as well, and obviously ZDZ has gone towards the Comet, which you do often see from Aatrox into those ranged matchups, which can otherwise be quite difficult to get value on other keystones from, called Conqueror, Grasp, all things that Aatrox has run in the past. But against things like the Rumble, the Jace, does feel like the Comet makes some sense.
And because you're basically a half-range champion yourself, you tap someone with a Q, you're definitely not playing at melee range. So
it is a very long-range ability.
And, you know, this is now going to be a bit of an issue for EDG because, you know, this Jace is meant to be ahead of the game. Jace is very much balanced to that.
Oh,
he walks next to the wall.
Phenomenal arrow, Crisp, living up to his namesake. That is ice cold.
This is one of the reasons why we see Crisp still picking range supports like the Ashe. A lot of the LPLs moved away from it. They want their Nautilus. They want the Alistair. Crisp needs the range supports. And though the laning phase didn't work out for him, he leaves the lane and gets some value out of it.
Kind of a bit of perhaps a shock to those who haven't been following the LPL super close. Of course, Crisp back in the day when he was winning world championships with FDX, it was the Thresh that he was making a name for himself on those kind of pick, more melee-ish AD carries, the hook champions. Bit of a transition.
Carry now. Yeah.
I'm sorry, like
supports.
Supports, that's what I meant, thank you. And it's that change in style, pretty huge, as once again the Snake landing some very clean combos.
And the thing is, when Ziggs gets to push in and chunk you out like that, gets autos on turret, the Ziggs fast use passive does an insane amount of damage to turrets, and potentially getting to the point where he can even satchel the turret down for huge plate gold. He's got himself a Dark Seal as well. Feels like he can stay safe and stack up that one as well. Very valuable item on a lot of mages right now if the backline access isn't there. The problem is, of course, EDG, rest of the map not necessarily going that well for them. Feels like they are going to now have to hinge off a Vampire, getting a good long CC combo. So the Snake's gold is very, very easy to leverage. It's not about skill shots if someone's CC'd in place for 3 seconds.
Yeah, and then perhaps a little bit against the expectations from draft, the actual attentions from Weibo have ended up being more successful towards the top side than they have been towards the bot lane where they had the Neela and the Ashe. One grub was taken, but still 5 towards Weibo. Arrow comes on through, lands onto Monkey. Will not have a chance to Crescent Guard quite yet. May have to shortly. Does so now, but already the roots come on through to Vampire, who still manages to buffer out with a well-timed Battle Dance and gets out to safety.
I mean, mainly the 3-person Shockwave from Fisher buys that space. He ends up buying the retreat. And Monkey's ult as well sees him to safety. So EDG, a moment of worry there. Problem is, on the bot side, again, the Ziggs can just keep throwing out skills, get more passive autos on this turret. One more wave, that's turret down to Satchel.
Does indeed, and they can look to reset. And again, the Snake being left alone, causing a lot of trouble in this bot side. It's up nearly 40 CS individually in the matchup. Survived, more than survived, has thrived in this lane and has continually made Light's life very difficult. What are you blocking as Light with the W? You just take damage for free.
Well, I mean, that's one thing, right? It's more about messing up the early levels, so you never get that chokehold over the bot side of it. That's why it really does feel like the Snake, they did well. They did their work at the early levels. After that point, so hard to play, to the point where they've now switched away from that bot lane. ZDZ's in bot side, and he can maybe threaten. In fact, there was a Satchel, looks like, on the minimap, away from that Aatrox towards the bot side of the map. Ala, we'll see what happens there. Is there a hammer blow away? Not when they've been stunned in place.
Crash down, Shattering Strike. Not that much damage on the run, but Crisp is coming on over. We'll just get to W, and it's actually Crisp that is given the kill. They'll get another. The arrow flying on the other side to try and play out this bot side and buy some time. The tower goes down, but it's still going to be ZDZ in a 4-man dive. Does go down. The Snake picks that one up. The Ziggs continues to oppress on the other side of the map.
Cross map comes through from both these teams. Light, however, on the Nila, very good at killing turrets with the Formless Blade as well. It affects turrets, by the way. It will hit it. So even though been struggling in the 2v2, he managed to escape that. ZDZ and Ala both die for the bot lane's gains. I think this is maybe slightly better for Weibo, because I think the Ziggs was taking that turret anyway. Weibo will be happy to get something onto the Nila. Problem is, the Nila's still not going to be ahead of the game. They're down 40 CS, a huge amount of gold to the side of the Snake Ziggs. Is going to make him a very threatening carry. That's the word.
One of them. There's a few in the English language, I hear.
So I've heard, yeah.
Still. Eyes instead go to the rest of the map. We've got a little bit of time before any other objectives are spawning, and the game's still pretty even. The problem Weibo are finding is, like, yes, the Ashe has been finding a lot of value, but this Nila has just been absolutely torn apart down the 40 CS. This Ziggs is going to prove very, very difficult. And yes, the Jace is behind, but you're still going to have to deal with the fact that you've got this double poke that is going to be very hard unless you land the really good combo to make things happen from Weibo Gaming to kind of deal with.
As we've had this cross map, one of the things which we really need to start tracking now is what's happening with these Ashes, what's happening with the Vision. The Jara dodged out on, because actually Ashe threw that on top of a ward. Something that we need to keep tracking, because as we've just had the flip-flop around the top lane and the bot lane, wards have been put in positions that you don't necessarily expect them from. EDG get away with that one. They get away with it in mid lane too. The Snake potentially was going to get jumped on that. And with him now taking up shop, setting up shop in the mid lane, maybe it's easier to jump onto the Ziggs than it was in this bot lane matchup.
Archangels now bought by Fisher, both stacking for the double AP mages in this game. Will be probably completing that in about 5 odd minutes. Less so for the Snake, who has been stacking that one for a very long time. Early tier came on through, the Lost Chapter as well. It's going to be infinite bombs right now from the Ziggs. Never running out of mana in this game.
That's double Lost Chapter items for the Snake, as you're saying. I would imagine it's going to be the Luden's Companion. That means that, of course, you get the extra bonus from the Seraphs in terms of the mana shield and the mana AP scaling as well from both of them. I mean, we used to see Seraph's Rod of Ages way back in the day. Rod of Ages is kind of a crap item now, though, so people don't go towards it. Weibo, they're going to get chunked out a little bit through this choke point. If EDG can control a choke point with bombs, with the minefield and the ball, very hard for Weibo to find good value from a lot of these fights. Weibo really need to find ways beyond where EDG expect them to come in through these corridors.
Exactly that. They are still going to have to think about trying to contest for this Herald. The arrow lands. That's onto the Rakan. Onto the backside, ZD does so much damage onto the Snake, who's surviving for now, but just doesn't have enough in the tank to get away from the Aatrox, who just runs at him. The shockwave on the other side is good, but Monkey will still die, and Weibo win out the fight.
ZDZ 1v2's the bot lane that has been determining the pace of this game from EDG. And EDG just don't end up controlling the corridors they need to. They don't get to seal off all the angles. And despite the fact that this game has not been about the Nila Ashe in the way it was last time Weibo picked it out, Weibo find a way to win that fight. Really want to credit Ryodang as well. Been very bold about the way that he's walked up to the the different carries of EDG, and found fights all the same. This is now a very concerning moment. EDG were ahead of the game. Now they're going to have to play from significantly far behind, with the Herald being stolen in that play too.
Stolen away, kills given over. This Aatrox kind of managed to be gifted a number of kills and assists and is now in a very scary position. 3 kills on the Ashwell. Crisp continuing to be really obnoxious. The early Umbral Glaive means they will actually be a serious damage threat at this point in the game. Dragon about to be started by EDG, but I wonder whether Weibo feel like they've still got opportunity to contest. They've still got an ultimate, particularly on Light, to work with. Could prove a bit difficult for EDG.
Really seeing what happens with EDG again. He doesn't have the World Ender right now. He is off of Vision, and Al is not really in a point where he can contest him in a 1v1. He's fairly low HP as well. Yodang, no flash for him to force out a play again, but just with the threat that EDG realized, oh, we don't have the vision to control bot Tribrush and the bot side of the river, we can't afford to face up to Weibo right now. We can't walk into this again. Fisher has teleport, could have come down to the play if he wanted to. Instead, gets himself top lane out of turret and gets himself some gold in hand, and that'll get him on his way towards his second item as well. It's been a big thing in the LPL, actually, just putting a mid laner into a side lane. It was much more apparent with the Azir, which is called global banned right now due to a bug. But still, getting something like an Orianna, a little bit of extra gold to get towards the second item is something that EDG will take as consolation. The Snake has no flash. I don't think he's safe under this turret.
No, he's not, and they're going to prove a bit difficult. The Snake gets jumped on, takes a lot of damage back. The Magna Storm afterwards does a lot of work. He's just nowhere to go. Throws up the ultimate on top of his head and is actually buying a fair amount of time as Vampire comes on in. But the Apotheosis light shot on the tower. It becomes a 1-for-1. They'll lose the tier 1 as a result, but look at the shockwave afterwards. Pulls Yodang back, and Weibo have overplayed their hand.
Fisher teleports back into the play after getting some gold on the side lane and cleans things up just a little for EDG. They still lose the mid lane out of turret, and that means that Weibo, I think they walk away from this play, you know, smarting a little bit, but largely getting what they wanted. They got a kill onto the Ziggs, they stop him farming. They're going to get themselves some pressure on bot side as well. Hang on, Chris this is really dangerous. Ala, you are not a tanky champion. I think he dies if he stays here.
He gets slowed by the W, he's got a bit of a speed up, tries to jump on force, but there's nowhere to go. Flashing on out actually keeps him alive.
He ends up hitting away one of the threats and activating the phase rush to run out, but still, flash, teleport down. CDC is tanking the turret here, but it'll be okay for himself. Has a bit of armor to tank off some of those, shrug off some of those tower shots. Still, all the same, a dangerous moment for him.
Outplays it, wasn't really expecting, I think, the heavy contest from Weibo, but they make it work in the end. We'll have a look at this replay as they dive so hard on the Snake, who's miles and miles away, satchels himself out, but gets caught mid-air with the arrow.
There's no real damage follow-up right here, though. You can see that the Seraphs has been built up. That buys a little bit of extra time for the Snake to get himself a couple of cooldowns out, and Light, I think he was largely going to be dead even if he goes under that turret either way. It just feels like the damage wasn't quite in range from Weibo.
Actually, credit to Oliver, who manages to 1v2 Crisp and Xiao and force the flash from Xiao, so they can't follow up. Neither of them got to hit the Ziggs, so the Ziggs manages to throw down his ultimate, his full combo, making it the 1-for-1, while Ale body block too.
And Ala's Jace has been a champion which has been quite successful in the past. It's not really been that much across the LPL this year. I think we've only seen 3 games of it or so. Now 2 of them, I believe, being Ala's, and they've he's gotten a couple of wins out of it. Does feel like it's not necessarily about to the champion, though, at that point, more about the rest of the team. And 0-2, and the only real AD threat on this team. Being that far behind allows, Yodang, who's built up. It's not the Endless Despair, it's the other one. It's the Hollow Radiance, that one.
Yep.
He's going to be in a real point of power. If he goes towards a Koenig Rooker as well, I think Yodang could be a real threat for EDG. I was worried when EDG locked in the double carries of the mage carries in the bot side, because it feels like, Ala, if you fall behind on this Jace, you're not really going to be adding much threat onto the tanks until a lot later into the game, which means that they don't really have to put that much armor on the table.
Right now, of course, and because the Jace is a little ways behind, as you were saying, like the DPS from him isn't quite there, and the Shin Sao's the other option's a bit difficult. The arrow lands, but is immediately Mikhail's away from, I believe Vampire's gone for that first item, which, when you're trying to mitigate Crisp's impact, does make some sense. So there you go, it is the first item, Mikhail's.
Definitely takes away one of the options from Weibo, which is, I think, quite intelligent building from the side of EDG's support. Can help them a little bit there. And thing is, he needs to be there at the plate. Chris can fire this from anywhere across the map. If eyes are on Vampire, much harder for EDG to disengage the play.
It is. Collector first from Nyla is not a surprise. It's regularly her first item. Really loves the lethality. The crit's really good. The execute's really good. Of course, her scaling. I think does she scale with lethality? No, that's Senna. But she does scale with crit really, really hard, particularly on her ultimate. Does vast quantities of scaling.
Particularly on a Q, because the crit scaling from the Q means that she gets lifesteal on champions. So it means that with the Collector, you just get a whole host of stats that you really like. And it means that when you go towards later items into the game as well, it wouldn't surprise me to see a shield bow next. I think that'd be quite important for them. He's at 2-item mark. Feels like, so even though he's been behind the game, all he really needs is to follow up on what Yodang's doing, and it feels like Weibo will still have a good amount of damage from the burst AD carry. And there's no real AD carry, traditional AD carry outside of that on EDG to contest with that. You know, even Nyla is not a traditional AD carry, so it feels like with the burst combos being king, like with the Collector, can really do some damage.
Okay. Another 30 seconds or so until Dragon. Does look like EDG are the ones who are in the river first. They'll be the ones controlling this area of the map for now.
So, EDG needs to be careful with the arrow as long as they're grouped up with Vampire. That Mikhails can very much help in regards to kind of shrugging off that first pick. Can EDG control enough vision to stop ZDZ from getting into a good angle? He had a really good fight just a little earlier to keep Weibo into contesting things. EDG got to push in mid lane. They're going to be pushing them very, very far and clearing out some visions as well. But it feels like EDG have left a bit of a hole in this net towards the bot side again. And this is how they fell back from Dragon last time because they didn't feel like they had enough vision. As EDG walking towards the river now, need to have eyes on all the threats from Weibo.
Do indeed. Vampire goes forward. Gets interrupted by a wonderful Q from ZDZ. Pull back away. Flash on forwards. This Aatrox proving monstrous indeed. Still goes down for it. Perhaps a little bit bold. Light not here yet. Could still look for a flash slipstream and the apotheosis. Gets onto one. Has yet to use the ultimate. Can still look to go forwards after this. Is bounced away by the satchel charge. And so it is only going to be the 1-for-1 for now.
Oh, Light really does a lot less than I thought he would do, but I guess this is a Nyla that's behind the game. ZDZ goes forward and finishes off the support. I don't think that's that valuable, but still, it's a decent amount of damage and allows Weibo to at least get themselves into River. They'll get themselves the Dragon. EDG, once again, don't check their angles.
Part of it as well, just Light didn't pop the ult, and that's where so much of the damage is from Nyla at this point in the game. It's like 120% scaling of the rank 2 ult. Just doesn't he pop it, so the damage isn't there from that.
No, I know he doesn't pop it, but still, it feels like he never really wanted to go in. He just felt like he didn't want to go too deep. I feel like he doesn't have the stats right now, and ZDZ, he gives his life for this flash forward. It's a good amount of damage. I wonder if that's a little too far.
Yeah, it looked good, and there wasn't exactly... If Light was there at the same time, that feels good. He wasn't. He was still kind of coming around the back of the blue buff, so that never really became an option. Instead, we find ourselves with Weibo winning the second Dragon. They're the ones that win out the... Well, win out in that terms, even if the fight was even enough. The game remains a pretty close affair.
That's also a reminder as well, ZDZ had a fantastic interrupt on Vampire to stop the combo coming through. One of the big things that EDG haven't really showcased so far is how dangerous the Ziggs Rakan combo can be. When we've seen Ziggs in the bot lane before, it's typically Ziggs Nautilus, Ziggs Leona, Ziggs Rakan, because they lock someone up for so long that the ultimate is guaranteed pretty much to hit them. And that's a huge amount of damage in the sweet spot of it. With the Seraphs and the Ludens built up, it looks like towards there. Oh, that's actually going to be hit onto Vampire.
Fisher as well now with the second Shadow Flame, really looking to be doubling down on what could well be execute damage when you're running with a poke combo, a burst combo. Just having that additional execute potential with your ability to crit on your magic damage feels pretty good here. Perhaps delay some of things like the Death Cap or the Crit Bloom, likely from the Orianna, because you have to pick or choose what goes in third. Looks like it will be the Crit Bloom, which I think does make some sense.
I feel like EDG, they have a lot of combos to play around.
Do indeed. Alet will try to get the shove up here in the top side. 2.5 items himself. The Jace had a rough time of it in lane. Not having a great time. But has managed to stabilize well enough. Is still a threat in the game. And will continue to try and be as useful as he can be. Because on the other side, ZDZ has been pretty scary indeed on the Aatrox. Even if he has perhaps overstepped once or twice on what looks like good flashy plays. Even if the end result hasn't been as clean as he may have liked.
I still think that ZDZ has been one of the biggest threats which EDG have had to deal with. Yodang He's walking forwards again with impunity. You can't clump up against this Rel. There they go.
The Light's coming on over. Not quite here yet. Could look to slipstream and look for someone in the backside. The fact they land the arrow means they can still go on in, but the Mikhail's does so much value. Light needs to back away. The bouncing bomb goes wide, but Light on this Kneeler just getting nothing done. Can find no angle to get in and use the combos. A shot blast deletes Yodang, the Iron Horse. Flavor just like hobbled in the lane.
The combo is really separated from Weibo yet again. This Kneeler doesn't have the gold to go in it alone and brawl through it. And with the smite down, EDG, despite the fact that they haven't won a lot of clean fights this game, will get themselves a free run of Baron. ZDZ has World Ender. He's spotted on Vision. He might be able to look for a big fight, but it still looks so dangerous for Weibo.
Crisp, I think, just had to flash there as well. Down to 3,000 HP. Where is Monkey? There's Leica pushing up in the mid lane as well. They will secure the Baron, and that's all done. Yodang being dead meant no smite, no real way to contest, and they just couldn't manage to deal with the onslaught poke, frankly, from the side of EDG.
And the way you deal with it is by engaging very effectively, very quickly. They couldn't do it. It was in parts again. You can see that Yodang catches some people out in the start of this replay. But it's not really with the follow-up of the damage again. Xiaohu gets a Mantra Cube. It's okay. It's not really the most damage here, though. Whereas on the other side, you look at Light walking in here. He just goes way too far from his team. There is no Mantra Cube to follow up. There is no Rel to buy some extra CC. And he has to flash out as well because there's no one there to give him a slipstream out. This is just insult to injury. The thing is, they get that kill, but the fact that the combo doesn't land in the first place is the bigger issue.
And part of that as well is, again, that first item Mikhail's buying dividends here, paying dividends here, because you just removed the arrow that landed onto Allah, and then you could see what Light was thinking. Excellent, landed onto the Jace. I can follow up. Ah, no, I can't. I'm too deep. And like that kind of momentary overextension, kind of exacerbated by the Mikhails, really hurts now. As this Kneeler not finding any real value in this game so far.
And again, the other time we saw the Kneeler out of Light was absolutely destructive. One of the most clean games we've seen in the LPL. Thing is, if those early levels don't go well, it really doesn't look that good. Crisp, on the other hand, on this Ashe, he's done a really good job on it in terms of trying to be a big actor in this game. 3-0-3, landed some big arrows. He's done that even though he lost the lane on the Ashe. How often have we said that? The Ashe is meant to be up without winning lane and then snowballing from it. He still tried, here comes another arrow, but it's another Mikhail's.
Mikhail's come straight on out, really mitigating what Crisp can do. That already at half HP himself, and maybe look for something in here. Monkey actually gets slowed down. Maybe they can just go back. His Vampire counter engages into the massive combo. The Zigzag comes on down, and the bombs go flying. No one's quite dead as yet, but Yodang's just about alive. Monkey is the same. Everyone's low, but no one is dead.
No one is a traditional AD carry in this game, and Light's not even there to be the almost traditional carry. So while the burst comes through, there's no one with the ranged TPS to kill off one of these burst out targets. Xiaohu as well on the Karma does some decent burst, can't do the follow-up to kill. So Weibo, EDG, they're both kind of hobbling away from that bot side fight. You see that Light looks for the all-in mid lane. Did he force a flash out of mid lane? He ended up at least forcing out that. Yes, he did, very close to the kill.
Yeah, he does indeed, and that's just what you get to do if you get to auto a bit more, and the healing and shielding from your Apotheosis always feels really good, especially just the raw amount of damage you do. Like, it is the hardest scaling AD ability in the game, I think, at level 16.
And also when you get like the kind of the auto Q resets as well, the AoE damage from that too, just all combos up into a really nasty combo. But of course you need to be very close range to do that. You need to be to know that you're likely to not make it out of one of those plays. Now because EDG have managed to group up again with the last of their Baron buff, they'll claim themselves this mid lane inner turret, despite the fact that they failed to get the bot lane inner turret. CDZ does have flash. You can potentially look for this.
Lands onto the snake. There's no Mikhail's quite yet. That's so much damage flashing away. Still has a satchel charge. It sends him the wrong way. The damage comes through. Weibo finally find the engage they've been looking for. Denied so much of the last few moments. The snake, so much of the target access finally works out. Weibo continue to step on forward. The W lands. The Infernal Chains not dragging Monkey back because he gets enough speed to extricate himself from that difficult scenario.
Monkey actually ends up living because he manages to eat over the wall onto the Raptors, eventually buys himself enough space, but Weibo, once again, through their top laner of ZDZ, getting good value. Xiaohu actually using the Blast Cone now. Monkey has no flash, he could die here.
He's got no Crescent Guard either. The Magnet Storm after is buying so much time. It's Crisp who's trying to play traditional lady carry, but the Sundered Sky Healing do a lot of work. Over the wall they go, ZDZ just about alive, and the volleys won't quite pick him off. Body blocked by Allah to prevent that final volley catching and killing the Shinsao.
Yeah, if you see any AD carry in this game, the kills are going to go through the roof for them. This is what happens when you've got the double mages and the Kneeler who kind of struggles to get the final kill off damage. It's really hard to finish off some of these. The Mikhail's on cooldown here, and the Ashe arrow is much lower cooldown than this. Chris has been hitting them on cooldown. If you don't hit the arrow on cooldown, you don't force the Mikhail's on cooldown as well, which means that you often find yourself just going to be matched, stunned for cleanse. And there you go. They just about get away with that one and bring the gold near enough back to even.
Gold lead has been a bit of a heart attack graph, going up and down the entire game long. It's back over. Well, it was to EDG. It's been brought right back to even. Still, you feel as this game goes on, the fact that the 3 items are completed for the Jace, for the Ziggs, not miles off for the Orianna either. Your ability to throw out vast quantities of burst from the other side of the screen makes Weibo's job quite hard, because if they don't pull the trigger in a timely fashion, they can just take too much damage before they pull the trigger in the first place.
Deathcap in for the Snake, Shadow Flame in for Fisher, which is kind of showing how they want to organize their combo as well, right? Because that's going to be the big burst coming in from the start of the play through the Rakan and then the Ziggs. Then you want the Shockwave to actually finish off the rest of the fight, because that's when you get the most damage of it. A Shockwave on someone below, well, if using a Shockwave on someone below 35% HP, it might be a bit of a waste, but that is still going to be a one-shot well and truly.
Yeah, exactly. When it's second item, it's something we called out a little earlier in the draft to make those kind of like dangerous burst combos work. The arrows from Crisp away from someone like the Mikhails, wielding Vampire, could have proven deadly there for Fisher. But he avoids what clearly would have been hook, line, and sinker, perhaps his namesake saving him there.
Just a little bit. So Crisp, I really think he's had a great game. Him and ZDZ, they've been trying to carry Weibo through quite a difficult draft after that early game. I think Yodang's not had the worst game either. He's been boldly trying to look for these engages. It's hard to look for the big engages. He had that one time he was sniped out in the back end of the fight. On the whole, though, EDG, they've thrown a couple of curveballs here. Now they're getting to the point where now the Jace is a factor. They need to be so careful around playing around vision, though. Weibo looking for flanks.
No, they get the Magnet Storm, but it's a solid Crescent Guard to deny, but Monkey might have to flash. I don't think it's quite off cooldown yet. He's trying to try and eat a Monkey, but the tether's still there. Nowhere to go. The Redemption buys healing and speeding, doing some work as a massive bomb comes on thing. Light goes forwards. Apotheosis isn't enough.
And he doesn't get the kill. The healing and shielding is too much from EDG. And Weibo, they lose their AD carry after they dive too deep. Once again, trying to finish off Monkey, but he is a bit of an escape artist in this one, as EDG will now head towards the Baron.
Oh, and now they can do that. Exactly. There's just too much. It's so hard to consistently get towards the backside. They still want to fight it because a lot was burned.
Here comes ZDZ. He's going to be a huge, huge flanking factor. Here comes
Oh.
the World Ender. I think they're looking for the fight.
Lots of low health bars. You can do a lot of work. The Shockwave into the jump blast does so much work. Yodang solo crashing down away from the fight. Misses the Q1. ZDZ World Ender down. Arrow immediately cleansed out. ZDZ still trying to do work. He's in a 1v4, but he's an 8. He's a lethality Aatrox. He cannot survive, and the Baron still goes EDG's way.
While this happens, Xiao who dies, they don't even have the Mantra Q. Yodang was looking for a Miracle Steal, but can't get into the fight. EDG, they have so rarely clutched out the late game, but in this one, they form up as a 5-man unit with the combo, which is a little bit weird here in the LPL. We don't see it that often. First time this year, we've seen the Ziggs in the bot lane, but it has worked out for them through hookup by Crook.
And credit to EDG, because it was a very early Neela Ashe lock on the blue side. And I know you were raising some concerns, saying, look, I see the Ziggs lock in. I see that if you can survive the first few levels, how it's supposed to work, but I'm not sure that this is going to be a functional thing. But honestly, that bot lane from EDG proved way too much. The mid game has proved far too hard for Weibo to consistently find the picks. And despite the fact they're higher up the standings, despite the fact it's EDG at 2 and 10, with a roster that has just struggled to find anything resembling consistency, game 1 regardless is looking like EDG's to win.
The last hit on the Nexus goes down. It's not a light show. There's a snake in the shadows which controls this one, and despite the heroics from ZDZ and Crisp in the early game, they couldn't even last it out into the late game themselves. EDG walk away with a rare win for this roster, despite all of the changes and the hard weather that has come their way. They are 1-0 up in this series. If they were to lose today, they are out of playoffs. This is very much last chance saloon, and they strike first.
And now, I've got to ask a little bit of a question, because for the side of Weibo, they thought they had something cool to work with there. They thought they had this really cool pick combo with the all-in kind of like wombo that never really got off the ground. And yeah, part of that is a lot of good zone control between the Shinzao and the Shockwave, preventing easy access. But then, actually, the fact that Ala, despite being attacked, still useful on the Jace, the fact that Ziggs did so damn well in that lane, they're nearly just consistently eating damage at every given moment, especially when Crisp was leaving. To make plays happen elsewhere with the Ashe, which was pretty successful, in fairness. The Ashe looked good. it felt pretty hard for them.
Yeah, and you know, again, a lot of this game, realistically for me, comes back to the very first levels of the game where Light went under a turret and took a turret shot in that 2v2. Now, you can look at this combo and you can say, hey, this Ziggs, the Rakan, it looks really good for them. If you don't get that good an early lane and you don't get 40 CS ahead of the Nilah, and you don't stop Light from having any impact in this game is completely different.
Yeah.
So often for Weibo, it has been, let's just wait for Light to get teamfight impact later into the game. When Light is on a pick which doesn't impact the game, when you shut him down into a game, this team falls apart. And the fact that he's on a Nilah right now as well, which was so far behind from the early game, the most snowbally champion from bot lane, it feels like in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
This is a bad look for them.
I mean, look at the damage difference. The Snake does nearly 20,000 more damage than Nilah. The Nilah nearly only did just more damage than Yodang did on the Rel.
Yeah, and you know, we saw him try and go in for a couple of apotheosises, right? But the thing is, like, when Nilah is in a play, you have to realize you are not getting out without killing everyone through it.
Yeah.
You only get out through plays if you win a fight through it. And as we saw, because you're behind in damage, you just can't get into this. It's too hard to reach the targets. You have 4 ranged champions. Rakan is basically a ranged champion anyway. The Xin Zhao as well is really good at stopping follow-up damage from coming through. It's just a really difficult situation. And even when you got something like that Karma for Xiaohu, it wasn't enough to get through quite bulky Xin Zhao frontline.
Yeah, and it wasn't something we got to chat about in game too much, but the Snake, like, this Ziggs has always been a pocket pick for him. We kind of mentioned it's a fearless draft thing, but he's used to playing against Nihilus. This is not something he's unused to. You would regularly see Nihilus, Samira's kill lanes locked in as fearless drafts get further down the line because you run out of standard combos. Because the thing of the bot lane in Fearless Draft is it's not just one champion like in other lanes, it's a duo lane. So you do end up with those kill combos coming on through a bit more. So the Ziggs was often his answer, and you can see why. He was just throwing out damage to Nilah, like, had to all in or lose, and you're doing it at half HP half the time.
Feels a little bit awkward here. Well, sad, really, for Crisp and for ZDZ as well. Chris that took Tower Aggro, Xiaohu took Tower Aggro, which meant that Ala could end up getting some really... Like, basically, Ala's was like, well, it's kind of a 2v2 if you take 3 tower shots, so he ends up beating him out in this way as well. It felt like ZDZ and Chris almost had the answer to this equation. In this one here too, like, fantastic interrupt. ZDZ had some fantastic moments. That's the first half of the equation. The second half of the equation is saying, well, can I get the resets and start going through to things? If you have another team member there, if you have the Rel, that's fine, because then you have enough CC to buy you through to your next Q, and then you can get through to your healing. It just wasn't quite there in time. So, game 1 goes the way of EDG, and we're going to take ourselves a little break. We're going to chill out. I hear that T1 won their series versus D+, even though the early game went a bit wild.
There's some good RE play from what I saw in the highlights there.
From what I saw of the early game, it wasn't, so I heard some people saying not, but we'll be the judge of that at a later date.
I have no idea.
I'll do a VOD review at some point. We'll see it. And, right, I'm gonna lay back. I'm gonna chill. Probably about 10 minutes before back in game, I guess. I'm gonna go to the toilet as well.
Do you mind sticking the kettle on for me, please? Sure. Thank you. Tion was down in both games. Down bad. Figure was a bit questionable. Interesting. Good to know. Again, we didn't see too much of it, so again, it was not something I had up on screen, so I didn't see too much. Then Zeus hit 3 items. One of those games. Oh. Your back cushion is really nice on this chair, Al. What the hell? Why is my back cushion not this good? I need one of these. This is excellent. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, the lumbar support is very nice on this one. It's better than some. Which I do appreciate. I'm not going to lie. Oh. You got Foxtails. You got Pain. Yeah. Dig. In my heart at all times. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Let me bring a live to the YouTube stream up as well, so I can check the YouTube chat as well. Fiction's the best. There's no 2 number 1 or Tau number 1. Good for you. Check out. We'll see what Reddit has to say about the T1 series. Good to see.
既缺乏伤害，同时呢，你想留人也不好留啊，所以我就变成了由 EDG 的一波波完美的反打能够打出来。
When did they finish? About 8 minutes ago, apparently.
炸弹人这一场比赛面对双射手实现了在线上的反压。挺没想到的，因为炸弹人这把选出来本来是
Apparently, should have been a quick 2 over to DK, and they just don't have brains. Makes some sense. Scuff drafts from Clown Fiesta games. Yeah, I love that. We're in the glee with some questionable plays. Yeah. Snake MVP, understandable. That Ziggs was pretty damn monstrous. I think like it takes a particularly bold call to say, okay, I have seen Ash Neela. We know how this works. It's really bloody scary. Our play is we need to, I need an answer into this. I'm going to lock my Ziggs. I think we can play into this. And in fairness, does actually annihilate the lane really, really well. And it kind of avoids the all-ins. I think Vampire as well, picking up the Mikhails early, really made Crisp's life a lot harder. We never saw a very good Apotheos the entire game from Light. He was kind of a little bit late to a lot of the plays. Wasn't there when they started a lot of the time. Yep. Bit of a split vote from me. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. What was it? 3 for bot, and then the other ones kind of all took 1 each. Which makes sense. About half the votes went that way. Hmm.
好的，感谢2位解说老师的赛后分析啊，我们也是收到消息，接下来呢是 WBG 对阵 EDG 的第2局比赛，EDG 选择红色方，同时 WBG 更换打野小号上场，让我们一起期待双方的第2局比赛吧。我们先稍事休息。
Okay.
就这样了吗？
Mecha, what role do what role do you play, Mecha? Don't think I know you're more of a watcher than a player. Trinity, who's the other LDL enjoyer, big time in my chat, is big time Akali, mate. Light better drop 90k map too from Miggy. Good luck. It wasn't a great map, but in fairness, like it's an odd one because I think that this is just the duality of Neela. Either you look amazing or you do next to nothing. There isn't really another way in because you don't have any other play patterns. Your play pattern is all in or die trying. We shall see. More main role. Would assume support life at this point. Fair enough. I really need to sneeze, not again.
皇冠战马更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞当然有我，有能量当然战马。
Thank you very much. I shall trade you. Look after chat for me. This cushion is very nice. I never got one of those.
So, like, basically what it is the cushion is there basically because they don't have very good like ergonomic design without it. So it's because it's like, yeah, we need to use these chairs somehow, and we'll just see how it does that. Okay, right. We have a little while. I need to drop some ads on Twitch. Sorry, there was some in the last game. That's my bad. Wait, can I do ads again? I don't think I can actually. Maybe a little while. I think I have to though, because otherwise they're gonna be in the next game. Gonna be off yet? Okay. Gonna run some ads now, just so you don't get undrafted for the next game, and hopefully they'll be okay. So, right, are we going to see a 2-0 EDG at the death of the split form? A loss today is out of playoffs. And I'm gonna have to at some point watch through T1D Plus as well.
Hello， 各位召唤师，欢迎回来！您正在收看的是2024英雄联盟职业联赛春季赛，目前正在进行的是 WBG 17对阵上海 EDG 合创汽车的比赛。现在呢 ，EDG 是1比0领先。我们看到线下有很多召唤师啊，来到我们的联盟竞技场，为2支战队加油助威。那么在第2局比赛开始之前，我们还是有一些讯息要同步给大家。比赛间歇无事可做，和好友来一局人在塔在。 LPL 官方授权小游戏正式
Yeah,
上线。
you know, I'm just gonna pretend that isn't weird.
快来跟小伙伴们一起上分。微信搜索人
Just
在
gonna
塔
pretend
在
that isn't
小
weird,
程序
folks.，
无需下载，点击即玩。暗金重生，巨鳄来袭！购买英雄联盟手游精英版宝典，额外赠送炫彩皮肤、暗金巨鳄、紫喜传说、雷克顿。
I kind of want this to be a 2-0. I wanna actually have a break before we go watch Dune. I think we should be okay if we have 2 games and they both go long. Might be an issue. Well, if that's the case, I'll just solo cast the last game. I'll solo cast the last game, so this time I'm gonna go watch Dune. It'll have to be okay. Coming to 3. So we're gonna get into draft, what, the next couple of minutes? So if it goes to 3 games, probably like another hour on top of it. Yeah, it could get close. Hey Sam, where are we watching Dune? Oh, that's okay. So we can walk down there. Yeah, I'm just wondering how much.
If it goes to game 3, it might get a bit dicey.
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah.
Sorry, speaking a million words a second there. LCK offline server. Yeah. I'm surprised that more regions didn't do offline servers before. I feel like that would have saved a lot of issues.
I think that's a right decision.
Yes, I know, but I'm surprised that that hasn't been done before. So.
就阿乐这个战术地位太高了呀，没问题啊，上把最后是选了个杰斯，也是拿了很好的效果。
I haven't been. There's a comment on the Reddit thread for the T1 DK series. I haven't been keeping up with DK. The main takeaways from this series: their hands are good, which we all know. Their brains at times, not so much. I wonder if now, because I wonder if now there's going to be like a chance to get offline service for anywhere else. Actually, okay, we should be getting into draft pretty soon. We're on stage. Cameras here normally means that we get ourselves to draft pretty soon. Oh, so Xiaohao is in, Yodang is out. Okay, that'll change things. Right, so Yodang's gone. I don't even think he had that bad a game, but I guess they thought, hey, let's try and see what we can do against EDG. They're a struggling team. Give him some good experience, and I guess that they don't like what they see right now. They don't want to throw a series here. If they throw a series here, they might end up going out of playoffs. So like they shouldn't be losing to EDG. So.
他看比赛就像我们一样，就是直接看一个全图。
是，所以啊，旁观者清，小号在台下看了一局，
人在塔在是吧？
台下看了一局，应该就比较清楚了。
那 ZDZ 上把的剑魔感觉是打得比较上头啊，
有点上头啊，河道那波呀。
是的。哎，那我感觉这一把有没有可能 WBG 就是回到他们原来的就是那种战术思路，就是上路我搞个坦克肉住，下路搞个强对线，但是下路强对线真的不能再选尼拉了，这容错率太低了。
对，上一把实际上 WBG 选的就是强对线，但是没打出来啊。
就其实尼拉寒冰下路很强，但是就是那波失误把自己的优势给葬送掉了，
一下子就打没了。
Okay, so Yodang, 1 game. Right, let's see if EDG can bring us to. Well, let's see if Weibo can bring us to 3. I would quite like it to be a 2-0 because it's been a long day.
对，听起来很美，但是这个画面其实在刚才的比赛中一次没看到，
没打出来呀，
没打出来啊。也感谢到场的粉丝们支持喜欢的战队和选手。
Would you prefer Sand and Balance as an ADC? I mean, I like the fact that Senna as a support allows different champions to play in different ways. Getting into draft though. So, EDG take a game in the first match of this series. Weibo, they sub out their jungler brought up from the LDL, Yodang. Xiaohao back into the lineup as Weibo try and claw their way back in this series. They're at 5 and 6. They are on that kind of cusp of playoffs and not playoffs. They are just in. Right now, they would love to win this series. They should not. They should not be expecting to lose against EDG, despite the fact that they are the team which is consistently inconsistent. Love to get themselves back into this series. A loss here today is a huge blow to their playoffs chances, and maybe opens the door to a team like LNG to sneak in just over them. Going through the first round of bans. Less AD carry bans right now. More towards the top lane. Ala losing a lot of his options towards top side.
Alrighty then. Still, I think those bans make sense from Weibo. Once again, Allah's Jax off the table early this time around is a slightly different look in the picks and bans rather than the AD carry focus, because obviously they went for the early Neela combo. It didn't work out. The Snake had an answer, won the MVP for game 1. And now they're going to go towards something a little more traditional. What it does mean, though, is Senna and Smolder up and available this time around, though. So I wonder whether whichever side will be happy to trade those one out. It feels like the pretty obvious answer. Do EDG see the Smolder angle here? It does feel like it's been the preeminent pick across the world. It's being hovered. You've got to feel it's locked straight in.
Thing is, if Light and Chris play towards lane dominance again towards the bot side, do they feel like they can shut it down that way? Now, we've seen a bit of the Kai'Sa, seen a bit of the Zeri. Light is a very good Zeri player, so there's a chance that that one gets locked in.
Bit of Tristana into it as well, actually, though it's been a bit more of a flex.
Xiaohu's best champion this split has also been Tristana. So there are 2 chances for this to go through. Of course, if it is the Tristana main, it means it's the Karma down towards that support role. And with the Rakan being locked in, Light will likely go towards Tristana. I have to say, Light on Tristana hasn't always been what I wanted to see. I feel like there have been a lot of games where, you know, Weibo need to have Light having late game impact. The Neela in game 1 was not that. And with him on the Tristana, there's a chance that he can get shut down or find it harder to teamfight in his own way.
Nautilus being hovered, and you think that's probably likely locked in. It's been probably the most common bot lane support option. Seen it first picked on blue side sometimes. It certainly feels like it's coming through pretty much every draft in the first 3 options. Now we'll get through to this rank 2, phase 2, there we go, all bans. They're going to focus towards. You feel like maybe some AD carry options away on EDG's end might not be a bad one. Senna might be a solid ban. No, Twisted Fate goes away.
I mean, you've already got the Tristana going down towards the bot lane with the Rakan, and then you've got the Karma in towards mid lane. So you know that Tristana is going towards the bot lane. So there's no real point banning away the EDG, banning away AD carries as EDG.
Didn't you say it might also go towards Xiaohu in the mid lane?
But I already said after that, because you have the Rakan, that means the Karma goes into mid lane. So that locks,
sorry, yes, I'm with you. Yeah,
so there's a flowchart here.
No, I'm with you. I missed part of the flowchart, so it was actually the Tristana bot. There we go.
Yeah, now we have Monkey and Fisher. Really strong front line there on the other side, though, because Monkey, that temporary front line. It means that Tristana, in a bit of a weird spot, you don't really want to be jumping melee onto a Shinzo.
Last ban of the game, kind of going on through here. It's been mid lane focused so far from Weibo. Need to figure out what they're doing. It's going to be the Jace. Ola did go back to that the last game, and despite some early efforts to shut it down, still ended up being a real thorn in the side. Wait, now being considered for Fisher. You've already got the lockdown. It's another artillery piece in the backside alongside the Smolder. Front line plus long range backline makes a lot of sense. You've got good front to back with that, so I think that just gets locked in.
You've got the Smolder in the game.
Okay.
I think you always have to consider Talir on the table. It means that you can go bot lane to cover dives. And of course, on the other side, if you picked it against the Smolder, it can start facilitating those dives. Fisher takes it for himself, and it's okay matchup into that Karma. It means that you have a dual long range, and that also, the big thing about Talir as well, is if you're jumping in with something like that Talir, the Tristana rather, it can make it a lot harder for him to play those team fights. Again, anything which makes Light's job harder in team fights is disproportionately good against a team like Weibo, because Weibo need him to do a lot of work.
So, we've got ourselves the solo lanes all sorted, just to figure out what jungle they want to go towards. Lee Sin is perennial favourite. We'll wait and see what they decide on. It might be something a little bit more interesting. Nocturne as well has kind of been a strong option in the jungle, is going to get locked in. You've already got the Tristana and the Rakan to jump forward with you. The ZDZ on the Aatrox can also be a brawler to join you in the big melee that you're looking to create. Find your top lane counter pick here for Allah, who may look towards an old favourite of his. It's only a hover for now, but maybe looking to find some way to break the game from the top side.
Yeah, having some side lane pressure is good, but you also need to be able to survive against the Nocturne, which is why I looked at that pick and I'm saying you're not likely to lock that in because of the Nocturne. So instead the Poppy comes through. Allah has always been a very good frontline player for EDG. He has gone towards the carries, but even on stuff like the Kasanse and the Poppy, I feel like EDG win when Allah is actually on a frontline champion for this year. I think it's actually not necessarily been about his split push champions, which he's found so much fame on in the past. And the Poppy now against the Tristana as another kind of anti-jump champion against the Aatrox and the Rakan. I think this has huge value.
Okay, they have managed to lock that one in. They've got the front to back, they've got good dive, and actually because you've got things like the Smolder on in here with some fairly decent protectiveness, and then on top of that, things like the Poppy to maybe deny some of the divers, particularly the Nocturne on the other side, I do get a little bit nervous, actually, for the side of Weibo here, because if they kind of let the game get towards the 5v5s rather than the early sort of skirmishes where the Poppy might not be involved, I think it might get a little tricky for them.
Yeah, I definitely have to say, I'm walking away from this draft thinking that the execution barrier for Weibo is pretty high.
Yeah,
There's a
higher
lot,
at least.
particularly because you have so much anti-dash stuff around in multiple different forms. It just feels like reaching the backline is like goes through the barbed wire, going through no man's land. So Weibo, another difficult game for them. Game 1 got exponentially more difficult when they lost that bot lane early on. Light needs to be a factor for this team, and this draft is not making it any easier. EDG might have locked themselves into a decent position.
It's all well and good indexing in towards your AD carry. Tristana obviously a good carry in and of her own right. One of the OG hyper carries back when you could flex her towards AP in the mid lane and the rest of it. People who remember Season 1 will tell you all about that one. But on the other side, actually, you've still got to deal with the fact that you're facing up against a Smolder who is nearly unmatched. Probably actually is unmatched in terms of just the raw DPS value he brings past about 22 odd minutes when those 225 stacks begin to come online on a regular basis. And then you've still got to deal with the fact that Talir is going to be a bit problematic. You still have to deal with the fact you've got a lot of pick on the side of EDG as well, which can probably match a lot of what Weibo want to do.
If EDG go too aggressive themselves, there's the chance that they end up getting bonked a little bit by ZDZ teleport or Xiaohao ulting in.
Yeah.
So there's, I think EDG needs to be... I think when EDG go aggressive, it's not necessarily the easiest situation for them too, particularly with even stuff like Buster Shot. It's quite a nasty ability to deal with. So, EDG, for me, they walk away with a better draft than Weibo. Is it enough to seal out this game completely? Well, of course not. A lot of the early game comes into a big part of this too. Xiaohao is back into the roster instead of Yodang as well, which means that Weibo maybe playing towards a bit more of a comfort lineup, especially since Yodang came in for his first game in LPL of this year to this roster. He has been in the LPL before, but Xiaohao, last year on Anyone's Legend and now here, and Weibo has tried to be the tip of the spear. Maybe that will help Weibo go forwards.
See a little bit of the win rate curve come up there. And we had that pop up a couple games ago when we saw that perhaps those stats haven't yet incorporated the Smolder value in yet. It was like, huh, interesting, saying the game state actually doesn't favour the Smolder, and then it really did. Ended up being the win there in the first series for RNG. And this time around as well. Going to see whether those play out correctly, whether the Smolder can begin to sway those stats even more before, of course, the stat changes come in a patch or so, where they're really hammering him in terms of the value he's getting from the stacks and how long it'll take to get those max stack values in the first place.
Have to wait a little longer to see that hit the LPL. Of course, the thing with the LPL is that it often changes patch quite slowly.
Yeah, true.
And hell, we don't even know what patch will be on the playoffs as well, so we'll see if that actually ends up becoming relevant. Good W there from Ala in lane. Ala on the Poppy. One of the few top lane players of this champion, him, 369. I think that obviously Birdall, now he's in the region, he's been playing a lot of that too, but it's kind of rarely seen. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it. Feels like with a lot of the tanks like Cassante and Udyr falling off in a bit of priority, something like the Poppy is one of the last remaining tanky frontline champions who can play towards topside.
Okay, Monkey once again doing a little bit of a reverse clear here to just try and be around bot lane a bit earlier just in case anything happens, and also defend against any potential invade because of course the shove is there early on from Light and Crisp.
You could even see there was a blue ping on the minimap onto red buff of EDG, so I think Weibo without the wards into the enemy jungle, they don't exactly know where Monkey is in regards to his jungle pathing. They should be able to tell with Ala, you know, crashing in this wave towards topside and the Snake and Vampire kind of sitting under turret, that it's likely that Monkey will be shielding topside, but they don't know exactly where he is on topside. With that vision plant just spotted now, then you'll know exactly where he is.
Alright, so the Scuttle Crab now claimed. This is partly what you can do with that kind of fake pressure stuff in jungle. It's like, look, as long as I'm off vision, but in the river, both mid and top have to play like I could be there, if they don't know for sure. And it can make playing the lane a little bit trickier. ZDZ, not quite over shoving as yet, but still has to play that little bit cautious in case, of course, Monkey could be around.
Though, still very happy with how this top lane is going, and then after your first back or two, you feel really, really good after that point. Interested to see whether ZDZ has to go towards something like the Sundered Sky early, just because playing into tanky matchups in topside can be a bit of a pain, especially if they do have genuine threat onto you. Might just say, okay, whatever, I'm not going to win the 1v1, it's more about just getting Profane Hydra and impact in those team fights. because if you can get on top of the Taliyah and the Smolder, it is huge payoff for your team. I don't really think Aatrox wants to be a frontline in this game. He wants to be killing the carries rather than withstanding them.
He was pretty threatening in the last game. It went deep once or twice and maybe cost out some of those fights, but on the whole, I think had a pretty impactful Aatrox game, even if it wasn't enough to win it on out, as Xiaohao still off vision. I don't think he was spotted on his way over here, so shouldn't be a known quantity as he comes up towards the Scrumpers. Also, Crisp on the reset, roaming around on this Rakan, maybe looking to see whether anything can be found here, as Grubs will be spawning in 10 seconds.
Some wards from topside on EDG mean they'll spot Xiaohao up as he goes towards that. I think the EDG, they're okay to let, you know, a couple of these Grubs go away. They don't exactly have their item breakpoints right now, and they don't have the level 6 from Fisher either, which I think changes the way that this game goes. I mean, the rookie mid laner from EDG, well, it's the rookie everyone besides top lane from EDG, particularly this mid lane, he's had a mixed split. He started off playing a lot of the Azir, and he really flubbed some big moments for his team. He's not really been star-studded in the way that he was in LDL. This game, now with their backs against the wall, with a chance to actually seal out a series that would keep somehow their playoff streams just alive a little longer, he has quite a lot of responsibility here on the Taliyah to make sure that EDG can have that global presence from mid lane.
When you said rookie mid lane, I thought you were talking about rookies Taliyah yesterday, because of course he was really, really good then for a second. I was like, no, slightly different context on this particular phrasing. Of course, you're right. The Taliyah has to do quite a lot this game. The Taliyah, along with the Xin Zhao, has been a pretty preeminent combo in the LPL to make things happen.
Dragon spawned, level 6 not hit from Xiaohao yet, but it has been hit from the mid laners, as we were just talking about. And because of that, you can see the amount of wards in bot side from the blue coloring. Weibo have put, what, two pink wards down on that bot side to stop Fisher getting easy access to bot lane.
Yeah, that's been the option. Monkey turned up in the mid lane, but Xiaohu plays it out just fine, still manages to clear out the wave. And the Grubs went towards Weibo as well, as what looks to be the first Dragon managing their lane priority very well here to get the early objectives.
Lane priority, and again, that vision control we just mentioned. It is hard for Fisher to get into a position to have a good wall down here.
It would be a very blind wall.
Yeah, of course, one of the other combos they want to play towards later in the game, not now, and of course, Ala doesn't have teleport anyways, of course, Taliyah Poppy. You normally see that from mid-jungle, but with this Ala pick in the top side, can be pretty big in terms of setting up your own terrain for your wallstone. It's like here's one I made at home earlier.
I remember like way back in, well, it was season 6 when you saw the Anivia Poppy combo from
Albus Nox
Luna. You know, it's always fun when you have those combos where Poppy has someone make terrain for her to mess other people up with.
Yeah, we see that with the Azir, of course, he's global line as well right now, so that was actually quite common from a couple of our junglers in the mid lane combos. Really good engagement in that mid lane. In fact, Azir being out of the meta has really changed the way that we play around mid jungle. It felt like Azir was one of those few champions that kind of did it all.
And multiple ways of playing as well, right? Because actually the Lich Bane option was a thing for a while.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He does it all.
Yeah.
You know, like he was the jack of all trades from mid lane, where you are very good backline damage. You can be tanky as well if you go for the tank build. And even then, you can still have really good DPS. You have side lane pressure. You can be an engaged threat. You can be a backline DPS. He just did everything. And I mean, stuff like the Taliyah and the Karma, they can do a lot, but they can't quite match that. Hooks in bot lane as we got a trade, as Billy lets us know it's unhappy.
It is. Light, I don't think has the rocket jump available, so he could be in a spot of bother here. I don't know how much DPS is really going to come back, as we do now turn towards the top lane. ZDZ is in a 1v2 as Monkey turns up. Flash blown towards the top lane. Finally get ourselves back to what's looking like a bit of a fight. Good grand entrance, gets 2, forced the flash out of the snake alongside Vampire. So while no kills come on through, both flashes off the bot laners. Feels like an okay trade there for Weibo Gaming's first Nocturne ultimate.
And technical difficulties aside, at least no one hits the ground with it too. The snake just gonna ult his way through that bot side as well. We're just gonna change some of this quality and hope that Billy gets a little bit happier with us too. Of course, there's some of the nature of doing co-streams and not exactly having the clean feed as well. We hope that it cleans up as it goes on as well. This is Weibo looks to clean up their game from game 1. We can see a bit of a picture-in-picture from something that we missed, of course, as well, which was a flash blown on top side.
Xiaohao still sticking around here. They want to make this work. Here comes Weibo. 2v3 currently. The damage back is huge. Don't quite get crisp, and it'll be a 1 for none right now. Big chunks come on through as Fisher gets the wall. Can look to shovel on through as Xiaohu gets the thread on to try and hold him in place, but it will be the 1 for 1 as Fisher comes out to claim the life for Xiaohao.
Okay, so Fisher, we said he had a lot of responsibility in kind of keeping that global pressure up from mid lane. I think that Weibo did a good job of stopping him getting the initial roam with vision and also starting off the dive quickly. Light picks up the kill all the same, though, and he's going to be happy with that one. And of course, on the other side, Smolder doesn't even get himself an assist. So, mission accomplished if you're trying to deny the Smolder. A little bit annoying that that kill goes over to Fisher. Initial combo. It's kind of hard to make things work without the Nocturne ultimate. But when you've got the Rakan hitting combos, makes things a little easier all the same. Fisher at least cleans up one.
Yeah, no, I thought the flash come on over, it was pretty much guaranteed at that point. Xiaohu tries to deny it with the W, but can't make the tether work. Over the grubs we go. I wonder if they can take at least 2. They deny the 5 from Weibo, which is always a significant break point. Does look like that will be all they come here for, denying that key break point.
Zala might have been left out a little bit in the lurcher on top side, but he's happy just picking up his buckler shield and walking away. Down 10 CS, but he's pretty happy with how things are going up there. Not always the easiest laning phase into Aatrox. Yes, you can block the dash, but you can kind of trade onto you at easier intervals with his Q cooldown, as opposed to you kind of using your passive and then your E as well to get on top of him. EDG a little bit far behind, and especially for the 10-minute mark, as they're eking out small deficits across each lane, as Weibo kind of push the ante up.
Of course, EDG with the game 1 victory means that Weibo, of course, with the switch back of the junglers, with another look at a different style of draft, trying to right the wrongs of the first game. And they are up with the early objectives and kills, but actually this is not a great moment from Xiaohu, who has a flash and may be forced to pop it here, but I don't even know whether it's worth doing, because where on earth does he go? Kill over to EDG's jungler.
And that's something that we've kind of known from Xiaohu, caught out a lot, not necessarily been living up to his own expectations. One of the greatest players to ever grace the LPL has had a bad 2024 so far, and Fisher now 1-0-1 on a pick we've just asked him to have impact on. You get to play towards bot side, and then the rest of his team comes to help him in mid. He's going to get himself a plate towards mid lane too, so EDG, well, they were just a little bit far behind in terms of like the 10-minute mark, getting something back for themselves at least.
They do. Light gets a couple plates in the bot side as well, so the Tristana trying to do what Tristana does, which is use that satchel. No, the explosive satchel was from the Ziggs last game, to try and get some turret plate damage where she can. And the game remains close enough, and the problem is, we saw this already today. Close enough versus a Smolder isn't close at all, because it's free scaling. Of course, it's not anywhere near critical masses yet, but you've got 10 minutes or so really until Smolder hits the stacks and you get really nervous.
So Dragon comes up, that's a good hook in, Snake doing some damage.
Oh, huge amount of damage from Crisp, who immediately gets to be thrown back, but the wall can come on forwards. Fisher looking to get something more, the quickness comes on through, but the threaded volley still going, the seismic shove onto Light forces him away. Crisp now low, Xiaohao is here, begins to go in with the Nocturne ultimate and does delete Fisher, who went a little bit alone by himself. Now the Crescent Guard coming on through. Xiaohao's got nowhere to go. On the other side, the tether lands. Massive damage onto the Snake who's flapping away. Monkey in a 1v3 cannot get anybody. And EDG, despite getting so many low health bars, get nothing. And you're right, it's not ended. Vampire blocks out a Q as Snake tries to recall, but has nowhere to go. Oh, EDG. It looked so good until it really didn't.
Oh, EDG. Fisher goes too far, he ends up getting CC'd up and can't get the value he wants, and that gives the opening to Weibo to start the fight on their terms after EDG had taken the first swing. Weibo, they just managed to, well, they just lost their gold lead, they explode it once again, and they're going to get themselves a Dragon off of this too. Starts with Vampire trying to remove the engage threat from Crisp. This is valuable. If Rakan can't get himself a good combo, makes things really difficult for it. See that Fisher tries to finish this off, get himself a kill here. I feel like this is not the most valuable person to go towards though. Light gets to open up the DPS taps onto Fisher, and then he walks too close to the Nocturne. First range of that ultimate is not that large, but it is more than close enough in this case, and Xiaohao gets himself into the middle of it. Very, very close. Monkey almost wins out in a 1v3 as he dodges out in that knockup, but he misses a W crucially in there somewhere along the way, and he goes down.
Feels a little bit like that from EDG as well. A bit of split prioritization. Maybe if they stick around to fight with Monkey, they might get a few kills back, rather than instead they get nothing at all. Pretty difficult to see, and instead, Weibo get away with another Dragon. They come away with a number of kills, and EDG in a slightly awkward position. Monkey doesn't have flash, does have the Crescent Guard, and I wonder how far Weibo are willing to go for this. Over they come. Fisher's here, throws down the Unraveled Earth, and Xiaohao needs to be a little bit afraid. Doesn't have the paranoia to work with and is forced to flash.
The Monkey ends up blowing his ultimate. The thing about Shinsao is that once he has to be on the retreat, it can get a little bit hairy for him. He has ways to go in. He doesn't have a free target backwards. He doesn't always have enemies to dash to away from the fray.
Pray for Raptors being up.
Yeah, that's one of the big ones as well. Scuttlecrab known to also save
true
many a skin. of Shinsao in the river. Still, Weibo starting to get themselves some access to early turrets now as well. Lights has himself 1.5 items. You can start bombing down these towers alongside the waves, which kind of shuffle into them too. So EDG, bit of an awkward moment for them. That dragon fight has put them into a dangerous position. And buddy, you don't want to be tanking that for free.
Just loses like his entire health bar there as Light just stands there as an autism. Like, I dare you to come forwards.
Well, I think that Ala with Flash was potentially trying to see if he could get him under turret with a flash backwards.
He's just turret down now, isn't it?
It was going to be that anyway, likely, unless Ala had something to say about the 1v1. So Light, big golden pocket for him. Whereas on the other side, the Snake had himself some alone time, but it's not really going to be the same kind of value.
On the mini-map as well, as we zoom on over, the Herald has been started and will likely be claimed by Weibo Gaming, who have got themselves grubs, couple towers, 2 dragons. They're feeling pretty okay with this early game. Gold onto the Tristan as well feels pretty nice, and what had been a relatively close affair isn't anymore. And of course, you know, you've still got to deal with the fact that Smolder, a couple deaths to his name, but isn't out of the game exactly. That said, though, the snowball has begun rolling, and Weibo want to accelerate it a little further.
Of course, keeps bringing back to the question, how much is enough versus the Smolder? It's a decent gold lead. They managed to open the map on side lanes now. That's important, but is that enough? The Snake is up 1.5 items, not at 2 just yet. Doesn't have any kill participation, which will... that's good news then.
Yeah.
That's good news if you're a Weibo fan, because the Smolder has ruined many a game. And we'll see whether EDG can mount themselves a comeback, I think. My eyes really are on the kind of playmakers, particularly of mid-jungle and support, kind of finding themselves angles onto the map to punish Weibo if they overstep. It's a bit problematic now that you have Xiaohao getting up to first item with Stridebreaker. If you overstay into a play, the Stridebreaker slow can really threaten a player like Monkey, who doesn't, as we said, have a clean way out of a lot of these plays.
Doesn't feel like it as EDZ eats a buckler. That sounds pretty unpleasant, actually. I don't think eating a buckler is particularly
You know, there's a guy that cuts up bicycles and cars and stuff and eats them over time.
I've forgotten about that.
It's in a Guinness World Record where someone has a world record for eating a load of vehicles. They don't have vision here. Vampire does have flash. He's not going to use it.
Yep, that one's sad. A little bit too close to the sun for a vampire, which means very extreme sunburn. ZDZ does go forwards. Turret comes on down. Smolder ults to clear the wave. Think they'll deny the second charge, and they do so.
But it is now all outer towers down for EDG at 17 minutes into the game, which is a really good timestamp for Weibo to be taking some position on the map. A lot of gold going over to the various members of Weibo. It's not necessarily that spiky. You have good damage on both of your carries now. Ala might have stayed up a little too far in this bot, but he's going to be fine himself. The Aura of Perseverance. What's the thingy?
Steadfast
Presence. That's the one. The Aura stuff is completely different. That's Soda. I saw it earlier in T1. I was like, yeah, that's in my brain. Vampire here just disrespectful. I think you can flash out of the knockup here and he'll be fine. Doesn't use that all the same, and just not there with the reaction times.
Yeah, and that's a nice little pick-off from Weibo as well. They found a good bush to hang around in. I suppose, on the other hand, maybe Vampire saying, look, I'd rather keep the flash for a more valuable moment than just a random death between timers. There's something to that as well with Dragon Fight coming up. If you can maybe fight for that instead, or have it around for what could be a, I would say Baron, but still a couple minutes off that being down. You know, there is something to say for holding on to the flash there.
Yeah, but they also end up losing the mid lane turret after that too to the Herald. You feel like maybe being able to stick around for a hook and an ult might have been more valuable. Either way, I mean, it's just a question of the past now. They've already lost that. Now EDG need to ask about what is the next step. Dragon is up. There is no vision control on the bot side of the map. I think EDG, they'll be okay to give over a Chemtech Soul and just say we can scale up for as long as we possibly can before we want a proper fight. Try and get themselves some gold in side lanes.
Also, it's not the fastest soul timer either. Third dragon at 18 and a bit minutes, isn't that great? Ult comes on through. Not huge value from that, actually. They get the turret, teleport aside, and the Nocturne ult comes on down. Tristana will solo out the dragon at the very least.
Well, there's your flash. There you go. Vampire ends up surviving the next play with that one as EDG gets some gold onto their mid laner. And as we said multiple times this game, with the Talir in this kind of game, you are so important. You are there to peel for your AD carry to stop someone dashing through it. I believe Nocturne doesn't get, well, he doesn't get interrupted by the things, but he definitely
takes damage.
He takes damage from it too, so you can stop the Nocturne from being quite as potent. You can stop a lot of people from dashing in. Extra gold on this carry, and the Seraph's game making him more survivable as well. means that EDG's mid laner might have something left to say in this game, despite the fact that there is a 4k gold disadvantage. It's just how much time can you now buy for this Smolder? 5 minutes until that soul, or 4 minutes rather. And then I think EDG, I think they have to give up the soul unless there is a very opportunistic pick for them.
Yeah, 157 stacks currently for the Snakes, so not awful. Should be on time for the soul at the release, and as I said, a 24, 23 and a bit minute mark. Soul isn't the greatest, and the Chem Soul as well isn't necessarily known for being the most domineering of souls. So you can probably look to give that one up if you have to and just say, well, we'll just be better later anyway. But we shall see as it stands. Weibo are the ones in the driver's seats, are the ones with the gold lead and the objective lead. And with Baron spawning in about 15 seconds, that becomes an additional threat to consider on EDG's end.
It does, and I think with EDG being on red side, it makes it harder to contest the dragon because you have to fight your way into river through mid lane, which you don't have an outer turret in. And that's not something you can give up. You can give up a soul when it's the Chemtech. You can't give up the Baron. I think that just means that Tristana gets to walk up to your turrets for free and things go from really bad to worse. It's starting to smell like Weibo with the jungle change out, with Yodang out, Xiaohao in. Yeah, me feeling much more organized. And EDG, they are now pondering the question of how much time they have left on their timer.
Still, EDG, for all that the early game has been a little bit anemic again from them. A very clean team on the whole in general. It's been a frustration for them. They've managed to get some leads, then throw it away in other games where they've just failed to come online at all. This time, at least they've got an easy play pattern back in the game, which is Turtle, and then defend the Smolder, and you've got a lot of tools to do that.
Is this LNG or EDG? You decide. The LPL as a whole has slowed down a lot as a region this year. We've had a couple of teams up the ante. FPX, Top Esports, OMG, they feel faster than some. And BLG, when they choose to put on the afterburners too, they are very, very strong in the early game. But on the whole, on average, the LPL has slowed down by 3.5 minutes. Ooh, wow. See that Weibo have tried to now go in towards this bot side. Monkey taking a bit of damage. EDG, they are really not wanting to fight this. They're giving as much ground as they possibly can without falling out of the game.
The tier 2s aren't currently being threatened, in fairness. They might be in danger here as Fisher and the Snake are in a scary position. They're going to try and jump on the other members of EDG to little avail. Monkey did dash forwards there with the audacious charge, but nothing more to be found aside from a Mantra Q a few seconds later, just Monkey down about a third HP. Xiao Hu had 2 items. I misread the boots as a third item there briefly. Still doing a lot of work here in this mid to late game.
So, Weibo, again, starting to just eke out advantages. One of the things which doesn't always show up in terms of this kind of gold, the stats you see at the top of the screen, is when you're pushed into the enemy side of the jungle, you get to take away a lot of gold from just camps and experience as well. We can see, you know, the gold is in favor of Weibo. That one's obvious, but it's going to start slowly creeping up that way as well, because EDG, they're not going to have access to their gun jungle camps, whereas against Xiaohao, they can push into contest camps and then they can go take their own. It just feels like it is just so hard for EDG to hold on in this game now, particularly because of so many easily pushing lanes which stop EDG from having any room to breathe.
Well, just check the checklist for EDG's miracle comeback cure, and step 1 is 2 items on Smolder, that's done. And step 2 would be 225 stacks. He's only at 196 right now. He's going to take another 3 waves. He'll be at 201 after this one, so yeah, I think it is going to be 2.5 waves. Maybe if he can claim a jungle camp, that would bring him to the stack point, but I don't think it's going to quite happen yet. Maybe if they can delay around the start of this dragon, they might be able to get some.
Yeah, you don't want to just have this dragon be burned down for free. I think that EDG would like to give some kind of cross map somewhere. I don't really think they want to contest for it. They don't have everything they want. They don't even have a Zeal on Snake, which would be nice for the extra movement speed to give them a bit more room to maneuver. EDG, they are walking up. They don't have mid lane priority right now. Allah, buddy, what are you doing there? Very
it was kind of fun.
I mean, Allah, very good front line, and EDG typically play well around Allah as a front line. You can actually just see in terms of the DPS check there, he is actually pretty hard to take down. Weibo are currently not on the dragon itself. Fisher, buddy, you gotta be so careful.
Gets hit with a Q2 then down he's beginning to run away, does have the flash. Nala goes forwards, trying to buy his first. EDZ knocked away, but not miles, only to the other side of the river, so it really just turns into a glorified ferry for a
that is a huge overstep from Fisher. He can teleport back in. Monkey walking up, he has the temporary front line. How much time can they buy, though?
Fair amount of work. So overcomes the Smolder ultimate, doing a lot of healing and DPS. EDZ throws back some with a buster shot, does light. Dragon goes down, is now Soul. Crisp goes into the backside, but is hooked up immediately. The seismic shove buys some space. Ale goes forward, and Smolder's free firing, doing as much as they can, but it's not quite enough as yet. It's a 1 for 2 until Xiaohao claims another. Snake, no real way to go. He's got nothing left but a flat, but an auto attack or 2 onto the Wolves. Needs to keep running, and actually the Wolves will body block Xiaohu's ability to Mantra Q him, so he gets out alive.
3 for 1, and EDG give up the soul. I mean, importantly, the Snake lives and gets a kill. Is it enough? Whenever there's a Smolder in the game, losing trades can sometimes be okay because the Smolder's still in the fray. Weibo, they'll be looking for a Baron at some point, but I think with Light having to back and with Smolder just still on the table, they don't feel like they can go towards it as easily. Ala somehow, someway lives through that fight too. This Poppy does a good job of being a frontline. Has to do a good job of being a frontliner because the player in the mid lane that we said has big responsibility makes a crucial misstep in late game. Ala has to use the ultimate in an inopportune position to make sure that he is safe from ZDZ potentially CCing him up and putting that damage down. But then without the Talia being there to peel for the rest of the frontline, to get the huge combo up, you can just see how different this is. And for not the first time, EDG in clutch moments have had some big mistakes, and this time it comes from Fisher.
Monkey initially hit up by the Infernal Chains to flash him out. Crisp nearly goes down here. In fact, Smolder finally gets a final Super Scorcher Breath to claim that one out, but then Xiaohao gets to the backside, and enough shielding and damage from Xiaohu makes sure that the rest of the fight still goes the way of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, some huge damage from Xiaohu in that fight. Have to call out that one. Midway through that fight, of course, Snake hit so many enemy champions that he got himself that upgrade all the same. He's stacking up okay. He's going to get himself another wave in this mid lane. He has ultimate back. EDG, maybe if Fisher doesn't misstep like that again, they can fight well enough. Ala does have teleport. I think that right now, Weibo are happy to keep top lanes out of the equation, though.
I'm not happy enough with that, and the problem is that, yes, you've got a soul, but is it the most valuable one? And Smolder being online, 2.5 items, could still prove to be the undoing of Weibo Gaming. It's happened to many a team around the world. Xiaohu now looking for a flank and a big Mantra Q. It's well shielded, so it doesn't get that much value.
Chris was on a flank too, and here they go.
Trying to get into the backside, so still alive though is the damage. Oh my god, just deleted. They've gone too far. The jungler's dead and the Baron's up.
That's a really good point you bring up there. I don't think they can sit as a red side team to go towards Baron easily, especially with Monkey being low HP. With Xiaohu hitting that Mantra Q, it means that Monkey is low enough that EDG back off. As a red side team, very hard to finish off that Baron without a fight coming through. It means that EDG, they get themselves a delay, which is important, but it doesn't mean they get to go towards the Baron.
The delay, oh the delay. We know what that means for Smolder, who's picked up another kill on top of that as well. That might have been a shutdown even, so value indeed towards the AD carry, who got the MVP in the last game. All eyes on him here as he gets to 3.5 items.
Importantly so, that fire cannon as well gives you so much good Q auto attack up time. 265 stacks. It's not the most we've ever seen, but it's enough to get that Q3 upgrade. And despite the fact that Weibo had themselves a big late game gold lead, now against Smolder, baby. This is his terrain. And it feels like EDG, with their composition, we did say right at the start of the game, it is hard for Weibo to reach Smolder. Through the minefield, through Poppy, through the Shinzo ultimate and the Nautilus disruption, very hard to make sure that the Snake can't do good damage, which means that anything is possible in this late game now. It feels like it's only Smolder that can do this in this game, but he's here and he's ready.
Xiaohao on the Nocturne as well. A lot of questions asked of him. It's not as easy at this point in the game to make the Nocturne ultimate as freely as you do earlier on, because you aren't as tanky this point in the game. You go forward, you immediately get deleted by all the things you had to fly through. You said the barbed wire was the way you phrased it in the draft. That's what you're diving through.
Baron's been started, so EDG, they're going to have to be forced to make a response. They have a blue trinket. They're heading over anyway. They're likely knowing that this has happened, but do they have eyes on the HP? Monkey doesn't have flash. He'll have to double into it. You can see that the pop ult charged up. That'll be taken down and put down onto a bit of a cooldown. So Weibo go back towards the Baron briefly.
The problem is though for Weibo, you've still got to deal with the Poppy ultimate consistently on these objectives. Still not stopped. Over EDG come, and there's still the ability for Monkey to get into the pit pretty easily. What happens afterwards? Weibo just have to back away.
You can see that Fisher, with the one with the Weaver's Wall to rotate him quickly over towards Baron, is the one who's actually hovering closer towards mid lane. That means that the Snake can just stay quick more closely with his team, while Fisher can still get over and be the peel threat that he can be. EDG, they might have actually found themselves one of their first opportunities in this game to get some wards away from this Baron. They're not in a position to start it up. You see that the Snake, he's running over heal actually, you can see that there. which we don't always see on this champion, but he's bought it all the same. Elder up in a minute. That is a huge moment too.
Oh, yeah, I think Smolder might quite like to meet their elder ancestor. Playing up for themselves. Still, it is Weibo with that lead, but again, how much does it really mean? It's there on paper, but we have seen time and time again, it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody who watches Pro League of Legends right now. Realistically, Smolder has an advantage here, and that feels weird to say, down a soul and 4,000 gold, but that's just the truth of it.
You know, the thing is, the Chemtech Soul helps you when you're very low HP, but you're already going to have a decent amount of your HP just not be valid because of Smolder's execute as well. So I think that it's quite valuable in this game when you have, you know, stuff like the Aatrox being in there, but there's no one that tanky, and it feels like the Chemtech Soul is nothing compared to the damage that Smolder will be putting out. All the same, 10% tankiness, 10% damage, under 50% HP. Doesn't feel like enough. EDG, have they spotted Crisp on the flank? If they can spot out that Rakan, that's a lot of the engaged threat gone. Elder is spawned. EDG are actually in the river. They're getting themselves mid-priority, and they're continuing to stack.
Another hook. Vampire, though, doesn't get that much value because, of course, it was a good shield. Shoved back onto Vampire. Was pulled back by the Infernal Chains, I think. Taking down about half HP for his trouble. We need to look for some honey fruit in the river.
Yeah, it really depends on whether there are any extra ones spawn. I don't see any right now on the minimap, so Vampire is going to have to just sit around. Oh, he's looking for a hook. He's found someone.
One. That's onto ZDZ. Not that much value as Alec comes on forward. Was feeling very eager there.
Shahu looking for poke, looking for that mantra Q, how much value you can get out of it. With this kind of play, it means that EDG give up mid-prior. Fisher is going to have to head back with a combo. He's in a difficult spot now. He might even have to ult across mid lane to get himself under that turret. Light's now going to get himself an option to bomb that tower. Monkey instead going to go over here. But now with Monkey out of position, there's no smite close to the Baron, and there's no front line close to the Baron. Allah's going to get himself a combo, but that's gone way too far.
But the Snake's coming on over. They're not killing quite yet. He's still got the ultimate to work with. His Poppy not quite dead. Turning it around, flashing out. He's alive. ZDZ in a difficult position, finally getting the reset. Trying to do some work. A Snake, though, can delete one back. It's a top laner for a top laner trade. And now the danger commences for both teams. Monkey taken low. Light trying to find an angle to do some work. But Smolder picks up another kill.
Yeah, but they don't have the entrance into this Elder Dragon. They have Fisher with the flash. Maybe he can make a big play. They clear out this brush. That's one of the big hitfalls gone. The Snake standing behind as many teammates as they can. EDG brute force their way into the river again. Crisp has flash. What can you do with it?
Allah's got TP. ZDZ doesn't. If they can hold on 20 seconds, Allah can rejoin the fight, and it'll be a while before ZDZ can be here. Down to half HP. Smolder continues to be a problem. Trying to queue through the Elder Dragon's Monkey, taken desperately low by the explosive charge. Doing some work, Fisher pretty low. They have to back away. They can't get it. The Elder's about to go over to Weibo Gaming. It's secured.
Allah has teleport in 2 seconds. What can they get though, Weibo, before the front line arrives? It's a failed Elder fight for EDG. Low health bars. Monkey surely gonna die here.
Must do. Xiaohu trying to find a mantra queued. Snake hits Xiaohu and prevents him from getting anything more. Elder secured, but it isn't taken cleanly.
Right, so it's a big delay again though on getting these big objectives. Gold advantage, Soul, Elder, and yet we're still questioning the game because there's a Smolder here. The Snake's been able to stack up even more, 330 now. You're going to give the Baron. You can't fight this, the Elder's there already, and I don't think you're going to throw out the Smolder ult in regards to trying to steal this one in a miracle way. Allah made a bit of a mistake in the front line there, which did lead somewhat to the 1-for-1, but the extra damage from Weibo allowed them to get this phase of play where they could finally walk over and get most of those objectives. A lot of this starts from Alec just going too far forward. You know, he sees the 3 people here, and he knows that's here. Fisher comes in for the ultimate to try and zone off the backline. You can see that Xiaohu and Light are not available for the first part of this play, but even then, Alec still goes down, tanky though he might be.
And it's almost a good play. Almost baits Weibo too far, and it doesn't quite work. Xiaohu, once again, really good shield on the hook from Vampire, because if he gets caught at the same time and it becomes a 2-for-1, maybe it looks different.
EDG, they would love to close this one out as a clean 2-0. I think a lot of fans out there for this org, which has struggled so much this year, would love to see that one happen. But Weibo, they have themselves big Baron buff. The Elder buff is going to be falling off just within that 1 minute. All the same though, they're pushing with Baron creeps. You can see that Light and Chris, they do not want to push up too far because there's a lot of stacks onto the 4 Smolder. Bloodthirster now. And it feels like even though Weibo, they have so many things to work with, it is still so dangerous for them to assume that they can win fights.
Yeah, and as I said, them actually pulling the trigger is sometimes easier said than done. while they've got the double uber buff, so 30 seconds on the Elder Dragon in particular, they have got a priority to work with. Ale knocks away Light, though, which is a huge way to deny the base being broken.
That's important, because that's going to mean that the Elder buff is going to fall off before the next wave comes in, and that means that even though you have the Baron up creeps, very hard for you to force a fight.
Bless you. And they keep on playing this out. Monkey still hanging around, trying to do their very best to maintain some vision elsewhere. And the Snake in the mid lane, clearing up waves best they can. It's the top lane tier 2 that's the next target from Weibo. The Elder Dragon has now fallen off. Monkey steps forward, try to trade him to Xiaohao, and this turret looks like a place that EDG do want to try and stand and fight at least somewhat, but the wave is pretty huge with the double cannon minions. Here comes the Weaver's wall. Over they go. The lights are put out. Crescent guard down. Smolder ultimate comes across a few. It does prevent the tower going down for now, but
then that leaves EDG alone in the bot side. EDG, they needed to make something out of that because now the base is broken. Elder buff is off. That's why they went for that play. But they lose themselves. Top lane in a turret after the failed defense of it, and then the bot side inhibits it. Feels like a bit of a slow bleed out. But how much can they stop this? How much can they staunch it? The Snake still alive, still potent. And Weibo, they might have to wait for another Baron to end this game.
It's going to be a bit tricky. They hold on to most of their base, but the attempted save of the tier 2 costs them an inhibitor, and they don't actually get anything out of the contest. So, still Weibo game of the win in the overall scheme of things, but they are going to need another set of Uber buffs to try and push to end the game. That means more time for Smolder, and that is always a risky proposition.
Thing is, gold is somewhat decorative at this point. It's not completely, because what it does mean is the more gold, the less valuable Arla is, because he's quite far behind on this Poppy. He's very far behind in terms of farm. And the Snake's fine here, can just flap over the wall, knows that he's not going to go anywhere close to that fog. But then the thing is, in terms of the damage, you are never going to be able to stop Snake from getting a couple of Qs across the team fight. Question is, how many can you get exactly? I almost wonder if at some point it's actually worth Light just flashing forward to Buster Shot him out of the fight so they can kill the front line, but they still have to deal with him somehow, some way. It's the problem with this champion, with all of the nerfs waiting for him. That will change at some point in the future, but not now.
4.3k on the Baron power play feels pretty good, but economy Barons are one thing. It's not actually ended the game. It's not kept EDG corralled and curtailed in their base. That is still a problem. The Snake at level 16, rank 3 of the ultimate feels pretty good. There's a lot of healing for himself, more than anything else. It means if you dive onto him, he's still got ways of keeping himself a bit more alive than he might otherwise, and he's nearly at Leandry's too.
Big thing as well, if you manage to get the Fire Cannon Q and then there's an engage that comes through, the ultimate can bring people down into the execute range while the Q is still burning. Now when you also have the Leandrys on the way, you can see the Haunting Guys, which will be there in terms of like just base damage being increased. Very important to see how he can play around that Weibo. They are yet to crack EDG's full defense. They've gotten one inhibitor, but given the amount of damage which the Snake has on the Q as well, very, very good wave clear because it's true damage as well on the Q. They have another objective or two left in this before they can really start ending this game.
Some of those Baron minions, you wonder why they're not as effective into small. It's because he still burns through the resists because of the true damage, as you were saying, and setting on fire some super minions. They don't survive very long at all either.
386 stacks. Can get himself to 400 at some point. You see, they're just trying to funnel as many stacks into this AD carry as possible. He still has one item left to put onto the table. With Elder coming up in 20 seconds, he'll have himself his full build arsenal with the Leandrys put in. Problem is, EDG still going to have themselves no lanes pushing to play around this. Teleports available for the top lane is too important to know.
Alright, another Elder fight, but as you said, it's Weibo in the river, Weibo with the vision control, and EDG with the onus to try and find their way into the river. Do they even want to fight it? They're going to try and do so by shoving through mid lane. You can understand why that's a decision process. As Fisher looking for potential weavers. Fisher, split off the team. Remember, there's still an opportunity for Poppy to ult people out. That makes it a 3v5 in the pit. Can look to steal it. He's knocked over the wall by the Buster Shot. And he steals it from over the wall. It's a wind becoming lightning. Can they strike twice? Because it's wind, fire, and ice that will break the hearts of Weibo Gaming.
How many times are we going to see this Smolder get to late game? But it's not even about him. It's about Monkey, the jungler from EDG, who is punted out of the pit and still somehow steals. I think he steals it with a W over the wall.
It was a W over the wall. It really was.
Oh my gosh, and the volume goes through the roof. But EDG, they get themselves into the game in the late game. Baron on the table, they can start pushing back.
And suddenly, just suddenly, it all breaks for Weibo. It all began to look a bit rocky. The foundations looking more and more like they were on a beach, and the rising tide that is Smolder stacks, and a phenomenal invade into the pit.
Oh, what a huge Poppy ult. You don't have the engage from the Rakan even there at this point. And even though after this the Buster Shot comes through, the smite on 12 HP means that the W steals it. Clutch from Monkey.
You cannot ask for a close-up moment, and you can see the excitement in the back room. That is some serious passion.
There's something quite evocative about seeing Clearlove, seeing the EDG jungler stealing one of those late game objectives, as he used to do all those years ago. One of the real greatest of all time. With this, EDG start to close the difference in gold. They get to once again unlock the map for a first time in a very long time. The stacks are still there for Smolder, 417. EDG, they can roll across the map and finally force Weibo to play from their own half.
5 items, level 18, over 400 stacks. Smolder is an unmatched terror in this game. I have seen kaiju movies with less scary endgame bosses.
We'll see if there's another twist in here yet. The Snake has flash. Very hard to get rid of this guy once he's got that flash too, because again, it's so hard to get through. The minefield, so difficult to get through. The Poppy W as well. Jack Show built up for Arla, getting very tanky in this late game. Again, we said that Poppy is a pretty difficult champion to get through. It really is just Tristana that can kill the tank. Xiao, who's not going to be able to bring that much to bear with the late game Karma, who's starting to fall off. EDG, they get mid lane inner, bot lane inner, maybe get themselves the bot lane inhibitor turret as well.
Weibo now on the defensive for the first time in many minutes. Into the inhibitor they go, and EDG just group up as a 5-man ball of death, and Weibo have to find somewhere to hold on where they can.
EDG needs to be careful about retreating here, because there was the chance that, I mean, as you can see here, the rewards left behind them, and of course if ZDZ gets onto the backline, then that maybe throws things for a bit of a loop. EDG, they have taken a gold lead at 40 minutes into the game. They go back. Aranjuans is built up for Ala. There are 4 items for Fisher. EDG, we said that, you know, the gold was decorative for Weibo, but now it's starting to get really a bit of a problem as the tanks get tanky.
The Snake went back, sold his Ionian boots for Lucidity, and bought a full GA. He is a 6-item Smolder, baby.
That makes so much sense, because again, as long as he can put out Qs and get value from it, it's so annoying. He has Ghost, he has Flash. If this is one last fight left in the game and he can use Flash and he can use Ghost, then the boots don't mean as much because he already has some ability to bring to bear.
Killing Smolder twice is going to be hard work, I think it's fair to say. The W's continue to fly, the sneezes from this dragon looking more like weapons of mass destruction at this point in the game.
See ZDZ in the bot side pushing up, he has teleport. Arla pushing up the top wave as well. That's a flash hook!
Go, it's the double knock bounces into Smolder's mother! Roaring on through, it's a family affair! Crisp goes in, cannot get that much, it's a solid double knock up. ZDZ into the backside, the Snake still has flash, still has GA, still alive! Still not down! We'll finally take it down as Light is still doing work, still not going down, and they actually kill the Smolder! No!
And as EDZ comes onto the Snake, he doesn't have the flash, he couldn't get away, and it's about the Tristana EDG, after doing all of the hard work, fall apart at 42 minutes into the game. This could have been their redemption. Instead, it is back into the pot. This is surely going to be a Game 3 on the table.
It's a bit of an ironic, painful Baron power play that turns up at the bottom of the screen. 6,000 gold owned, and the game still ends in Weibo's favor.
The death time is too long. EDG, a stolen Elder, a comeback in the late game, even through the hands of Smolder, not enough to bring this to a 2-0. Weibo, the consistently inconsistent team, cross the finish line and bring it to a Game 3.
You just can't make it up, can you? What a ridiculous ending to this game.
So many stacks, and in that last fight, the Snake pretty much misuses his flash. He has the Ghost, he has the flash at the start of it, and he can E over the wall. He ends up just getting put against terrain, and ZDZ can rail him down. Well, even at the start of it, Light ends up getting his jump cancelled. It's not enough. He has the GA, and his GA means more. God damn. EDG, I feel so bad for them.
Yeah, and I wonder whether the boots being down actually really hurt there. Couldn't space out properly.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. And you know, at the start of that fight, he had everything.
Yeah.
But even then, it feels like the Snake just mispositioned late into that team fight. And for once, we see Smolder lose a late game with 1,000,000 stacks.
There's this element of the people who are supposed to be defending the Smolder weren't there, right? Because the Nautilus went forward, it gets a double knockup, but not onto particularly valuable targets. The Poppies away from the backline. Fish is not getting that much done. There was no one actually there to stop ZDZ, who just literally runs at Smolder.
So, EDG, they were this close to keeping themselves in this series. Again, if they lose this series, they are out of playoffs for only the second time in EDG's history. Weibo, they denied EDG Worlds last year at the end of the world, end of summer in the regional qualifiers. This is a long shot away from that. These teams are not qualifying for the very top of the LPL qualification. This is for survival, actually. Weibo, in their own sense, they are currently in the playoffs bracket. I think they're around the 10th place mark, but as it stands, EDG, they were this close to putting it through that. And Xiaohu, actually, for once, putting up good damage numbers. This series, Xiaohu has done a lot better than some of his previous ones. And you can see even in the mid-game, he put out a lot of work.
Just look at that ridiculous swinging goal around the 30 or 40 minute mark. Just goes crashing down. And then suddenly at the end of it all, it doesn't matter. Weibo still with the game.
And with that, we will lead ourselves to a game 3, and we're going to take ourselves a bit of a break.
Yes. What are we doing? Because we've got Dune tickets.
I'm going to keep casting this. Now, you can go see Dune if you want, but this is probably going to overlap it. I'm going to keep this live. Okay. So, it's up to you.
I probably will go 6. I've bought the tickets at this point, but I'll stick around for at least another 10 minutes or so. I need to get out of here.
All right.
The only thing is, if you want to come, the tickets are on my phone. It's like a double ticket thing.
Well, you'll have to come out and give them to me if I do turn up then, but I think I'm going to miss it at this point, so I'm sadly not going to see Dune soon.
Fair enough.
Going to see what happens here as well.
That's fair. It's where, Alex, please don't leave us as castle.
I could have gone to see a movie, folks. I'm staying here for you all.
I, on the other hand, could use the time out. Not gonna lie, my voice is dying. Doing my favourite song.
Well, the Elder Steel was very loud and very worthy of that. But, yeah, God, even with the Elder Steel, even with everything else, I can see it.
Oh, I mean, it does throw us to a very interesting point in this game.
I mean, I could go see if anyone else is. Do you reckon anyone else is around to be my play-by-play for this series? Because you're not going to be here for the last game, are you? Probably not. Well, probably not as in you
I'll have to leave partway through.
So for me, I need to know. So probably not is actually very unhelpful because I'm like, do I yes or no?
Well, because I mean, the game's starting in what, 5 minutes?
10 so. It's about a 15-minute turnaround time per game.
Is it 15 minutes?
It's about 5 to 10, maybe 10,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. Exactly. So it'd be like I need to leave in 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yeah. So yeah. Trouble's not a play-by-play. She's a color caster. I need a play-by-play because I am the color caster. Sam's the play-by-play. So right, I guess I can go look for someone. And yeah. I'm gonna go take some messages out. So you're going?
Well, I spent like too much money not to.
Sure. Okay. Right.
They're IMAX tickets. I don't really have the money to waste on that, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, you go do that. That's fine.
It's okay. So I'll do that.
这是第一条远古龙啊，WBG 这波拉扯挺好的，把你赶走，我再打这个远古龙。
What a bizarre ending to that game.
Yeah, I need to actually rest my voice a little bit.
I'm casting again this evening.
Oh, that's sure something. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, game 3 to see if EDG stay in it.
I've heard it's a good movie. I'm looking forward to it.
This is a pretty good movie too.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Certainly high action, or high drama. Maybe not high action. The action's been a little bit mixed.
Right team. Is anyone else live on this Twitch? Let me see if anyone else wants to come join this.
Be good fun.
Yeah. If not, I'll solo cast it. I'll do what I can. But yeah.
That's fair.
这场比赛由 WBG 实现了翻中翻啊，原
Munch
本
is on
前期
apparently.
接近9000的
Oh,
经
is
济
he?
优势
Apparently.，
因为一条圆
Well,
骨
going to Amber.
引发的转折，让
Yeah, I'll
WBG
see if-
退
well, I'm
守高
casting
地
him
但
tomorrow.
在高地之上自己被开到
Yeah,
2
maybe we
员
do this.
大
The
将
thing is that we might be
的情
desynced,
况
which will be
下
something.
yeah,
就
true.
让开砍小炮展开收割，完成了翻盘。
That I can't help you. It's not YouTube where you can sync up the timers
就
very
是
easily.
故事性有点
Yeah,
强。
well,
有点抓马
we'll
是
figure
吧
that. Okay, I'm gonna go send some messages around then. And thanks, boss. Thanks for sticking with me today, then, dude. It's been a couple of banger games, a couple of some questionable ones too, but on the whole, quite banger.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah.
一直能够把战局往后面去拖，
能拖住。
Yeah, Kitty's doing. Plus, Kitty's a color again. Remember?
战力88%。
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like in terms of, so there are two different roles in casting. There's a play-by-play caster that kind of calls the shots that it goes, and then there's a color caster who explains how it goes. Now, typically what you want is a play-by-play and a color caster, so you kind of divvy up the roles. Now, in TriCast, you have two color casts and you have a play-by-play.
Yes.
But that, yeah. So, yeah.
Q 是真准啊！
Oh.
虽然说真正在这一盘的后期啊，可能卡尔玛他就这个曲线就往下降了。
对，那是英雄的问题。
对。
Okay. Righty. A little bit of a little bit of a break in
相当
Selby.
相当精彩啊！我们马上要期待双方的决胜局了。
Get through to that. God, my brain is dying.
决胜局恐怕就越好看。
V3 just beat the Oceana's #1 as well, so Ground Zero's out, so V3 are forward as well.
Well, Osa have been looking really sus
No,
still.
I know, but
it's big to show that, you know, that even V3 coming in as third seed can do some damage though.
想进季后赛必须拿到这关键
Yep.
分啊！这怎么说，志明老师？
Yes, I just saw that little result come up.
Yeah.
又要那个了，又要换边了，可能。
We're gonna have to leave for Dune in about
就这把没换边，下把看一下。
10 minutes.
微博是选蓝还是选红？
因为这
I wanna get there in time for the movie.
红色方，对对吧？
Yeah, yeah, you have informed us, so I wish you luck in your trying time.
这两位解说老师的
Right,
赛
right,
后分
okay.
析，接下来是 WBG 对阵
Cool.
EDG 的决
Right, well, I've
胜
sent a message to Munch and see if he wants to cast it. He might still be just like kind of co-streaming though, so like in terms of like more traditionally co-streaming it. And if not, I'll just solo cast it and I'll be fine. It's just like it'd be nice to have a co-caster
They've been
alongside it.
quite extended games today, actually.
Yeah, they have. There've been some really late game stuff. Oh man.
I mean, it's been the third time in 3 days I'm going out to do something, which is kind of nice. I've done that a lot recently.
Yeah. I'm just sat here, I'm like, it would feel really crap for me to not do game 3 after this series.
That's
So,
fair.
yeah, I guess I'll hang out and do some LPL.
Fair enough. Yeah, I told I'll have to come rescue you if you come on in. Give us a heads up if you manage to get
I mean, I'm not going to get there in time,
Sure.
so. Because, I mean, if it's tickets for 4, movie's going to start at 4:15, which means I need to set off at, like, 5:02 or so, 4 maybe.
latest, yeah.
Yeah, maybe I can get an Uber over or something. But even then, like, I mean, I might be able to do it and miss, like, a couple of bits of the first movie. Well, first bit of it. Well, we'll see. We'll see how quick the first
Be
game is here
fast.
as well. Because this will be, like, another 5 minutes until it goes on, and then it's probably going to be another 35 minutes. And let's be honest, it's probably likely to be KG. Neither of these teams are closing out well. And, yeah. Sorry for stupid question. I mean, it's fine. There's a chat command. There's a chat command. Someone put the chat command in.
The long and short of it, Zerda, is effectively
There's
there's
chat
only an official cast of half the week at the minute.
Yep, there's a chat command. We've done it now. We have a chat command. Oh man.
So I'm gonna want to see it again anyway. True enough.
Okay, I'm gonna go get myself a coffee so I can get myself set up.
Go for it. I'll look after chat briefly until you come back, and then I'll
Yep.
leave. Oh, that's the Evelyn statue. We need to get a hold of that one at some point. We stand the KDA Eve. You got removable glasses. One of my emotes is Eve in her KDA passive form ulting. It's super cool. The Eve swag is pretty cool. You're welcome, Zed. Still not done quite yet. Oh. So much to do, so little time. Mila, you need that one still. I think I've got, where are my tickets on here? They're in here somewhere. There we go, that's the one. Bum ba dum. Why am I singing Indiana Jones? I don't know. It's a good song. oh. I look at that needle and went, oh, it's Berlin Needles. Like, no, it's not. It's in, I think that's Shanghai, that one. Amber with the wiggling in chat. Oh, there's Christina again. Woo, Christina. We all stand Christina. Nice blouse. Solly's got a wiggle as well. How's everyone doing on YouTube? Checking over there as well. Oh, a lot of Korean people chatting in a minute. Nice to see you all. Guess you guys are kind of coming on over, having seen a lot of the LCK stuff today. It's been a pretty mad day for you. The Dan1 T1 series looked like it was an interesting series, to say the least. It's easy to get 2 or more, and Snake to get 3 or more from my Amber. Not unlikely, in fairness. 3 kills for an AD carry and 2 for a top laner in 1 map. Yeah, probably a possibility at least. Also, Smolder lost, and that's all that matters. Emma, understandable opinion. ZDZ has been playing very well on the Aatrox in favor of Ninja. Oh, A-Ninja, there we go. A-Ninja? A-Ninja? A-Ninja, probably not pronounce that actually. I'm gonna need some help here, Kirby, what's up? How much the game's been seems quite likely, yeah. You've got to feel that the Smolder doesn't get through here. Surely. I went into a meeting, but when I was leaving, ... the Smolder team was pushing in him. Yeah, what happened was Smolder got caught, and the team didn't do a very good job of peeling, and Smolder burned everything and didn't get away, and also had GA down.
Right. Okay. I'm out. You go do your thing. Thank you so much for helping with the rest of this day. I'm gonna go solo cast this, I guess. And
yeah,
trying to bonk.
I think Munch might have just messaged us.
Hang on. Okay, folks. Yeah, Munch has just popped up. Let me just focus. I gotta sort some stuff out so we get into this. All right. So quickly shifting this thing out. Game 3. Weibo EDG for EDG to survive. I'm gonna quickly go see if I can hop on call and see if I can get Munch available here as well, so we can get ourselves I don't know exactly how we're gonna do this. I'm gonna see what happens here, and let's see it. Munch buddy, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, mate. How you get on?
Well, honestly, after that last game, I think I could use a bit of a heart rate check. So yeah, EDG lose this game, they're out of playoffs. It's feeling pretty tense.
Yeah, and Karma banned, Smolder banned, all of the B1s banned. Ari locked in for Xiaohu. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan because he looked pretty good on it the other day as well.
It definitely gives them some ability to maybe like go more aggressive on Xiaohu. He's been playing a lot of Karma recently. He's had some bad games. This series hasn't been a lot of them though. It feels like Xiaohu's kind of kicked on the afterburners a little bit. We do have a change in the Snakes champion pool though. It's not the infinite stacking of the Smolder, but the Sen and Nautilus gives Vampire an extra degree of tankiness for him to make some big plays too. I don't mind this for EDG.
No, I think Senna's insanely strong. With Smolder out of the picture, I think Senna is one of the strongest AD carries. I think the AD carries that are stronger than Senna in my mind are like Smolder and Varus, and they're both banned. And the ones that can punish Senna are Lucian and Kalista.
Yeah.
And they're both banned. So I'm kind of liking the Senna pick.
So maybe the question is, okay, Weibo, look at this bot lane and go, that's a bit of an issue. What can they do topside? I mean, ZDZ, he might just lock in something like the Renekton or the Aatrox again, just to say, well, we can play around the Ahri Xin Sao, and then something very powerful in the top lane as well. Twisted Fate, I don't mind that either, because it's going to be permanently pushing and gives the gold card for both Xin Sao and Ahri to leverage off of. I think they've looked at that bot lane and said, nah, I'm just going to keep away from that for a bit.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised not to see the Vi alongside the Ahri, but at the same time, Vi has looked pretty terrible in the LPL recently. We've seen quite a bit of Vi coming back alongside the Ahri, alongside the Taliyah, even occasionally alongside Karma. It's not looked good. Like, it theoretically looks good, like, on a draft, but it's not actually looked good in game. And Jace as well, back for Alan.
I also think Xin Sao has been really, really valuable against something like, well, obviously the Smolder, we've seen that a couple of times, but the Senna as well, because it reminds me of when we used to play back in the Jinx Aphelios meta. Xin Zhao stopped long-range carries being long-range carries because he just pops the ult and then you can start winning the fight in the duration of that Crescent Guard and hope that things work out. Vi is a lot more squishy in that regard, and when you've got another long-range champion like the Jace on the table too, the value of the Jace is starting to go up as a frontline tank, if not the ability to stick to lower-range targets.
We'll see if they can pull it off. I've just... since we're not doing an official cast, I can just tell you, I'm sharing my screen with you on Discord. I've got Nitro, so it should be an HD stream, just so we can be synced up, because I've found trying to cast and you're both watching different Chinese players is a fucking nightmare.
Okay, I think this will work for me. Yeah, I've got it up now, so hopefully that's going to be fine.
Yeah,
this is going to be janky as heck, folks,
Billy
but like,
stream as well.
I just felt like it would be such a shame to not do this justice, because, I mean, this could be the game where EDG missed playoffs for, what, only the second time in their history? I think they did it once before. Like, this is...
I think they did in
2020,
right?
I think it was 2020 summer, maybe they missed that one, but it's been a long time since they've done it, if they have missed it at all.
Yeah. This, I mean, I'm going to be honest. Oh. He froze for a second there. I'm going to be honest, even if they, like, win this series, the odds of them making playoffs are still astronomically low. Like, they need a miracle at this point, but if they lose now, they are actually out for good. The Jax band, obviously towards Monkey in the jungle, or potentially towards Ala top. We've seen a lot of Jax Ala top. Could be Fisher with the Chase mid. But I don't think so. I think it'll be Ala taking Jace top.
Yeah, since he's been one of the very few players to play that Jace top as well, I haven't always loved the way that EDG play around it. It feels like often Ala is still put behind in the early game. I think both times I've seen it been played, he's ended up 0-2, 0-3. And when you have Twisted Fate, Ari, and Xin Zhao, it's going to be a fist fight topside. I mean, there are so many squishy champions with the ability to combo onto it. You can see that, of course, the Twisted Fate is a flex pick down to the AD carry as well. I kind of assumed it might go to ZDC, but instead it is the Camille. We saw this earlier in the day as well. Now we have Twisted Fate Alistair, so the Twisted Fate can just leave the center lane. The Camille can start a fight topside, and it really feels like Weibo are looking to just pin down these squishy carries like the Jace, the Orianna, and the Senna.
See if they can pin him down. I like the Camille. I'm a big fan of the Camille. We get the Volibear as well. We've not seen much Volibear in the LPL yet. It's not looked incredible, but it has been banned quite a few times today. So excited to see what Monkey can do. I missed the start of the first game today, which I think had Volibear in.
It did, and it looked really good, is the thing.
It looked really good, did it? I missed a chunk of that because of the beating earlier.
It looked good, but it looked good because people were engaging into the Volibear, who didn't end up using ult, and then used the ult to chase afterwards. In this kind of game, I feel like the Volibear, if they're the one that's being engaged onto, it's going to be, folks, it's going to be a mess. This Volibear is a very powerful champion in the early game. Even once you get to, like, the first boots and one item, Volibear is one of the earliest hitting junglers in the game. So having that versus the Xin Zhao, that's going to be a real fist fight even in the jungle matchup. And I kind of like that we're going away from the scaling and just saying we want to seize this series by our own hands.
Seize it by the balls. We'll see. Honestly, at this point, this is not hysterics. This is Nymaera. Everyone, yeah, I forgot to introduce you.
Hello.
Everyone, this is Nymaera. Everyone on Nymaera's stream, I'm Munchable. So
yeah, I just put you in the title. Basically, just things went wild. I was going to go see Dune 2 today. I want everyone to know, I gave up the chance to see that in IMAX because I'm sat here thinking, I really want to see what happens with this game. So yeah, we're both casting tomorrow as well. You'll catch us on the main stream. But we're just going to give you an early preview as it stands.
Yeah, I'm going to add your name to my titles as well. Here we go. Game number 3. It's an absolute turbo banger. Game number 2 was one of the games of all time. And let's see what happened. I mean, it's just pure damage on both sides, right? So much damage on both of these compositions. I feel like this has to be a good game.
Yeah, I think that when I look at this kind of composition, I just feel like everything is going to explode topside. Even if the Twisted Fate was top lane as well, it would have been a very similar identity. The fact that they flexed it down to bot side for Light to have it, who can then teleport out of his lane and then go affect topside as well, should the Snake and Vampire lose lane pressure, which you can do. Send and Altus is fine in early lane, but they're not necessarily the most oppressive. If Weibo find an early opportunity to pull the trigger, I think EDG are going to have a very hard time righting the ship.
We'll have to see. I'm curious what on earth this is going to look like in terms of compositions and stuff. Good morning, KC. Hey! Thank you so much for the resub, Casey. I appreciate that, man. As this is going to have to be a bit of a chill cast, because I don't want to fully leave the talking to chat aspect. I enjoy chat.
Sure thing. All right, that works for me.
Good vibes with chat. But definitely when it comes to team fights and when it comes to the fast-paced, ZDZ starting off strong. I feel like this is one of those matchups where there is some aspect of a skill matchup here. The fact that obviously Camille has a huge all-in angle at level 6. It's all about how you play the lane up until that point as well. Whether you can get the sustain with the W, whether Jace can get a lot of the poke down.
Also kind of feels like with Camille, most Camille lanes versus squishier champions you can trade back heavily is about how you use your passive. I think the Gangplank lane is another one like that, where you used to try and fly in with the hook shot, get that hit so you get the extra attack speed, trade with your passive, and then back out until you get your passive back. So Ala, you know, he's been good in the individual trades. That's something which I think he'll do well against EDZ. But I really have to see who's going to influence this game first, because Jace lanes are never alone. Someone wants to go mess with Jace. So see that Monkey, see that Xiaohao, both towards the top side of the map right now. In fact, actually, Xiaohao might be going for a bit of a reverse clear. He's taken Raptors and then gone onto his top side. He might run into Monkey here, actually, if he's not careful. He's spotted out that Wolves are up still.
He might have a little duke in the tri-brush, honestly. Xiaohao moving up towards top lane, walked over a ward. He's been spotted now. Monkey behind enemy lines. He has to come all the way around, though. It's going to be a long time till Monkey can influence this play. Ala is essentially in a 2v1 for the time being. Can flash towards his jungler here. The lightning comes down. Ala 1 HP and he survives! The flash after first blood. Fantastic play in the 2v1 from Ala. Monkey comes in to save the day.
I mean, so many times we've seen this pick for Ala not work out because his jungler is there second to the play. And in fairness, Monkey is second there to the play again. But he comes there just in time, like Gandalf over the top of the hill. And the EDG get themselves something in topside. This is so important. It means that you don't have a flash on the Camille, you don't have a flash on your Xin Sao now. This was a real shotgun gank. You had one chance to make this work with your summoners. I feel like this is a huge swing and a miss, and Ala being ahead of the game is a big thing for EDG.
Great E flash there as well. Channels the E and then flashes while it's still going. Because it goes through anyway, even if you get out of range once you start casting the ability. So really nice bit of mechanics coming out from Ala. And now he starts to bully ZDZ in all kinds of trouble. Just about dodges the shock blast for Ala. This is his playground.
Yeah, so, okay, Jace, in terms of the checklist of what EDG want to do against Weibo's composition, getting the Jace ahead is really quite big. Now, there's every chance that Jace kind of gets teleported on or kind of TF ulted on later into the game, but this is so important because it means that the Camille can't leave top lane and make a mess somewhere else. Like we saw earlier today, Breathe have an absurd Camille game where he just kind of like got out of lane and was such a side lane presence, but then could fly into the rest of the team as well and be a big threat there. So EDG, maybe they have to wait until the Senna ult comes online before they can make another play topside, but it's already going strong for them.
Feels like a good start, that's for sure. Monkey gonna continue to play towards the top side here, clearing up in that direction. Goes for the Scuttle Crab there. You can see the Scuttle Crab on the bot side went the way of Xiaohao. Grub's coming up in 10 seconds. And honestly, prio mid for Fisher, prio top for Ala in a big way. It feels pretty uncontestable right now for Xiaohao, these grubs.
Yeah, well, he has flash at least. Oh, I was actually wrong, by the way. Xiaohao actually does still have his flash as Monkey that blew his in the earlier play. Gives Xiaohao some ability to maybe slip off a vision somewhere. Kind of hard to do that, though, when Monkey gets to push up with the lanes, which you just mentioned as well. Crisp, though, actually making his way towards it. Fisher might have to blow his flash all the same.
Oh, yeah. Charm for flash. It's potentially a window. Nice roam coming out here. As the snake is moving over, but he's still in the jungle for now. And actually, Monkey, 2 out of 2 so far. And it's Xiaohao pushed away as Ala still just continuing to body ZDZ at the top side. Means that it is 3 grubs taken by EDG. I thought there was going to be more from Weibo there after the rope. Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't think this gets much better for them. They don't have the Volibear level 6 for the Ohm Wrecker turn-off tower, but ZDZ, if he has to back off this tower even, it sucks so bad for them. But we do have jungle support from both teams roaming.
ZDC's level 6 at this point. Xiaohao's on the tower. They can't go for the dive. That would have been terrifying to go for against the level 6 Camille with the jungler there as well. In the meantime, Shockwave actually landed mid. So a bit of pressure coming out from Fisher onto Xiaohu. And look at the CS lead mid.
And Fish is doing a really good job here. I have to say, when it comes to Ahri matchups, a lot of people say, you know, stuff like Fizz and Aurelia, maybe something like a Yasuo can contend with the Ahri. A lot of the time it's actually mages which really hurt Ahri, because they just throw out like a single shockwave like we saw there, or a QW later into the game as well. And then Ahri's half HP and she can't just push up and roam. So if Fisher getting an early lead here and making sure that they're just stopping Xiaohu from... Oh my god, Ala. They're just going to stopping Xiaohu from being able to leave lane. It's really important, considering that we've highlighted the whole game. Weibo want to brawl around topside. Stopping Xiaohu joining that equation, it's a big thing.
Man, top feels turbo doomed for CDC. I know we've already talked about it, but my god, stopping the recall there. The wave is completely frozen. They're even in CS right now. But that's not going to last. That is not going to last. Good god.
Right now, I mean, ZDZ doesn't have teleport. No one's on the top side of the map. Arlo's just going to wait here and wait for the enemy minions to clear out some of these too. He can start building up a slow crash to get himself a safe recall at some point. I think by that point, Monkey can help shield his lane too. He is more than happy to just help her. He's just tending to the garden and top side and just making sure that the weeds, his own minions, are just getting cut down to size.
Yeah, too right. ZDZ now. Off the back of this freeze, we've gone from the Alice slightly behind in CS to 10 CS up now. Off the back of this one freeze, and it's not even broken just yet. Xiaohao might have to come top just to push this in. ZDZ, you can see on the top left of your screen, he's taken half of his health trying to get this wave in, desperately trying to push it.
He just came back with full HP as well. Like,
yeah.
This is with Arlo.
I don't think he's even broken the freeze.
Yeah, I don't think he might have just got the crash. I really want his observers to go back up there, because that's actually one of the most important things that's going to happen in the next minute or two. He's had to back off from the lane. You know, I think Arlo can actually just set up another freeze again. That's even worse. Hook lines and bot side, I don't think that's even going to lead to that much. Like, Weibo, they need to really help this top side. Monkey is going top side too now to help Arlo push it back out, so he can finally get a reset and get a buy-in.
This is kind of brutal, honestly. As, yeah, the slow push will finally be happening on the top side, so Ala should be able to crash this one. He won't have the same issues with crashing the wave that CDC was just having, because he's quite happy to take that fight. She'll be able to just one-shot the casters, move away, crash this wave. Xiaohao gonna hover, just to make sure no dive can come up through. Monkey moves into the lane brush. This will be at least one plate here.
I was wondering if they were going to greed for that. Xiaohao had flash, you have the Kinetic Ultimatum, there's a chance you can trap Ala under turret. Not going to be the case, though. Again, everyone just beelining towards topside, though. I mean, I think Weibo don't want this to get any worse than it already is.
Certainly not. And EDG would love for Ala to keep going the way he's going, so Monkey making sure to be around that top side when Ala's crashing the wave. Make sure his top lane is protected. That's Eclipse finished already. Has a pretty sizable CS lead up top. And he's moving back into that lane as well. I think the minions are going to arrive just in time to stop the crash as well. So Ala, he's 10 CS up now, but there is a bunch of minions for him to collect when he gets back up to the top lane as well. So it's only going from bad to worse for ZDC. Big CS lead in the mid lane for Fisher as well. And in the meantime, Snake just picking up souls, roaming around the map. They've left Vampire bot for a lot of this game, but Vampire's moving up because Herald's up onto... Oh, sorry, Grub's second spawn are on the map. ZDZ's the target for now. Oh, the stun doesn't quite land. Root will, though.
And the thing is, you now have the level 6 on the volley bear, so there's every chance that your tower won't protect you too if you make a big enough mistake. It's going to be, as it stands, Grub's going over. You don't have level 6 on Crisp. Vampire does, because it's courtesy of the center lane, so in terms of the support versus not quite support, it's advantage over to EDG. Chances of some flashes coming topside. Oh, here comes TF.
Here we go. Play on towards Ala. They take him down. Xiaohao grabbing that kill. And that evens up the kill score. Weibo getting themselves onto the board. But this is 6 grubs taken now for EDG. They trade it for their top laner. In the meantime, Xiaohu trying to do some work bot, but will just be cleared by Fisher. Just a singular plate there. And now EDG all move towards the mid lane. I don't think they can realistically threaten on the tower with all the plates up, but they can move towards Dragon.
I think it's just forcing someone to respond in mid lane so they know. Oh no, Ala, dude, you were so far ahead of this game. Please don't do this. He has flash. I think he's blowing it minimum.
Oh god. I don't know if this TP was needed, to be honest. It was already 3v1 on the dive. Xiaohu comes in to collect the kill, and honestly, I'm more than happy to see Xiaohu the benefactor of the play.
Oh man, Xiaohu teleports in, at least he justifies his own teleport, I suppose. It leaves bot lane alone for plates to go over to EDG. We've had a lot of very quick map movements in the last minute or two. The Snake's going to get a lot of gold from this alongside Fisher. And of course, when you've got the, I'm going to call it the dieting center because it's intermittently fasting. He gets a lot of gold from this, which he won't normally get from minions. The fact that he'll then get to, you know, a quick, I mean, it might be an Umbral Glaive, might be a Yomu's or something like that. I think EDG are happy taking that one. Despite the fact that Weibo managed to shut down a bit of this top lane threat, they've managed to get some gold elsewhere. And EDG now with a bit of an interesting scenario of what do they do with this Jace who's just chain died a couple of times.
Yeah, I will say, Ala, while he has died a couple of times, it has been like huge investment from the side of Weibo. Like EDG have gained a lot elsewhere on the map from that, and it's not like he had a bunch of kills, so there wasn't a significant bounty to gain from Ala. So yeah. He's still definitely in a good position. He's still definitely ahead of ZDZ up in that top side. And he's still definitely going to be a threat later on. The fact that he got such a good early lethality item to start his game. Look how cautious he's being now. There's no one anywhere near him, but he doesn't know that. And after the last couple of minutes, he's not risking anything.
Not a third time. I can't stand that again. The thing with the Eclipse is that also it just gives you such good stats. It has moved away from being a lethality item, but it gives you like 70 AD, which is really good for someone like that. And even just the proc and the shield means that, you know, we were talking about how Camille was talking about trading with passive earlier. Really hard to do that. Monkey has ult. He can just chancel a tower here.
Oh, the flash comes out from Light, but there's no escaping that combo. Monkey flash stun, followed by Fisher's ultimate. Beautiful kill.
Is this the most proactive we've ever seen EDG this split? I feel like they're really starting to put some pieces together, at least in this series. I am going to say it's too little too late, but given that they've actually done some good stuff around Ala and it feels like they've managed to get some decent value out of the movements after that, and now Monkey's starting to flash forward, like, I'm glad to at least see them not just kind of slide into a win or like kind of or other collapse from what happened in that last game. It feels like they are actually being proactive.
I'm glad the series isn't just won by Smolders.
Oh, God,
on either side, to be honest. But, yeah, I mean, we did see a little bit of proactivity from EDG when Monkey first joined in. I think he played, like, a Brand game. He played a Graves game that was, like, quite aggressive. So we have seen some signs of life, and I was kind of hyped about EDG when we saw that. And then it just seemed to, like, vanish for a series or two. Like, it started to be there, and then it went away again. I like they're returning to it. I like that we're seeing this. But whether or not they can keep it up is a different question. I don't know if you saw earlier.
He's on vision here.
Just on the topic. Hang on,
I don't have
time to talk about this.
Okay, we're good. We're right. I was just sat there like, there's a lot of vision here.
I don't know. I think this might be a fight. Stun comes through onto Crisp. TP immediately. Fisher has flash and will be forced to use it. Vampire's TP'd real deep for this one. Light the target, but he gets to the backside of the plate. Crisp, 1 HP and doesn't have his ultimate. As Xiaohao forced to flash away ZDZ. There is no escape. Taken down by the railgun of the Snake. And now Xiaohao slowed as well. The Snake is taking over this fight. The root lands and Vampire takes another.
And despite all of the vision set up for that, everyone just shows up and says, all right, we're going to have a fist fight. Vampire starts things off very, very aggressively, but somehow manages to walk out. I mean, he's a tanky Nautilus. This is actually one of the bonuses we said from the draft. When you've got the center in the Nautilus, Vampire, we know he likes to be aggressive with his hooks, regardless of how successful they've been. Having that extra degree of tankiness can really help them in regards to that. As we go into the replay and just kind of see, yeah, it was a bit of a mess.
A huge mess, honestly. But Vampire just flashes straight on to like get stunned up. But then in the meantime, Crisp already used his ult. In the previous bit of play, Xiaohu 1v1ing Ala, WR! The Q comes through, and it's a solo kill for Xiaohu.
So, we were talking about, hey, there might be some issues with Ala kind of chain dying now. As soon as that Jace flash is down, it feels kind of awkward, but being able to pick that up onto Xiaohu means that he can get a little bit more gold in pocket as well. Go into a replay of this. It's pretty simple, really. Ala's not there at full HP, and yes, he has an Eclipse, which means that you can get some good trading back, but Xiaohu means that make sure that he doesn't walk into melee range and just finishes him off.
The charm stopping the Q as well, kind of huge from Xiaohu. Nicely timed there. But I just love the Ahri as an assassin again, man.
Yes, me too.
Everfrost is gone. No more of the vegan builds. Ari does damage. Ari can 1v1 the enemy Jace top. Like, it feels so good to be back to the days where Ari is actually a damage dealer. It's so much more fun to watch. Speaking of fun to watch, Monkey is enjoying watching this plate of meat who's trying to waddle away from him, but that's a snack if ever I've seen one. And Fish are going to be the ones to gobble it up.
I mean, you can even see Xiaohu. He might be an assassin who can win 1v1s, but he doesn't want to be stuck here. Crisp delays for his mid laner and gives up his life for the Ari who escapes.
Xiaohu's just like, see ya, Crisp. I'm out of here. No way I'm sticking around for this one. Herald in on the top side. This is going to be a tier 2 as well.
I mean, they have the Herald charging forward. EDG, after holding on for... I thought he was going to slam into the wall there, okay? Snake just about passes the driving test. But EDG, after losing such a heartbreaking game 2, the fact that they've come back, been proactive, and kept forcing plays, and actually those plays are working out, I'm glad to see that they didn't just mentally collapse from game 2. But I guess they've had a bit of practice at heartbreak and dealing with it in this split so far.
They certainly have. No, definitely not short on heartbreak for this team. Oh, double TP on the bot side.
Oh, we missed this one.
How is Alice so fast? Oh my god, he was running at the speed of light after the TP there. Yeah, Ala having a bit of a hard time, but in Ala's defense, while I know everyone in chat is having a bit of fun at his expense, he has been playing like 1v3 in a lot of these plays. Obviously, the death versus Xiaohu was 1v1, but aside from that, it's not exactly been fair fights for him. Still up in CS, still up in items right now, as they look to really put the aggression on. It's 17 minutes into the game and they're sieging tier 2s. This is an EDG that I've been craving to see all year.
And part of this is just Volibear. You know, as soon as you get level 11 on Volibear as well, the difference between rank 1 and rank 2 is absolutely absurd. But when you're defending inner turrets or inhibitor turrets, you realize you're actually not safe, because Volibear can just fly over the wall. He has a flash for a stun as well. It's really dangerous to face up against Monkey, who's, you know, 0-0-6, gone for the Dead Man's Plate, hasn't even gone towards something like the Knight's Vow, which we sometimes see from everyone that used to be building Frozen Heart before. It means he could just run at you. And what do you do here? I mean, the Twisted Fate, you can maybe throw a gold card. Well, you know, the ult goes through that. You go unstoppable. Really dangerous for Weibo to let this Volibear get off a vision, even when you think you're safe under your turrets.
Someone in chat saying, "End now, JDG." I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but neither of these teams is JDG. If you're looking for a JDG win today, you're going to be sorely disappointed.
Yeah, do you want to just throw in a replay in the background? You know what I've done? You know what sometimes I've been doing when we have the simultaneous games? I need to satisfy, like, the TikTok meta of having, you know, one game in one corner, another game in the other one, and I figure we can just put, like, Subway Surface in the other corner just to really satisfy everyone who just don't want to have a single coherent thought.
I can't bear that myself. I can only concentrate on one thing at a time. People say that the Subway Surface thing is like an ADHD thing. I have ADHD. And if there's something else on the screen, I can't concentrate on the things that I'm meant to be concentrating on.
Right,
so,
you can only focus on the one thing at a time, but it's the hyperfixation part of it.
I find it impossible. I find it impossible. It just breaks my brain. It breaks my brain. Anyway, right now, Baron coming up onto the map. 6-3. EDG, nice, fast, aggressive play here. They've got the scaling composition as well. Like, we're not really talked about 5v5s and what will happen later, because we were kind of sorting out the stream at the start of the game. But like Senna scaling, Orianna scaling, you've got nice meaty frontline in the farming Nautilus and the Volibear, and then you've got the range advantage with the Jace as well. We could be in trouble here, as that's a nice easy pick onto the Snake. Monkey could be next as Ala TPs into the play as well. Crisp taking a bit of damage. Monkey forced to use his ultimate just to escape here. Vampire should be taken down as well. Hunted back in. Triple depth charge. The charm does land, but Vampire should be able to get out of this one. He's tanky. Is he tanky enough? No! The lightning from the sky from Monkey isn't enough to deter Weibo.
Man, the fact that everyone can arrive at plays so quickly, Xiaohu pushing the ult early, you've got the Twisted Fate that can show up to you, means that whenever anyone is picked off, expect like 3 or 4 more people to just kind of show up on your screen in the next minute or two. And EDG, I mean, they've largely been running the last few minutes. The fact that they kind of leave an opening for a really easy combo to land onto the Snake, that's kind of disappointing from them. I feel like they need to be really careful around this, and despite the fact that there was the Shroud, the good ward into the Shroud means that they can spot the center, go for the combo, go for the fight afterwards.
Fantastic pick from Weibo. Someone in chat as well asking, yeah, we're doing a real cast, Ikari. Someone in chat asking, like, is there a win condition for Weibo? Is this over? Absolutely not. It's not over. As in, absolutely not to the, is it over, not is there a win condition? It's all about picks. It's all about picks for Weibo. I will say, it's the harder style to play, especially when you're behind.
And I guess the center ult too. So you have Ari, who's really good at killing the Orianna, the Senna, and the Jace as well. Not very good at killing tanks. It's one of the worst things about Ari in this season. You're great at assassinating, not great at actually being DPS. We saw Knight go for a Leandri's build, but not seeing that here. And I think it's the right call, because you're meant to be assassinating alongside the Camille, and with the Twisted Fate ultimate as well. If EDG step out of position like they did in that mid lane, Weibo can pounce really, really quickly. So it's on EDG to position well. It's on them to use the Senna ult well as well. But Weibo have plenty of tools to punish EDG if they make missteps. And they are very much a flawed team. They've been doing that a little bit. Right now, they might catch the snake again.
Oh, boy. Okay, ward spotted out. They warded over at the worst possible second because it let the snake know that they were there. And he walks away with his life. Drake up in a minute's time. It feels like EDG, they really want to keep this rolling, because if they can get an Ocean Soul with these front line, oh my god, it's going to be so hard for Weibo to find those picks that they need.
It's on hard mode, but then again, I feel like Weibo have been putting themselves in hard mode for a lot of this split too. I mean, Weibo, it's kind of worth noting in this game too, talks about, you know, EDG, they will be mathematically out of playoffs for this series. We expect them to be out of playoffs anyway at some point. It would be a start of a very rough road for them. I don't want to, like, pin it down. This is just like a symbolic moment if they go out here. Weibo, if they lose this series, they are having their neck breathed on by LNG right now. LNG were lucky to get away with their own series win the other day. Weibo are in 10th. They are, if they drop this series, there is a very real world where they're out of playoffs.
Yeah, and it's the same for AL. AL in a similar position after the loss today. LNG, like you say, looking to pounce, looking to steal someone's spot in playoffs. There's a couple of teams giving an opening here. Crisp. Oh no, the hook goes wide from Vampire. It's a bit of a disaster. Still huge damage onto Crisp anyway, as he is chunked out. Ult comes into play, but he can't survive that one. Ala to pick up the kill. And now suddenly Baron on the cards for EDG.
So, and they already used the TF ult for that too. So you use the TF ult, your front line is down. This is all on Xiaohao trying to do something. ZDZ is teleporting for an inhibitor strokes. They don't want to go for the fight. I don't think he's looking for a flank. They're giving up Baron, maybe looking for a miracle steal.
TP for TP. Someone else has gone to answer. I think it's Fisher. As in they go 50-50 on this one. The damage from Xiaohu. Ala gets a shield from the railgun, but is it enough at this point? Xiaohu is onto the back line. The snake goes down. They've won the fight. Weibo make the magic happen, and Fisher left alone in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, actually in a 1v1 with ZDZ. Fisher might go down, and he flubs the flash as well. Weibo find an ace.
Oh, it's a full team ace when EDG were in complete control of the game. They just got a pick onto Crisp. There was no TF ult. This was where the game was meant to be won, just like in game 2. But when push comes to shove, this team has just not been able to clutch it out. They throw another game munch.
Absolute heartbreak for EDG. And I will say, Xiaohu is having a whale of a time in this game. The Ari is looking clean as hell. He sets it all up for the team. And Light as well, getting so much damage down.
You know, funnily enough, you mentioned about Xiaohu. Back in 22, when Ari reached kind of modern meta, it was Xiaohu and Faker who were the best Aris in the world. Xiaohu's not always shown that level of form, but every so often you see him being able to join in with the fights like this, and it allows Light to just free fire. The front line and the follow-up is so nice, and ZDZ, who already teleported towards that top side, slips off a vision and manages to punish that last kill as well onto Fisher. Oh god, I just feel so bad for EDG. This is 2 games realistically where they've done the hard work and they've thrown it away.
It's so painful to see, but for Weibo, my god, they must be over the moon. They're back in with a chance. The gold swing is obscene. They've gone from down in gold to up almost 5,000 at this point. Crazy swing in terms of that gold. Xiaohu nearly one-shot both Ala and the Snake simultaneously there. I said Ari does damage. With Malignance, when they're all in Baron Pit, Ari does crazy damage.
So, I mean, the Malignance, when the burn starts going on them as well, gives you that magic pen. And, like, there's no resists on the Snake or Ala. Yeah, you've got, like, a spell shield from the Edge of Night, and you've got the Eclipse shield as well. They can help you in some ways, but against squishies, Ari really puts stuff out right now. And you see that Xiaohu, he's been in the right place to do it, whilst also not putting himself under threat of a Nautilus hook or something like that. Now, I'm not going to say that's going to continue for the rest of the game. I'm sure that we'll have a shock twist or turn to be prepared for as it comes through, but as it stands right now, Weibo pushing in towards the turrets, Ari safely pushing in that top side, where that inhib is already down, and stopping EDG from grouping up as 5.
Xiaohu taking a chunk to start the fight off. The route goes wide, so they'll survive. Xiaohu pushing into the top side as well. And ZDZ, he's loving having a Baron. Camille split pushing all game long. That's now got a Baron to work with as well. This is literally what you dream of as a Camille player. Xiaohu forced to use his ultimate.
Oh, God.
Railgun down to... What? The diving in the meantime. ZDZ just goes under the tower. Light and Crisp went in to help out as well. This is going to be triple inhib. The speed at which Weibo have flipped everything on its head is unbelievable.
I feel like we should rename this team to EDG. It's Edward Jenga. This tower has completely fallen apart within minutes.
I hope there's not a drinking game on each brick, because they are going to be battered at the end of this one. Shockwave goes wide. ZDZ dives in. Charm lands once again. Xiaohu is taking them apart. And so Xiaohu, as he dives onto Fisher. In the meantime, Xiaohu forcing them onto the Nexus. The Snake doesn't have the damage to do anything about it. ZDZ threatens Monkey once more. Weibo in 27 minutes after a ridiculous series finally finish things out and delete EDG from playoffs.
It is a symbolic moment. EDG missing playoffs only for the second time in their organization's history. Thank you so much for joining me for this cast, and let me cast with you much. It was fun to see this. Kind of terrifying to see it another way too as Weibo. Look, I'm not going to say they feel good about this win. It is very much relief over any positive feelings.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one, honestly, for both teams. I think Weibo, definitely Game 3 was their most comfortable game, even though they fell significantly behind for a good part of it. This was not a good series for either team. Weibo keep their playoff streams alive, though. An important win on the board for them in terms of the standings, but still, when it comes to those best of fives, there's a lot of work to do for Weibo.
I have to go see Dune 2, which is starting in about 2 minutes in a cinema near me. I'm going to have to run. I'm going to raid your channel. Thank you so much for letting me cast with you as well.
Yeah,
for those that joined me today, it's been a bit weird, but I'll head off. And folks, thank you so much for watching.
Yeah.